You ain't gotta say a word, just walk that, let's get burned. Then we'll roll up 100 fucking nuts. All up in my mouth, now all up in yo. This nigga got pounds of it, all up in his truck. Now we both look Asian, he waving and I'm drunk. I got dank shit in my cup, you know what I'ma do to you. I could give reviews to you, blow, we X, and be sipping on that juice. That's just what she choose to do. Hey, Century.
There are times when I look above and beyond. There are times when I feel your love around me, baby. I'll never forget my baby. When I feel that I don't belong, draw my strength from the words when you said, hey, it's about you, baby. Look deeper inside you, baby. I know you are there, smiling back at me, dancing in moonlight. I know you are free, 'cause I can see your star shining down on me.
at 5 in the morning. I wake up to 5 for my earnings. The fear in my mind is a warning. Pray to the one you're relying. I've been wandering all day. I tried to be fine, but I can't be. The noise in my mind wouldn't leave me. I tried to get by, but I'm burning. I'm behind. My mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. Right, yeah. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free mind now. I really need mind now, yeah. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Send me a love that you cannot mix. One is the joy that you cannot waste, and the other one price that you cannot fix. This is the peace that you cannot buy. Finding a way where you cannot see. Man with this system, he cannot pray. I need to find relief. But behind my mind, it runs. All these thoughts have troubled me. Fighting to give up my pain. Fighting to be on my lane. My mind running to the other side. When it's time to leave my life, then it tries to take me out. Tell you what I need. I really need more now. I need to free my mind. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. I need to free my mind now. I really need time now. Oh, yeah. Just let me free, freer than the open mind, farther than the eyes can handle, freer than the ocean now. Yeah, yeah. So set me free. Now I need to find relief. Set me to the open sky. Now I need to free my mind.
Drop top Porsche, rollie on my wrist, diamonds up and down my chain. Cardi B straight stunning, can't tell me that the bossed up and not chance again. It's my big bronze boogie, got all them girls shook. My big fat ass got all them boys cooked. Some dollar bills, now we popping rubber bands. Bruno sang to me while I do my money dance like, yeah. Flexing on the gram like, yeah. Hit the little John, okay. Oh yeah, we whipping up and that's the game.
Ooh, don't we look good together? There's a reason why they watch Fellas, grab your ladies if your lady fine. Tell her she the one for life. Ladies, grab your fellas and let's do this right. If you wanna be mine. Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Hey, yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Girl, we got it going on. Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Hey, yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Tripping with finesse, it don't make no sense. Tripping with finesse, you know. Tripping with finesse with my baby. Girl, you know we got it going on. Got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Yeah, we got it going on. Don't it feel so good to be us? Yeah, we got it going on, got it going on. Stroking my knees.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Y'all come on in. Good morning. Happy Friday, everybody. Good morning, Miss Lynn. Good morning, Sonia. Natasha. Amazing. I think that's it. How y'all doing? Happy Friday. It is Friday. Put a one in the chat if you can hear me. Hey, honey lock. Good morning. Put a one in the chat. Sometimes I don't be knowing if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Can y'all hear me? Hold on. Okay, I hear myself. Thank you, honey. Boy, I tell you. Thank you. Thank you, Sonia. All right, we're going to get started, y'all. Listen, so we are finally here to do our coverage on the Carmelo Anthony. Hey, Tonya. How you doing, girl? To do our coverage on the Carmelo Anthony trial. Now, this coverage that we're doing on this trial is going to be a little different because the judge is not allowing cameras into the courtroom. Understandable, because this is a very high profile case. Tensions are mounting. All right. But those that was with me when I was covering this when it first happened, it's been that way pretty much since this incident happened. So this is the case of Carmelo Anthony. And I got to re-educate myself on some things about it because I'm trying to think of how old he was when this actually happened. I know he was in high school. I want to say he was like 17. He was young, still young, because this would happen maybe a year or two ago. But yeah, Carmelo Anthony, young black male who was in high school. He was at a track meet. He was at a track meet that apparently there were different schools participating in a track meet. Long story short, he went and set up under a tent at this track meet. This young man and his brother approached him about leaving from up under the tent because the tent was not like, he didn't go to the school. apparently the tent was belonging to another school. He didn't actually attend the school. So one of the brothers asked him to get up and leave, and it went from there. We don't know if, I guess we're gonna find this out, with the court case, but it was said that the brother might have put his hands on Carmelo. Carmelo ended up stabbing the young man. Okay, and the whole question, that's been lingering is what happened. Did he put his hands on Carmelo? Did Carmelo act in self defense or no? But he's on trial. He's on trial. Trial began on, well, I think jury selection started on Wednesday. I think the first day of testimony was yesterday. So we're gonna cover all that because today is day 2 um of the testimony. But like I said, we won't get, it's okay for us to be a day behind on this particular case, being as though, right, you do, Tanya, yeah, being as though cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, and pretty much all the updates are coming from reporters and YouTubers that are inside the courtroom, and they're coming out giving updates. So I do want to start the live off with this clip, and I think this clip is from this morning. I just want to show y'all the atmosphere and what it's like there with this whole case. It's very it's high profile, and it's very what I want to say, controversial. I can't even talk this morning. My God, maybe because I decided to skip coffee this morning. I'm not gonna do coffee this morning. I've been doing coffee all week. I feel like I'm not gonna do it this morning, but I can't talk. My God, today. But anyway, I'm going to, and then the other clips that's gonna come after this is gonna give, for those that don't remember or need refreshing. It's going to give y'all like an overview of what the case is about and what's about to go down. I've got coverage from like 3 sources. Court TV, of course. The Court TV, Law and Crime. I got a couple of clips from them. And also this news station that I found the last case that we covered. I like them. WFAA. And then we got a content creator that's actually there that I may cover her commentary on it. Truth, you know, they struck 3 black educators from. Yeah, I heard. I saw something this morning that indicated that to me. Yeah, I'm not surprised. You can't skip coffee, Sonya or Natasha. Wow. I can. I don't be the same, but I can skip it. Don't be want to, but I can. Yeah, I skipped it today. I decided I may not have any all weekend because I was heavy on it this week, y'all. Y'all know I ain't been sleeping. So I was heavy on it this week. So I might go today and the rest of the weekend without it. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. We will see how that go. But this first clip is going to give y'all a little insight on, how tense it is out there and what's going on because they're protesting. And let me let the clip talk for itself, speak for itself. All right, let's listen. And now, did I ever find out when this was? I don't know why I can't get to the. Anyway, I think this clip was either yesterday morning. This is in I want to say Texas. Give me a second. See, I have to refresh myself on cases when it be a long time since I talked about it. It's on my damn title, Texas. Texas versus Carmelo Anthony, Texas. This happened in Texas. I remember that part. But yeah, so you can only imagine, Natasha. Let's listen.
All right, happening today, the murder trial of Carmelo Anthony will resume this morning after prosecutors were seen clashing outside a Texas courthouse as opening arguments kicked off. Watch this.
I'm assuming that she said resume this morning. I'm thinking this was from this morning.
All right, happening today, the murder trial of Carmelo Anthony will resume this morning after prosecutors were seen clashing outside a Texas courthouse as opening arguments kicked off. Watch this. The suspect is accused of stabbing and killing 17-year-old Austin Metcalf during a track meet last year.
Jan Painter here with the details. Jan.
Hey, Todd and Carly. So prosecutors will continue their case against 19-year-old Carmelo Anthony later this morning in Texas after, as you said, tensions boiled over outside the courthouse yesterday with dueling crowds on both sides making their voices heard, some focusing on the all-white jury selected in the case. Anthony is accused of fatally stabbing 17-year-old football star Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet in April of last year. Police say the confrontation started when Metcalf told Anthony he wasn't supposed to be in a team tent. Investigators say things quickly escalated, ending when Anthony pulled out a knife and stabbed Metcalf in the chest. The jury heard the emotional 911 calls and saw enhanced video from the track meet. Anthony has pleaded not guilty to murder. His defense told the jury that Metcalf struck first and Anthony reacted in a split second of fear and chaos. Prosecutors told the jury in opening that the case has nothing to do with race or self-defense. They say Metcalf was unarmed, that Anthony provoked a fight with someone he didn't know, and then pulled out a knife and carried out what they described as a, quote, sneak attack.
If he had provoked a fight with somebody he didn't know, how's that? I mean, if the dude approached him, you know, I remember it's coming back to me like yesterday, but my thing is, if he's sitting in that tent, and I asked this question way back when this first occurred, like what gave him authority? He's not a coach. He's not a teacher. He's not a person that was in authority at that time. You're a student. You're a track participant just like me. So what gives you the right to come over and try to get me to move from up under a tent? And so he approached him. And I think the whole question was whether or not Metcalf put his hands on Anthony first. And then I think, you know, the question was, well, why did he have a knife in the first place? You know, it's the same thing they said with the case we just covered about the young man who allegedly, and I'm still saying allegedly because I ain't heard nothing about no gun, had a gun. Why did he have a gun? Why did Anthony have a knife? It's a lot of kids that's walking around now with weapons. Black, white, Asian. You know, it's the times that we're living in. Grown-ups walk around with weapons as well as kids. Yeah, he looks to be a little itty-bitty thing, 100 lots. And that boy was huge. Him and his twin. Remember the twin? Well, were they twins? I think they were. Metcalf and his brother. I think they were twins, but, you know, they were huge. But let's listen.
That the case has nothing to do with race or self-defense. They say Metcalf was unarmed, that Anthony provoked a fight with someone he didn't know, and then pulled out a knife and carried out what they described as a, quote, sneak attack. Metcalf's father previously spoke to Fox. Watch this.
This was not a race thing, and this is not a political thing. This is a human being thing. This person made a bad choice, and it affected both his family and my family forever.
And Anthony faces between 5 and 99 years in prison if convicted. This trial is expected to last at least 2 weeks, guys.
All right, Jamie Painter, thank you. Let's bring in nationally recognized plaintiff's attorney from the Hyman law firm, Kelly Hyman. Kelly, based upon what you learned in court yesterday, I know you've been following this, we all got a sense of how prosecutors are going to attack defendants' self-defense argument. Was it effective in your opinion?
Ultimately, that's going to be up to the jury of whether they think it's effective, but it was very powerful statements. So each side got opening statements, and those are not evidence, but they're a way to persuade the jury about their position. Judge gave them 20 minutes each. And from the prosecution standpoint, they have the burden. They have to prove every single element of the charges of the crime. And what they told was a very compelling story for their position, that this was a senseless act. Now, from the defense standpoint, they are going to come with self-defense, and they are going to make a very strong argument in this case.
What I find fascinating about this case is that prosecution obviously has to prove their case in chief, and they need to do it beyond a reasonable doubt, all the typical elements of a crime that you need to prove if you're the prosecution. But they also have another role, I would argue, equally as important, and it's keeping race out of this case, because that gets really complicated and it gets real sticky. The judge also has that obligation. How difficult will it be for both prosecutors and the judge to keep race out of this?
Well, when we look at the jury makeup, it's important to note that the jury, it's been reported that there are no African Americans on the jury. And so this was a bone of contention from the defense standpoint, because there were 3 African American women on the jury that was striked by the prosecution. Now, under our Constitution, we are allowed a jury of our peers, but that doesn't necessarily mean that someone who is African American is going to get an all African American jury. But what that means is by your peers, that it's supposed to represent the community, that in fact the juries are what the community represents. Now, defense challenged that the 3 African Americans were taken off the jury, but the prosecution standpoint said it wasn't race-based. Now, if in fact the defendant is convicted, I could definitely see this race issue going up on appeal and potentially reverse any type of verdict.
You led me to my final question. Could you see this case, we reported that the trial is going to last about 2 weeks, but based upon how many issues are ripe for appeal, including starting issue 1, the jury, could you see this case dragging on and on and on for years in the appellate system?
That could potentially happen, but it's important to remember about this case. There are 12 jurors, and the way it is in Texas, that all 12 jurors have to agree, in fact, that he is guilty of the charge. So if one doesn't agree, then that could potentially be a mistrial. But in fact, if he's convicted, as Todd, you pointed out, this case could definitely go on appeal, and then it could go back again and potentially last for many years.
Kelly Hyman, thank you for your insight on this. Really appreciate it this morning. Thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows
I
streaming.
definitely see that an issue. And they can say all day long out their mouth that this is not a race issue. Well, this case is not about race when it is. It just is. It really is. But yeah, we're going to move on. So let's get into these clips. These clips that I'm about to play is from the news station WFAA. And they are going to be, I think they're going to give us like a overview of what's going on, what's been happening for the last 2 days. Because like I said, I think jury selection may have lasted maybe Tuesday and Wednesday or just Wednesday, I don't know. But I do know testimony started on yesterday. So these clips are going to bring us up to date as to what's been going on in the courtroom. Like I said, the judge is not allowing cameras in the courtroom. Well, it's hard when there's no black people on the jury and there are white people outside with racist flag flying. Yeah, and the fact that this is a young African American man, how you saying that the jury represents his peers? First of all, I can guarantee you ain't none of the jurors his age because he's very young. And then number 2, he's African American and all the jurors are white. Like, we all know where this is gonna go. We all know where it's headed. It's sad that it's anywho, y'all. Man, I it be killing me how stuff be right before our eyes. We be seeing shit like right there in front of our faces and know what's going on. And we got news people and other people trying to convince us otherwise. It's like you pissing on my head and telling me it's raining. And just because you say it, just because you say what it is, I'm supposed to roll with that. No, we all know this case is clearly about race. The fact that he was even charged, well, I'm just saying, like, if the races were reversed, let's talk about it. If Anthony was white and Metcalf was black, just think about that while we listen to this stuff. All right, so this next video is from, like I said, WFAA, and I think it's like an overview of the case. Let's see.
Tonight, we take you inside the case that stunned North Texas. It was supposed to be an ordinary spring morning at a high school track meet in Frisco. But in a matter of seconds, a confrontation between 2 teenagers turned deadly. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed at Kirkendall Stadium. Police say the suspect, Carmelo Anthony, admitted to it. He was charged with murder. Anthony's attorneys argue he acted in self-defense. This case has become far more than a courtroom battle. It has divided public opinion, fueled online outrage, triggered protests, and transformed two North Texas families forever. What exactly happened under that tent at that track meet? What do witnesses say they saw? What evidence will jurors hear? And how will a Collin County jury weigh claims of self-defense against a charge of murder? Tonight, we examine the timeline, the evidence, the legal strategy, and the emotional fallout from a tragedy that continues to reverberate across Frisco and beyond. Our Jobin Puniker has a look at how we got here.
It was a deadly confrontation under a track team tent that lasted only moments and would set off a chain of events that would dominate headlines for more than a year.
I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now, the chains.
April 2nd, 2025. At Kirkendall Stadium in Frisco, Austin Metcalf, a junior at Memorial High School, was stabbed and within hours pronounced dead.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025.
Another student from Centennial, Carmelo Anthony, was arrested the same day for murder.
I got a phone call from Hunter.
A day later, the Metcalf family, including Austin's twin brother, spoke with us.
Just because the kid was mad, my son is not here anymore. And I don't understand it. His brother lost his best friend.
It's just really heartbreaking to see someone that cares for you that much and does everything even by your side, no matter what, just pass away like that.
April 14th, Carmelo Anthony's bond is reduced from $1 million to $250,000. He was escorted from jail and released under house arrest with an ankle monitor.
Explain your self-defense.
A case already combustible just went nuclear.
There's two sides to every story, and we've only heard one side.
We have endured death threats.
April 17th, the Anthony family speaks for the first time at a press conference. Austin's father, Jeff Metcalf, also shows up.
Is a disrespect to the dignity of his son.
And is escorted out by Dallas police.
We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out. To the family who experienced the loss, my heart truly goes out to you.
April 23rd, police confirm reports of threats, fake deliveries, fake calls for service at both Metcalf and Anthony homes. 2 days later, the FBI is looking into doxing claims. The judge who lowered the bond, her private information was illegally released online. June 9th, the school district won't release surveillance video from the incident, but allowed us to watch it at their district building. For the first time, a glimpse into the incident and the response. June 24th, the grand jury indicts Carmelo Anthony on a murder charge. District Attorney Greg Willis says the death penalty was never on the table.
That would not be something that we could do even if we wanted to.
July 9th, Judge John Roach of the 296th District Court sets trial for 2026. July 24th, the court orders a subpoena of the school district and critical investigative information. The district sends letters home to families and students who may be witnesses to the event.
If you were to ask any superintendent in the state, that's probably their worst nightmare.
Days later, July 29th, the judge imposes a gag order for both sides. No one connected to the trial can speak on it publicly. September 5th of last year, Memorial takes the football field in honor of Austin Metcalf. His number 11 spells out all in. His father, under a gag order, signs, "I love you," to his son. Early 2026 saw routine trial events, pre-trial motions, most out of public view. In April of this year, Judge Roach issues strict courtroom rules for trial. No cameras, limited seating, and heightened security. Which brings us to June 1st, the beginning of jury selection, the beginning of the real criminal trial that is much talked about and for many already decided in the court of public opinion. The scrutiny is as high as the stakes. Carmelo Anthony faces life in prison. For two families, the timeline doesn't end here. In Collin County, I'm Jobin Puniker.
This is a tragedy that rocked North Texas and shattered two families that built their lives here. One student now facing life in prison, the other's life cut short. We spoke with Austin Metcalf's mother, father, and twin brother hours after he was killed to learn more about who he was.
They were inseparable brothers, even at birth. Identical twins born 4 minutes apart. Austin Metcalf was just a little older.
They had each other's back. They were tight. Those boys were my everything.
And everything changed on April 2nd, 2025, the day Austin Metcalf was stabbed and killed at a track meet in Frisco. An honor student in the classroom. On the field is where Austin really shined. Played every sport you could imagine.
His goal was to play in college. He just wanted to play football.
He would step on that field. He would become a totally different person.
Austin was a standout linebacker at Memorial, second team All-District honors. Last September, they ran out of the tunnel carrying his number 11.
Yeah, it's an emotional game, but man, our kids are resilient.
No one may feel Austin's absence like his twin brother, Hunter.
We did everything together. Clean the dishes together, do yard work together, sports, anything in the world, it's always us two.
They went to church youth group together, even worked at the same place. They were servers here at Halo Pizzeria in Frisco. In late May, Austin would have walked this stage to pick up his diploma. Instead,
Hunter Metcalf.
Hunter walked it in his honor. The standing ovation that followed lasted 30 seconds. In June, Hunter may have to take the stand in his brother's death.
I'm so worried about my son because he's going to have to face this world alone now.
The brothers who shared everything, classrooms, football fields, even work shifts, are now separated by a tragedy. In Frisco, I'm Jobin Paniker.
For many, the only image of Carmelo Anthony is the one taken after he was charged with murder. But tonight, a look at the life he lived before the case that shook North Texas.
Many of you have seen this photo of Carmelo Anthony at 17 years old, charged and booked for murder. But there are also these photos, the eldest of 4 Anthony children.
We wanted to give our children the future we did not have.
Through his family, we know they left Baton Rouge, Louisiana a few years ago, settled here in Frisco, where he attended Centennial High School.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
He ran track, played football, and was captain of the team.
What's the number 1 seed?
His highlights showcasing that talent are still up online. We've learned Carmelo Anthony worked 2 jobs, was an AB student before the April 2025 stabbing incident at a track meet. It would take him out of school and turn 2 families' lives upside down.
He's been raised in a 2-parent home with structure, stability, love, and we put God first in everything that we do.
Sources close to the family say Carmelo was able to graduate and receive his diploma, but he did not walk the stage or participate in any senior activities.
Explain your self-defense.
There hasn't been another public photo or video of Carmelo since he disappeared into this SUV and into house arrest. His bond conditions prevent it. Carmelo is now 18 years old, and the next time we see him is when he gets his day in court. In McKinney, I'm Jobin Paniker.
Legal experts say the final outcome in this case could ultimately come down not to guilt or innocence, but also to how a jury interprets the moments leading up to Austin Metcalf's death. Kevin Reese breaks down the possible paths this case could take and the wide range of punishment allowed under Texas law.
And I asked the grand jury to return a first-degree murder indictment against Carmelo Anthony, which they did.
In charging the then 17-year-old with murder, the Collin County District Attorney alleges he did intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Austin Metcalf, by stabbing him with a knife, a deadly weapon. If convicted, the sentence range, according to Texas law, is anywhere from 5 to 99 years in prison. And according to Texas law, someone under the age of 18 cannot receive the death penalty or be sentenced to life without parole.
Finally, let's remember that a defendant is presumed innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law.
Well, I think that there's a lot of things in this that we don't know yet.
Keith Harris is an attorney not connected to this case, and he explains that a murder charge could be reduced to a second-degree felony if the defense successfully proves the defendant acted under the immediate influence of sudden passion. That could mean a sentence range, if convicted, of 2 to 20 years.
Is used, usually not in the guilt innocence, it's more in the punishment phase of everything.
But there is first the argument over whether Anthony will be convicted or acquitted.
The truth will come out.
One family convinced.
There were too many people that were there that saw what happened.
The other.
We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out.
Anthony's family and legal team alleging it was self-defense.
He's in an almost impossible situation. I mean, it's going to be very difficult. Even if he hired the best lawyers in the country, I mean, they would have their work cut out for them.
We are confident that when all the facts are presented and the full story is heard, the jury will reach the right conclusion and justice will be done.
Justice that could range anywhere from acquittal to 99 years. In Dallas, I'm Kevin Reese.
As you just heard, Carmelo Anthony's legal team is arguing this was self-defense. We have spoken with many attorneys who say this is going to be hard to prove, especially if Austin Metcalf did not have a weapon. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez takes a closer look at how a self-defense argument could play out.
I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true because this young man could have been defending himself whether the dude had a weapon or not. You know, because just like we talked about when it happened, the size difference, the fact that it was Carmelo against Hunter and what's the other brother's name? The twins. The fact that probably most of the kids up under that tent was going to jump on the bandwagon with the twins, being as though it was their school's tent. You know, you got people saying, you know, certain things about this and this young man defending himself, but you see our young black men being chased down and shot like dogs. That's okay, though. You know? That's all right. Not guilty for that. A person does not have to have a weapon for you to be defending yourself. Don't they know you could beat someone to death Anything can happen during a fight or a confrontation. It's just weird, some of the things these people say.
In court. The defense strategy is already clear.
Self-defense is a protection that applies to each and every one of us.
Explain your self-defense.
Carmelo Anthony's defense attorney, Mike Howard, asked the public to not rush to conclusions before hearing all the evidence surrounding the deadly confrontation between Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf.
This is a tragedy all the way around for both families. Rushing to judgment, trial by public perception and trial by media is not how we ensure justice is done.
Legal expert Keith Harris says the defense has to show why the jury should consider self-defense. According to the arrest affidavit, Metcalf was unarmed, while Anthony brought a knife to a track meet.
I think that that's ultimately going to be something that a jury also considers as to whether or not he even should have had it to begin with.
Police say the confrontation began when it was raining and Anthony sat under the tent where Metcalf and his team were sitting. Police say Metcalf asked Anthony to move from under the tent. Officer Taylor Wetzel wrote in an affidavit that a witness told him Anthony grabbed his bag, opened it, and warned Metcalf, "Touch me again and see what happens." Witnesses told police Metcalf then touched or grabbed Anthony while trying to move him, and Anthony allegedly pulled.
Well, if he said touch me again, that means he put his hands on him once, and then he put his hands on him twice. So if he said touch me again, that means he put his hands on him once, and then he put his hands on him again. Okay.
Pulled out a knife, stabbed Metcalf once in the chest. Metcalf's twin brother, Hunter, was standing next to him.
I asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." And he's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack.
Harris says those facts.
What does talking reckless mean? What does talking reckless mean? See, for some reason, these two young men, or at least the one that's unalive, and let me just say this, condolences to his family, right? Condolences to his family. But it seemed like they felt like they had some sort of, this goes to what people are saying about them being bullies. This goes towards two young men who felt like they had the power to remove this young man or make this young man move from under this tent that don't belong to them. It belonged to the school. And just like I said back then, I'm going to say it again today. Why didn't they get someone, an authority figure, to handle that? If they felt like he wasn't supposed to be under there, if it was supposed to be an issue, why not get a teacher? Why not get a coach? Why not get an adult to handle the situation? Them confronting him up under that tent let you know that they was either what people are saying they were bullies, or they felt like they had some type of authority. But why though? You are 16, 17, just like me. Although this may be your school's tent, you don't own it. The school owns it. Exactly, Honey Locks. Exactly.
Could become critical for jurors.
The prosecution could say that he was kind of asking for it. I think the flip side for the defense, when you think about it, these are 17-year-old boys. And I was 17 at one point in time. And so you think about 17-year-old boys don't make the best decisions.
In an arrest affidavit, Officer Eduardo Cortez said, as we were walking him, Anthony, to the squad car, the suspect was emotional and said, "He put his hands on me. I told him not to." Another officer later wrote, Anthony made another spontaneous statement and asked if what happened could be considered self-defense. Harris says those statements are important because they may help Anthony's attorneys get self-defense in front of a jury.
If the officers testify to what he told them as soon as they got there, that's going to be the scintilla of evidence that defense would need to get self-defense in the charge.
As a defense attorney, they're going to try every avenue. That's their job. The truth will come out.
Under Texas law, once self-defense is raised, prosecutors must disprove it beyond a reasonable doubt. Harris says the defense may argue Anthony reacted emotionally and impulsively in the heat of the moment.
We believe in the Constitution. We believe in the laws of this state. But those laws must apply to all of us, not just some of us.
Ultimately, jurors will have to decide whether Carmelo Anthony was defending himself from danger or whether a verbal confrontation with an unarmed teenager should never have ended in deadly force. In Collin County, I'm Rebecca Lopez.
In July, months after the stabbing, Judge John Roach put in place a gag order, trying to maintain fairness ahead of this trial. The gag order blocks attorneys, law enforcement officers, witnesses, and even students who may have seen what happened from speaking publicly or posting online without court approval. Once the trial begins, we are expecting witness testimony from students, coaches, and first responders. That gag order has prevented us from speaking with people who were close to the incident. Jobin Punniker had the opportunity to watch surveillance footage from the track meet, and here's what he saw.
Our public information request with Frisco ISD was met on Monday. We could only watch the before and after of an April 2nd alleged stabbing at a school track meet that led to the death of one student and the arrest of another. The district didn't give it to us, but allowed us to watch it. The video is available for limited viewing only, citing student privacy and school security. There is no audio. Try to picture this. We're on the 4th floor. We walk into a room and there's a TV with a shot showing half of Kirkendall Stadium. It's a wide shot from the opposite side. And everything that happens in one very small fraction of the screen in the upper left-hand corner. We couldn't zoom in. It's blurry, pixelated. You cannot identify or see victim Austin Metcalf or suspect Carmelo Anthony.
It is hard to tell how many people are under that memorial tent. It's also hard to tell what they're doing. But we do know that about 9:55, there's a lot of commotion, a lot of activity that happens at the top side of that memorial tent all the way down to the bottom. At this point, it is hard to tell, and it does not show on camera the alleged stabbing. We do know that there are a lot of people that run away from that scene soon after.
We notice a number of what appear to be students running across the bleachers from many directions away from the tent. More people on the field start to notice and also run toward the back gate and exit.
Okay, at about 9 minutes after the alleged stabbing, we see EMS drive right through to the back side of this stadium, and they park midfield.
Next, we notice paramedics wheeling out a gurney, but have to walk all the way back to the gate and to the bleachers. There's a lot of activity at the bottom of those bleachers and what appears to be the triage of Austin Metcalf. 15 minutes after the incident, we see people put the tarp over the bleachers, which our helicopter cameras captured.
All right, so looking at the timing, there's 26 minutes between the time of the alleged stabbing and the time EMS leaves Kirkendall Stadium with Austin Metcalf. At the same time, what appear to be officers, they are at the crime scene right next to that tent. All of this video will one day be shown in court. A grand jury may see it too in the coming weeks. The attorney for Carmelo Anthony confirms he's seen it, but neither family has disclosed whether they've seen it. In Collin County, I'm Jobin Punniker.
This incident started as a case between two teenagers, but has since turned into a nationally debated and deeply divisive story. With cameras not allowed in the courtroom, our team is preparing for detailed coverage of this trial. Here's Tiffany Liu.
On April 2nd, 2025, 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed during a track meet at Frisco ISD's Kirkendall Stadium.
I drove up to the hospital straight away. I actually beat the ambulance there.
Police say another 17-year-old student, Carmelo Anthony, stabbed Metcalf under a team tent during a weather delay.
He was on a lot of machines, and it didn't take long for them to come in to say that he had passed.
Anthony was arrested at the scene.
I got the alleged suspect in handcuffs right now to change.
He was later indicted on a murder charge and has pleaded not guilty, claiming self-defense.
We believe in legal process, and that is where the truth will come out.
Two families are forever changed in very different ways. And in the days after the stabbing, both mothers spoke publicly.
My son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
One, mourning her child's death.
He's just such a good spirit, and so many kids loved him, and his brother lost his best friend.
The other, defending her son accused of causing it.
I don't know why we are being targeted and discriminated against before a fair trial. Our son deserves the same rights under the law that everyone is afforded to.
Outside their grief, what happened at a high school track meet in Frisco became something far bigger than this community. The case spread across social media, drawing national, even international attention. Online debates over self-defense, justice, and race intensified. The families and the judges connected had their personal information leaked and received death threats. So as the trial approaches in Collin County, security will be higher than normal. Cameras generally aren't allowed in this courthouse, and that rule applies for this case too. It's why our team of journalists at WFAA will monitor the trial closely. Collin County reporter Jobin Punniker will be our eyes and ears inside, documenting the testimony and evidence as it happens alongside a sketch artist. Outside the courtroom, senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez will follow the developments as the case unfolds. On WFAA.com, we'll keep a live blog updated. Then each day after adjournment, anchor Jason Wheeler and senior investigative reporter Tanya Iser, along with a team of legal experts, will stream a full after the trial recap. All of it available on WFAA+. Carmelo Anthony's trial for the death of Austin Metcalf will be a challenge as public opinion has been shaped far beyond courtroom walls. It'll face intense scrutiny in what could be one of the most closely watched trials this year in North Texas.
The questions surrounding this case are far from over. Throughout the trial, WFAA is your place for complete coverage on air, online, across social media, and streaming on WFAA+. You can depend on us to keep you apprised of developments inside and outside the courtroom. Thanks for watching.
All right, so let's go to the next clip. Let's see what this one is titled. Jury pool shrinking and track meet stat. Now, mind y'all, these videos are from the big. Well, was it? Well, I don't want to say the beginning of the week or midweek or whatever when they were selecting jurors and things of that sort, and everything is gonna lead to where we at now. Okay, so let's listen to this.
This afternoon, prosecutors and defense attorneys are narrowing down a jury pool in Cullen County before testimony begins in Carmelo Anthony's trial. He's accused of stabbing Austin Metcalf to death last year at a track meet in Frisco. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez joins us live here in studio. Any new developments today? What should we know?
Yes, Chris, the jury pool is shrinking as attorneys and the judge work their way through hundreds of jury questionnaires completed by prospective jurors yesterday. About 600 people were originally summoned and roughly 550 completed those questionnaires that are now being reviewed for potential bias, prior knowledge of the case, and other issues that could affect their ability to serve. The goal is to significantly narrow that group before individual questioning begins tomorrow.
You know, why is jury selection, which is always important in any trial, but why is it so critical in a trial like this?
You know, this is such a high-profile trial. This case has attracted tremendous attention. Jurors may have seen media reports, social media commentary, or discussions about the case long before they ever stepped into the courthouse. The questionnaires help attorneys identify people who may have already had strong opinions and to find jurors who can put everything that they've heard aside and decide this case solely on the evidence that is going to be presented in court, Chris.
So they're not necessarily looking for people who have never heard of Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf, just that they can be counted on to set that aside.
Absolutely. So the next step is going to be that individual voir dire. And that is very important because that is when prospective jurors are brought in and questioned one by the judge and attorneys. In this high profile case like this, lawyers often want to dig deeper into those answers given on those questionnaires, especially when it comes to pretrial publicity, opinions about self-defense. Racial bias is going to be a big deal here. And whether jurors have already formed opinions about either Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf. And they want to find those 12 jurors and 6 alternates who can set those biases aside and base their verdict on the law, Chris. That's going to be really critical here.
Have you seen or heard anything from Carmelo Anthony or Austin Metcalf's family?
Yeah, the security has been pretty strict and pretty intense at the courthouse, and we've been in an overflow courtroom during jury selection and have not seen either of the families. Carmelo Anthony, who is out on bond, is being escorted through a separate entrance for security reasons, so we've not seen him either. The media is limited to a video feed that shows only the judge, so it's making it difficult to see who else is in the courtroom, Chris.
Okay, and we expect testimony could begin Thursday.
Opening statements will be on Thursday morning. And the judge says he's willing to go up until 10 o'clock tomorrow to pick this jury. He wants a jury picked tomorrow.
Okay. And there will be court on Saturdays.
Yes, there will be court on Saturdays.
Okay. All right. Thanks. And I know you'll be covering every step of the way. Rebecca, thank you so much. And remember, you can also keep track of what's happening in the courtroom through our live blog. We have a team dedicated to sharing updates hour by hour, so you don't miss a moment. You can find that article on WFAA.com.
It is day 2 now of jury selection in a high-profile stabbing.
I see y'all speaking to people that I can't see. Melissa. Okay, there's Melissa. Hey, Melissa. And Miss Trudy. Hold on. Somebody say Miss Trudy. I don't see Miss Trudy. Did I miss it? I'm going to speak anyway. Hey, Miss Trudy. Because I don't see her on stream, y'all. Let me go to my device. Let's see. Cut it down. Stream, y'all be tripping sometime, man. I tell you. There you are. Well, no. That's Tanya speaking to Miss Trudy. Oh, there she is. Hey, Miss Trudy. Y'all come on in here. Thank y'all for supporting this live stream. This is going to be a doozy right here. It's going to be a doozy. Y'all make sure y'all double tapping that screen to like the live, please, and thank you. Also, feel free. Now, this channel is monetized, so you are able to hit the super chat, the super sticker, and you can also support through Cash App or PayPal. Hey, Miss Ann, girl, where you been? I was going to call you tomorrow. I ain't seen you all week. Or am I tripping? Hold on, let me get off of this because I hear myself. Am I tripping? How you doing, Miss Ann? I may be tripping. I may have seen you. I just don't remember. Let's see. pull my chat up, y'all, on my device. Okay, maybe I can see everybody now, cause ooh, all right, y'all. So let's see what's next. Child working like a white mouth mule, but all this way. Good to hear that, Miss Ann. Okay, ain't nothing wrong with that, I guess. Good to see you. So this is track meet stabbing trial. Jury selection continues on day 2. So this is day 2 of the jury selection. This is a little breakdown. And let me remind everybody that's just coming in. The reason why we're covering this case this way instead of our normal courtroom live streaming is because the cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. Hey, Miss Lynn, the cameras are not allowed in the courtroom, and so you got news stations such as this one and other people that's coming out of the courtroom giving us play-by-play of what's going on in the courtroom. So this is day 2 of jury selection. Let's listen to what they have to say.
Trial in Collin County. Carmelo Anthony charged in the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a Frisco track meet. Senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez was in the courtroom yesterday and will be covering this entire trial. Rebecca, there was no court there today, but jury selection well underway now. What's happening behind closed doors today, though?
Well, Jason, today is a critical part of this process. Attorneys on both sides are reviewing hundreds of questionnaires looking for potential biases, strong opinions about the case, prior experience with crime or the criminal justice system, and anything else that could affect a juror's ability to be fair. There were 600 potential jurors summoned yesterday to the courthouse. About 50 were released. The attorneys and the judge hope to narrow the pool even more to 250. They will be asked to come back tomorrow morning. From that pool, 12 jurors and 6 alternates will be selected.
All right, so Rebecca, the judge warned the potential jurors several times yesterday not to discuss this case with anybody. That means even anyone in their own family. Why is it so critical that they abide by the judge's rulings here?
Well, Jason, this is an unusually high-profile case with extensive media coverage and really strong opinions on social media. The judge repeatedly reminded jurors they cannot discuss the case, conduct research, or consume outside information. He even warned them that they could face contempt of court, which means up to 6 months in jail and a $500 fine if they violate those rules. The court wants to ensure the verdict is based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom and not allow any outside opinions or public pressure to sway this jury.
So, Rebecca, when individual questioning of those prospective jurors begins tomorrow, for some of them, what kinds of questions might they expect to get?
Well, typically attorneys will likely ask about exposure to media coverage, opinions they've already formed about the case, experience with crime victims or the criminal defendants, or even law enforcement. And there will definitely be questions about any racial biases. They will be asked if they can follow the law and set aside those biases. Attorneys want to drill down to make sure that what the potential jurors wrote on their questionnaires reflects who they really are and if they can be fair, Jason.
All right. Interesting stuff, Rebecca. We know that you'll be with this throughout, and no one better to do it. Really appreciate it. Remember, you can keep track of what is happening in the courtroom through our live blog that we are running throughout. We have a team that is dedicated to sharing updates hour by hour from the trial so that you don't miss a single moment. We know that there has been a lot of interest in the community in this trial. So you can follow that article on WFAA.com. Again, it will be constantly updated when court is in session.
All right, so next clip is after the trial, day 1, recap on jury selection and track meet murder trial. So this is day 1, and this is a recap on jury selection. Let's see if we can get some insight on why this jury is all white. Yeah.
You are watching day 1 of After the Trial, a streaming show we have here on WFAA Plus. We will have exclusive, comprehensive coverage of this trial, the track meet stabbing trial. Carmelo Anthony is charged with murder and the death of Austin Metcalf. Now, we're going to have a legal expert every night of this trial. That is our commitment to you, and we're going to break down everything that we're seeing inside the courtroom. And again, our job is always to be factual. I know there's a lot of emotions, a lot of feelings, but our job is to be factual here. And we are shooting on location here at the Collin County Courthouse, right in front of the roadblocks. This is as far as we can get
right?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Because there are some severe
Pretty tight security.
Yeah, there are some severe limitations. We can't be inside. There are no cameras allowed inside the courtroom, no streaming, and so there's a limited amount of media who can actually be inside the courtroom as well. So we have an esteemed panel. Let's start with Vanita Parker.
Hi there.
Vanita, you have extensive knowledge. You're an attorney, a defense attorney, who worked with the Dallas DA's office, for 11 years?
Yes.
Right?
11 years at the Dallas DA's office.
So you know the ins and outs of how these trials work,
I've
right?
seen the ins outs. I've been a prosecutor in part of these events too.
And now we also have Rebecca Lopez, the senior crime and justice reporter. You've covered just about every major trial here at WFA and in North Texas since the late 90s. And I'm sorry I'm dating you here.
I know. Make me feel old, Joe, but yeah,
Sorry.
no.
And this is another one. And my name is Jobin Pennicker. I'm a reporter here at WFAA, and I've covered just about every big Collin County story. So between the three of us, I think we can do a pretty darn good job of talking through the first day of this trial. And we're talking about jury selection.
Yes.
All right, let's start here. What feels different, Rebecca, since you've covered enough of these trials, what feels different about this trial and other ones you've covered already?
Well, definitely the security and a lot of the rules that the judge has ordered for the media and everyone. Now, we understand because it's a high-profile case. There's a lot of emotion. So I definitely understand why the judge has set some limits. I was having trouble hearing. We don't only have a view from the judge in the courtroom, and we can only kind of hear him. It was hard to hear the jurors, and that's a little bit different because typically we are allowed at least 2 or 3 reporters, even if it's just one pool reporter inside the jury room while they're selecting the jury, so we can hear and observe what's happening. And we're only really getting one view, and that's the judge walking back and forth and whoever's behind him. We can't really hear what the jurors are asking, the potential jurors are asking, and I would like to have been able to hear that.
Can you give them some clarity if you can? So we are not in the central jury room, right?
No, we are not. We are in the ceremonial courtroom in Collin County, which is the largest courtroom that is available in Collin County. It seats about 122, I believe, or one. Some say, I think the sign said 136, but about 122.
And there was a concern whether we would all get in. We did all get inside that courtroom. Talk about what it felt like the moment we got on property to the time you got inside the courtroom. What did that process look like?
It was kind of surreal. I'm at this courthouse daily, and it's nothing I've seen before. It was security everywhere. It was a lockdown.
Yeah, and then we had initially when I drove up, there were protesters, a handful, not a whole lot, but some protesters that were there on behalf of Austin Metcalf, and then we had other protesters on behalf of Carmelo Anthony. So that was a little unusual. Typically, actually, you don't see that when you're covering a trial. So that felt a little surreal as well to me. And then just the length that it took to actually get all of the jury pool into the courtroom. I mean, because it was supposed to start at 9, but we didn't even get a feed, I don't think, until about noon where we could actually hear anything. And that was a little unusual. But now we understand that they were having trouble processing everybody through. And obviously you have to do that for security reasons, but that was pretty lengthy process.
It was very lengthy.
Yeah,
let's talk about that security. Everywhere I went, there was a deputy there.
There
right?
was.
And
yes.
you're saying that's not a normal protocol.
No, it's not. And I understand that this is a high profile case, but murder trials are tried daily, but they've taken more precautions than ever on this case, I think.
When we left, even if we left to take a break, they would want us again, even walking in and out of the courtroom, even though we literally walked across to go to the bathroom and come back, they would want us again. But I understand too, because of the high nature of this trial.
So this is the first day of jury selection. We're hearing about 600 people received summons to arrive here to be a part of that jury pool. Can you take us through the process, Vanita, of how this works? This generally happens on Mondays here in Collin County?
It does. It usually, a lot of times there isn't 600 for one case, but jurors would get their summons. They would go to the court that they're assigned to. Once they're in there, they'd be seated, and voir dire or jury selection would begin. But in this case, the judge does the disqualifications, which they do in all trials. But it was just more jurors, 600, and going through the disqualifications and exemptions took a while.
And let's go through what qualifies you to be exempt or disqualified from being on the jury here.
Well, there's different exemptions. You've got to live in Collin County. You've got to be 18 years or older. You've got to be of sound mind, good moral character. You've got to be able to read and write. You've got to be able to, you not be on probation for a felony or a felony theft or under accusation, indictment, or anything of that nature. To be on the disqualifications are you take care of a young child under the age of 12. You're the primary caretaker of someone that is disabled or invalid, and that there's disqualifications as you've been on a pettit jury in the last 24 months, or some of the disqualifications and exclusions.
What happens if you have a big trip planned to Europe and you've already paid for your tickets and you're like, hey, yeah, we heard some of that. Can you get off this jury if that happens?
Well, I think in those situations, they're going to take it, and as the judge said, to put it in their questionnaires. And I think that the prosecutor and the defense will weigh those. If they've got prepaid tickets to Europe and it's tomorrow or the next day, they're probably going to take that into effect that there's a family that's not going to get to go on their trip. And I know when I was a juror and even as a defense attorney now, I would definitely take that into consideration and not have them on my jury.
Rebecca, the most recent high-profile trial you were at was Athena Strand.
Athena Strand, yeah. Tanner
Your
Hall.
initial reaction when you hear 600 summons went out for this one?
That is a lot. And I was even at the trial of the Uvalde police officer, Adrian Gonzalez, and there were about 400 people called in that one. This is a pretty large jury pool. I can't recall a jury pool this large other than possibly Amber Geiger, where I think they called close to 1,000 people in that case.
Wow.
So, I mean, it's a pretty large jury pool, though. It's a lot.
Let's talk about defense and prosecution's state strategy. That strategy started well before today, right?
Yes, definitely. It started months and months ago.
Okay. So how does that strategy sort of play into the first day of jury selection?
Well, with regards to the first day, the state and the defense didn't really have an opportunity to ask any questions. So it's not so much today. I think Wednesday, when official voir dire starts, their questions will be posed to it. And I would assume, I have not seen the jury questionnaire and I would like to see it, but I have not gotten a hands on that, but or at least to see it. I don't need a physical copy of it, but just to have an idea. But I think a lot of the questions are going to be in that questionnaire.
Yeah.
And they're gonna whittle it down from there, and that's where they're gonna start with trying to get it down. I think Judge Roach said something around 250.
250 by Wednesday morning. They're going to get calls sometime tomorrow evening, starting at around 5 o'clock, to let them know if they should show up here. They're going to get summoned again. And one thing I will say is that Judge Roach runs a very tight ship, and he was no nonsense. At one point, he told the potential jurors, "I'm not jacking around," and that was, do not talk about this case to anyone. Don't tell your wife about it. You can say I'm serving on a jury, but do not, or on a jury, I'm serving jury service, but do not talk specifically that it's this case. He says, unless you want to go to jail for 6 months or pay a $500 fine. Do not talk about this unless you want to go to jail, or we have to start all over to find an untainted jury pool, and that you don't want that. You don't want to have to call another 600 people here. So he was very no nonsense. He was, if you have a problem, if you are already biased, you need to do the honorable thing and recuse yourself, is what he told the potential jurors.
This is the perfect segue into some of the main players in this trial, and they got to introduce themselves during this jury selection. Let's start with Judge Roach. Have you argued in front of his court?
I have.
What can you tell us about him?
He is, like Rebecca said, he is no nonsense, fair judge, like practicing in front of him. But when you've got to be at court at 9 o'clock, you show up about 5 minutes early and make sure you're dressed appropriately for court.
Okay. Now, and you know attorneys on both sides. You know Bill Werski, who represents the state.
Yes.
Right? You also know Toby Shook and Mike Howard,
yes,
who represent Carmelo Anthony.
Yes. All of them are obviously very well respected on both sides. And Toby Shook was actually a prosecutor that prosecuted with Bill Werski. They worked together in the Dallas DA's office before Werski came here to Collin County and Toby went into private practice. So Toby knows how Bill tries cases. I thought it was a very smart move on the part of the defense to bring in Toby Shook on this case. And he is a very good lawyer, too.
I agree 100% on that.
Benita, let's talk about that strategy.
I think that was Mike did the right thing. I think having someone that knows how Bill Werski and I think some of the other attorneys that are going to be trying for the state are Dewey Mitchell and Christina Skipper, and he knows how they work and how they operate.
So every potential juror received a questionnaire today, and that's the last thing they had to do. They turn it into the court clerk, and then they leave for the day.
Correct.
What is that questionnaire about?
Well, and that's what Rebecca and I were talking about. We want to see it.
But typically, we usually get it by now.
Yeah. But usually, and again, that's the difference in this trial. It's pretty tight-lipped. It's basically, do you have that experience with law enforcement? But in this case, I think a lot of the questions are going to be, what have you heard about this trial? Can you set that aside and have no political, animus or anything of that nature, and be able to set that aside and all the noise aside, and be fair and impartial in this case?
I think there'll be a lot of questions about how much have you heard? Have you already formed an opinion about the guilt or innocence of this person? Because I feel like, again, it's very high profile. They did not get a change of venue. It's very expensive to change venues. But at the same time, can you get 12 jurors in this case, and I believe 6 alternates. Can you get these people all to say, yes, I can follow the law? Even if you disagree with the law, as the judge was telling them, you have to follow the law, and you have to set your biases, your implicit bias and your unconscious bias apart from, and how you feel about this case and the law. And you have to be able to follow that.
And Benita, you and I were talking the other day, and it's important to mention to our viewers, just because you know about the case doesn't exclude you from being on the jury.
That's correct. Because I think if you have been living under a rock, you don't know about this case. But otherwise, everyone in Collin County has probably heard about the Carmelo Anthony trial. And they know about the facts and circumstances surrounding it, but you've got to be able to set that aside to be a juror in this case.
Yeah. And you were saying as people were driving in, there were protesters on both sides of this thing, Rebecca. Like,
Yeah.
what are the optics there?
Yeah, I mean, obviously this has, you will have people that come in from the outside. They might not even be from Collin County. They may be from other counties or other, in fact, there were people here. I talked to reporters that are here from other states, but, so you'll have people come in that aren't necessarily living in this community. And I thought that was very interesting. But what I also noticed, I was making a mental note when we went inside to listen to the proceedings, because remember, they're all saying, we want them to get a fair trial. We want Carmelo Anthony to get a fair trial. We want, Austin Metcalf to get justice. They did not go in to listen to the proceedings. And so I don't know what message that sends, but I think that if you're really interested in what is happening in this trial, you would make an effort to go in and listen.
You would do that. And definitely, I think if you want a fair trial, you wouldn't be out tainting the jury pool as they're trying to drive in and decide whether he's guilty or not guilty of this crime.
You've been on both sides. You've been the defense and on the state side. When you're looking at the makeup of a jury, I know the answer is going to be all of the above, but you're looking at demographics, you're looking at their answers to their questions. What goes into that?
You're trying to see if you can find a jury that can set aside the noise and leave all the social media behind, and no one with, anyone with an axe to grind, no one with political bias or bias in general, or racial bias.
That's what I was about to ask you. How big does the racial element play in this trial? I mean, both families have been very adamant that this is not about race, but some people have made it about race. How big is that going to play into this trial?
Well, I mean, I think that's the elephant in the room. If you don't talk about race, that's what it is. But you've got to be able to set that aside, and it's going to be hard. And I think I just don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to do it.
Would you include that in the jury questionnaire? Do you think that's going to be something that they'll be asked?
It might be. I mean, that could be something that would be asked. Why not? I mean, just find out that question. So they're not doing it in front of everyone else. Their new 600 friends, they're answering that question in front of, just on paper.
And this isn't a one-page paper. You're hearing it's actually 3. Is that
I'm
right?
hearing 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the judge said it was 3 pages. But so once they fill out the questionnaire and they bring it down to 250 people or so, when will they begin the individual voir dire? Will that happen right away, or do they kind of narrow it down a little bit more? I don't know how this judge works. I know in other trials, typically they would go ahead and start individual voir dire at this point.
Well, I think what's going to happen in this case, and I could be wrong, but I think what's going to happen is they're going to fill out the questionnaires, and the state and defense will have Tuesday to go over that questionnaire, those questionnaires, and then they can, at that point, exclude jurors by agreement and get them exempt from the jury, and then come up with 250 or thereabout, that number. At the end.
And that's without using your strikes, correct? Like, you can't use your strikes until after you've already brought in the ones that are left over.
Correct, because you're going to have, 12 jurors, as the judge told you. It's jury deselection. It's the leftovers that make the jury.
That's what he said.
Yeah. It's going to be 12 jurors that are in the main jury, and then it's a felony case, so there's 10 strikes per side, so that's 32.
If you can, to our viewers, explain what a strike is.
Yes, a strike is a race-neutral reason to let a juror go. It could be anything. It could be as simple as they were yawning when I talked to them, and I didn't like that. And so they just get off the jury for that reason.
And the judge has unlimited strikes.
Correct.
The judge can remove you as well.
Yes. And so once they come down to the agreements, and I think even after they have agreements, there might be some that are questionable, and that's when they'll talk to them individually. And that will happen on Wednesday.
Yeah, can you tell us what Wednesday you think will look like now that we've gotten down to 250?
Well, I think Wednesday would be a really long day. I think it's going to start out with the general voir dire of the whole panel, and then it will go down to individual. I don't think they're going to have individual voir dire right off the bat. I think it's still going to be the whole panel.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're going to have individual voir dire later on when they still haven't been able to decide whether they're going to be a fair and impartial juror.
And they can press them with any questions they wish.
Yes.
What would you be looking for if you're prosecuting this case or you're defending this case? What kind of juror do you want?
Like I said before, I have talked to many attorneys about this in my office, as well as other esteemed attorneys that practice in this county. And it's someone that can set aside the noise, put away the TikToks and everything else that has been on social media, and someone that has no, racial biases and can set that aside.
Do you think, because one of the jurors did ask the question, will we be sequestered? And I have seen typically when they sequester juries during the guilt innocent phase, when they can't reach a verdict in the punishment phase, not the guilt innocence, but the punishment phase. But this would be in the guilt innocence, which is basically 2 weeks. What are the chances that you think this judge will sequester this jury?
It might happen, except for it's going to be really costly to the county. But they might do that. In this case, they've taken no measures for security. They've done everything they have, and they have the courts have pretty much shut down. You know, a lot of cases have gotten rescheduled, and I think they're willing to do what it takes to get a jury selected and picked and a verdict in this case.
And the judge is undecided on the sequestration at this point, right?
Yeah, and I think one of the interesting things, though, was before they even started anything today, the judge addressed security concerns.
He did.
And I thought that was interesting. That would make me believe that would be the only reason that he might sequester the jury there. Are you afraid? I don't know if he was asking the jurors, are they concerned about any kind of retaliation or threats or them finding out their names and making sure that they keep their anonymity? I mean, what are you looking for if you're the judge in making sure that these jurors are protected? Because it is such a high profile, volatile case.
Right. You're going to, I mean, and to that fact, you're probably going to sequester. But like he said during jury selection today, he hadn't talked to the attorneys about that. But I think, you know, immediately after he broke and they were doing questionnaires, they were back up in his court doing, you know, getting ready and doing some other pretrial matters. So that's going to be an issue.
So Judge Roach struggled to get some answers out of some of these jurors. He was asking questions, having a casual conversation with them about bias and prejudice and all those things. It didn't become a problem when he started to mention the timing of this trial. It's going to go from 9 to 6 and on Saturday.
Good morning, man. And I disagree, but okay. Good morning.
And then all of a sudden,
there was a gasp. Yeah, that's very.
And all the jurors
typical.
started to mention their personal conflicts,
Yes.
right? So that's common.
It is common. And I think anytime a judge tells you this trial is going to take a week or this trial we anticipate 2 weeks, that's when you get the hands going, well, Judge, I've got to take my child to an orthodontist appointment, or I've got to go to the cardiologist, or whatever the case may be.
What do you think are the biggest unknown factors here? I mean, right now we pretty much have only heard what is in the affidavits and what the law enforcement and what's basically in the court documents. What do you think is the unknown? I mean, there's always going to be some surprises in a trial.
And I think that's what trials are all about, is finding out the unknown, because I don't know what the unknown is in this trial. And I know I've heard rumors of stuff, but it's the same rumors y'all have heard.
Yeah.
Rebecca, let's talk about Saturdays. How often do trial go on Saturdays?
I've never known a judge to actually, the only time I've ever seen a judge actually hold court on Saturdays is that they're still trying to reach a verdict in either the guilt, innocent, or punishment, and he's trying to push them without having to do what they call an Allen charge, and that's when the jury cannot come up with a verdict, and he comes back and instructs them, look, if you don't come up with a verdict, then we're going to have to do this all over again with another set of people just exactly like you, so you might as well get in there. And it's called the dynamite charge, and so that's about the only time I've ever seen judges actually hold court on a Saturday.
Yeah, I actually, in 30 years, I've never had a case go over on a Saturday.
Yeah.
And the judge has been very adamant that he wants to finish this in 2 weeks. Not past June. Well, it could go past June 12th, but June 12th looks like is a date circled on his calendar to finish this up.
That would be 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean, I think it can be done in 2 weeks. I really do.
So has the judge already mentioned this to the state and the defense that this is what my idea is for this is my plan for trial? 2 weeks. So you better get all your witnesses ahead and ready to go?
Well, I think so. And, you know, the way Judge Roach operates is it's a tight ship and things stay on time. And I know today was kind of different with Fort Dyer, but if you're starting at 9, you're going to start at 9. And he says it's going till 6. I think they're going to go till 6 unless they come to a natural break in testimony.
And one of the things that we know is that the prosecution definitely has to turn over all of its evidence. It has to turn over all of its witnesses. The defense is not compelled to do the same. So we don't really know, or does the judge, you think, at this point have an idea of how many defense witnesses are going to be called?
Well, usually defense attorneys tell the judge, we anticipate our part being 4 days, or we anticipate having 12 witnesses. So they have some idea with scheduling, and that's why I think he's come down to June 12th.
And will he qualify those witnesses? Will he have qualified them already in other hearings that maybe we weren't here at, or will they qualify as the trial goes along? Because some of the expert witnesses may need to be qualified.
Yeah, and I don't know, because a lot of stuff has been under seal and protective order, so I don't know what motions have been filed. I try to see, and they're under protective order.
Yeah, there's a lot that we don't know yet.
For sure. Vanita, can you take us inside the war room on Tuesday? So there's no court tomorrow.
Okay. Yes.
So both sides are now reading through the answers. They've all gotten copies of the answers from these questionnaires.
Correct.
So what does that look like? Are they, my guess is they're all sort of splayed out onto a table and they're putting in piles. What does that look like?
Well, they're going to have them in piles of definitely no. Like, we don't want this juror, this is maybe, and I think they'll have it, they'll also have it worked out where you're gonna have a team. It's not just one person going through these, because there's multiple defense investigators that are on this case as well. And I've seen them walk around, and I think they will go through and they will have them like a maybe stack and a definitely no stack, and someone that, yeah, we really like this person. So they break them up into stacks, and they might break it into more, just depending on what they're looking for in this trial.
Was there anything that the judge said in there, that any kind of quote that kind of stuck out to you? For me, it was the, I'm not jacking around.
Yeah.
But there was a couple of other things that, some zingers that he had in there.
At one
He's
point-
kind of funny. He kind of had the jurors laughing at some point, and then at other times he's like, and if you don't follow my rules, I'm going to throw you in jail. So he's stern, but he's actually funny as well.
At one point he said, and I quote, and I wrote this down, he says, anybody else see jury service like this before? And he quickly answered himself. He says, me neither.
Yeah.
This is one of one.
Yeah.
This process.
And this is, like I said, I haven't seen something like this, and I have seen trials. I was in Dallas County for many years, and life goes on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Rebecca, anything else you want to add before we
No, I just think that, again, it's just imperative that the jurors, when they are filling out their questionnaires, there's always the chance you want to make sure that the jurors are telling the truth. And that's why they get the individual voir dire, because some jurors may really, really, really want to get on this case, and then they're going to hang the jury, or their intent is something different. So that's why the individual voir dire, I think, is so important, that they get really, really make sure that these jurors are being truthful, and that there's not an agenda behind why they want to be on this jury. And that is imperative, and why the questionnaires are so important. And then the individual questioning, if you have questions about a juror.
Right. I think that's going to be the hardest part.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna have this after the trial episode every night after trial here on the streaming show here on WFA Plus. We hope that you continue to stay with us for our coverage, for factual coverage of this trial. Thank you guys for watching.
Tonight, we take you inside the case that stunned North Texas. It was supposed to be an ordinary spring morning at a high school track meet in Frisco. But in a matter of seconds, a confrontation between two teenagers turned deadly. 17-year-old Austin Metcalf was stabbed at Kirkendall Stadium. Police say the suspect, 17-year-old Carmelo Anthony, admitted to it. He was charged with murder. Anthony's attorneys argue.
Okay, it looked like for the rest of this, they're just recapping the case again, and we've already seen all of this. I'm strolling, and yeah, I think we're not going to, it's already going to be repetitive enough, so if we can avoid it, we will. Yeah, we've seen all of this. So, we're going to move on to after the trial, day 2. Jury has been selected, and yeah, let's listen to this real quick.
All right, you are watching day 2 of After the Hearing, something that we are doing, a part of a streaming show we have here on WFAA Plus. We are giving you comprehensive coverage of this track meet stabbing trial. Carmelo Anthony is charged with murder in the death of Austin Metcalf. This is day 2 of jury selection. And breaking news, we have seated a jury in this track meet stabbing.
Honey Locks, you pretty much got to know Mad to understand why he made that statement. It's not that he's sitting in the courtroom. It's not that he's heard anything that we haven't heard. That's just Mad. That's just Mad. Mad come up with his Man has his theories. No, just my opinion. Yeah. He has his theories. He has his opinions, which usually differ from ours. We're used to this with Man. And Man, you can let me know if you want to hit the link. Yeah, Mad is mad. And look at the top. We know our Mad. We love our Mad. Yeah, that's just him. That's just Mad. He has his theories, his opinions. He hits thoughts, which, even though we may not always agree with, we respect. Yeah. His name ain't Mad for nothing, Honey Locks. Mad. Neither one of these young men were bad kids. Yeah, well, they were kids. They were kids. They were teenagers. And just like the guy said at the beginning of what we was listening to, he said teenagers make dumb decisions all the time. Hell, adults make dumb, bad decisions. So, yeah. All right, this
trial. We are here live on location, right in front of the Collin County Courthouse. This is as close as you can get, as you can imagine. There are a lot of limitations in terms of where you can shoot and where you can be. This is as close as we can get to this Collin County Courthouse. Now, let's introduce our panel. We have Benita Parker. Benita, you've been on both sides of the aisle, the defense, prosecution, 30 years as a lawyer.
Yes, that's correct.
So you know how this process works.
I've seen this process many a times.
And we've got Rebecca Lopez, senior crime and justice reporter. You've covered every major trial here for the last 25 years here in North Texas.
Yeah, a lot of trials, yes, definitely.
So we're going to start with
the topic that everyone has been talking about, and it happened very late in proceedings today. I think the best way to go about this is to talk through the process of how this all occurred. Okay, so 3 jurors were dismissed. The defense puts out an objection. Can you speak to sort of how this process worked in terms of the strikes and how those jurors were dismissed?
Okay. In any felony case, the state and the defense each gets 10 strikes. So in this case, the state used their 10 strikes as well as the defense used 10 strikes. After the strikes are done, they show their strikes. The judge reads who the potential jurors are. And after the potential jurors are announced, the state or the defense can object to the panel that has been seated. And in this case, Mr. Howard objected under a Batson challenge, which is where he's saying there was 3 particular jurors that were removed from the state's perspective for, they said, race reasons.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you the actual quote so that people are familiar and have some context for it.
Okay.
The actual quote is, and these are for panelists 27, 37, and 48. And the quote is, those 3 were 100% of the available African-American jurors in the strike zone. And the strike zone, you're saying, is the early part of the number of panelists, right, who could be called to the jury.
Right. It would be the first 32 jurors in this case.
Okay.
Would be in the strike zone.
Okay. And the state in this situation is claiming what? That the 3 were struck because they were educators and not for race-related reasons.
Correct. The state, when the state was questioned as to why their reasoning for striking these individual jurors, they were educators involved with educating children or individuals in schools, and that's their reason.
Now, Rebecca, the families have said we don't want to make this about race. The attorneys have said we don't want to make this case about race. And here we are talking about it's the first thing we talk about.
Well, I thought it was very interesting because today the prosecutor actually told the jury when he was asking them questions about race. He says, in my 30 years, I've never had this conversation with a jury panel. And so, that's the elephant in the room, though. And it is important to note that the questionnaires, that is the wording on the questionnaires. Do you identify as an African-American and because we didn't get a chance to see the questionnaires because they were under seal and we were not allowed to get a copy of it, I don't know if it also says, are you of mixed race? So we really don't know what the makeup of this jury panel is and if there are minorities or people of color and how they identify on the panel. We haven't been able to see them physically. We won't know that until tomorrow.
And I think a lot of people have said there are no Black jurors on the jury. Is not something we know until we get in there tomorrow morning for opening statements and we see the jury for the very first time.
I would say, just based on what the challenges were done, it sounds like it. But again, we don't know if any of them have any percentage of Black in them, but that they identified as white or Hispanic.
And one of the things that I thought was really telling also is I've never seen a defense attorney do this. He went completely off topic and says, I'm going to just ask you a question because what they're trying to drill down and what they were trying to get to is, are there any people with really serious biases, whether that's racial, how they felt about this case? Have you already prejudged this person based on age, youth, race? And he asked them, how do you feel about the current immigration policy in the United States? I went back through because we got the number of the juror, like number 5, number 11. I went back through and I also wrote how they answered those questions. And I would say there were probably, and I'll go back, but the majority either were neutral or they leaned towards anti-immigration, that they didn't feel like the immigration policy was fair in this country. And they didn't have anybody that was like just really gung-ho pro-immigration that I saw based on how they answered that question. So I don't know what that says, but it clearly played into how the defense picked this jury.
If you can, Vanita, can you step into the shoes of Howard for just a second?
Okay.
You lose this objection. Your thoughts?
I lose this objection, and I'm like, I go, okay, we're not trying this because of race. That wasn't the reason, but I think for maybe Carmelo Anthony and maybe their supporters thinking that they should have some African Americans on this jury, and he felt that that would be more of a jury of his peers, even though that's not necessarily the true meaning of jury of your peers, because that could mean society in general and people of Collin County and not just the same race that you are.
Hold on, because for some reason I just can't go by what these people say. To me, honestly, let me Google this. I've always thought that's what that meant. You can't call somebody. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna Google it. I'm gonna send it. Give me a minute, man. A jury of your peers is a constitutional guarantee that you have the right to be tried by an impartial jury of fellow citizens. It means the jury pool must represent a fair cross-section of your community, rather than a tailor-made panel of the exact same race, age, or gender as you. So according to this, so even if you're mixed, they want to know to identify. So I'm mixed and identify as a black woman. I wouldn't be allowed up there. Good point, Tanya. Let me read that again. A jury of your peers is a constitutional guarantee that you have the right to be tried by an impartial jury of fellow citizens. I never thought about it that way. It means the jury pool must represent a fair cross-section of your community, rather than a tailor-made panel of the exact same race, age, or gender as you. The phase traces its roots all the way back to the 1215 Magna Carta, which stated that nobles accused of crimes were entitled to be judged by other nobles, whether they by the king. Let's talk about what it means today. We don't need to talk about the origin. What it means today. Community cross-section. A pool of potential jurors must represent a broad, random cross-section of the public in the jurisdiction where the trial is taking place. See, this is why they wanted to get a change of venue, which honestly, to me, them not getting a change of venue was bullshit. It was bullshit because it's clear. It's been abundantly clear ever since this shit happened that those people in that community has already convicted that young man. No discrimination. Courts are legally prohibited from intentionally excluding groups of people from jury pools based on race, natural origin, or gender. No right to identical peers. It does not mean a 25-year-old student is entitled to be tried by a jury made up entirely of 25-year-old students, or that a specific profession gets tried only by others in that same field. I think, honestly, though, it should have been a change of venue, but that's just my opinion. All right. So I got a clear understanding now. I see that whole jury, your peers thing's a little different now.
What would have happened had the judge ruled for the defense? Would they have brought back some of the jurors that they released, or what would they have done in that case? Or put them back on the jury?
Yes. The mechanism at that point would be to put juror 27, 38.
47 and 48.
And they would be back, depending on if there was not a race neutral reason. And the judge did not feel that, he would put them back in the jury panel and they would sit on this panel.
Why would the prosecution object to educators being on this panel?
I don't know. It could be that they don't want any educators because they are too close. Like, they would know how things work. I mean, that would be to the prosecutors. I haven't seen the evidence to know why.
One juror said something about
that they were an educator in Frisco ISD.
Yeah.
Right? And obviously that I understand the issue there.
Yeah. And it could just be that maybe it would end up being too much for those educators later on down the trial, knowing what they were going to be having to decide. And it would be too hard for them, even though they didn't say that during the questioning.
I think that's why they hit so much on age, because that was a really big deal today. They kept asking about age, and many of the jurors, some of them said, look, I put myself in those shoes, and if my son's the same age, and I can't imagine how I would react if my son was the victim. But then on the other side, others said, I cannot sentence or find somebody guilty of murder that is such a young age and put them in prison for the rest of their lives. So age was definitely also a factor in all of this.
I think anytime you have a young defendant, whether it's a murder charge or any kind of serious allegation, their ages, that question is going to get a lot of jurors off the panel because they can't sit in judgment with regards to punishment, whether it be on the high end or low end.
As you can imagine, talk about the dismissal of these three jurors went over very quickly, and people are already starting to talk about it. Next Generation Action Network, which is a civic group, is questioning the, quote, fairness and integrity of this judicial process. I'm going to read the full quote from Dominique Alexander. He's quoted saying, "We are deeply disturbed by what we witnessed during jury selection today." Rebecca, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, they are. They have often spoken out in civil rights cases, and they have been very outspoken about this case as well. And they have some deep concerns about how this jury was selected. And I'm assuming that there's probably other people out there that feel the same way. Then they hear there are no African American jurors, then are you really being judged by a jury of your peer? And that's the question that you have to ask: is it a jury of your peers if there is no one that looks like you on the panel, on the jury?
If you're Mike Howard, defense attorney, and you're seeing statements from civic groups about this, are you listening?
You know what, $100? I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure, and I can't answer that. I will say that I've listened to these. That lady in the red, I've heard her do commentary on. We heard her do commentary on the Athena Strand trial here recent, but that's not in comparison to this trial because that was a little white girl. Look, I ain't even finna play pretty with this trial and sit up here and fall into the trap of or fall into the mentality that this trial don't have anything to do with race, because that's not what I believe. What I believe is that it has a lot to do with race, which is why things are being done the way they're being done, which is why people are outside protesting and shit of that nature. So I'm not finna sit here, for anybody that drops down in my live stream covering this case that, feel a way about the fact that I do believe that this case is about race, then, they just have to move on. But what I will say is this. I got the content of a content creator, and maybe y'all heard of her or not. I don't know. When I introduce her, maybe you can see if you've listened to her. She's an African American woman, and she's there at the trial. So when we listen to her and her perspective on what's going on versus what these three are saying or talking about, then we'll see. I do respect the commentary that I've listened to from this channel, WFAA, and other trials. This one may be a little different, but we're going to see. Can the family appeal the jurors selected due to black women? No. I mean, the family can't, but the defense, if you paid attention to what they were saying earlier, that it could be reasons for a new trial and appeal by the lawyers. If he's found guilty, that can be a reason for an appeal. This country still has racial divisions, and we would be remiss to ignore them. I'm not doing it. They can say, we always make everything about race. That's because 9 times out of 10, whatever, so a lot of stuff has to do with race. Even things that people don't point out. Even things that happen that people don't point out, that this was racially motivated, or this has to do with race and that has to do with race. The fact that Cyrus was profiled when he walked in that gas station has to do with race. Let's just be clear. And I'm not finna sit up here and act like this shit don't happen. I just can't do it.
To any of that? Are you reading any of that? It's the day before opening statements.
He probably doesn't have time to sit and read what any racial or any kind of group that's out there that's saying something. I think he's just getting ready for tomorrow and opening statements and getting ready for the evidence the state of Texas is going to be presenting tomorrow. I think he's turned off the noise. He doesn't have time for that.
Yeah. So if people are just joining us and people probably just watched the first episode, Rebecca, can you rewind us a little bit? Take us from the end of Monday into Tuesday. We go from 550 to 600 to 250. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we went to 250, and they were eliminated basically on how they answered the questionnaire, and also did they have conflicts of interest? Do they know the judge? Do they know anybody that's involved in the case? Do they already have prejudices about? Have they already decided guilt, innocence? So a lot of those people let go, and in fact, they let go of 100 right away, even when they came down to the 250, because those people were towards the back of the line, so to speak. But there was just a lot of drilling down with these jurors today, asking them very specific questions about their feelings and how they felt, because again, these attorneys want to find people that are going to follow the law, and they went over that quite a bit. The law. What does the law say about self-defense? When can you use self-defense? And there was at one point an objection about that. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I think at that point the defense was getting too specific and trying to commit the jurors to a certain set of facts, and that's objectionable, and you're not allowed to do that when you pick a jury. And I think that's when Mr. Mitchell finally said, "That's enough.
Yeah.
I can let you go so far, but we've got to stop."
We're so many minutes into this the show already, and we have not talked about the fact that We're seeing Carmelo Anthony for the first time in almost a year. We're
That's
inside
correct.
the ceremonial courtroom. It is not Judge Roach's 296, so we're watching them on a screen. And Carmelo Anthony is sitting there. How would you describe? He's dressed in a suit and tie, and he's sitting right next to Mike Howard.
He's sitting right next to Mike Howard. I think he's wearing a blue suit with like a pink or purple shirt. It's hard to tell because the colors might be off on the screens that we were seeing. But a couple of the jurors commented on, I look at him and he looks like a little kid. This is what some of the jurors said, quote. And so, they thought that he looked obviously very young. And at one point, Mike Howard is saying something and he says, Carmelo, cover your ears. And I don't think he meant literally for him to cover his ears. And he went and he covered his ears. And his other attorneys like, no, don't cover your ears. And I thought that was a very interesting moment at that time. And I wondered how that went with the jurors that were there.
If you can, talk to us about the strategy behind it, how you dress your defendant. I know you have these conversations all the time with people you defend.
Right. And so obviously Carmelo is a teenager, and he's, used to not wearing a suit. And obviously you're gonna make sure you're cleaned up for trial, which you would with any defendant that's facing.
What the hell do you know what that young man is used to wearing? See, that right there just pissed me off. Let me listen to that again. Maybe I overreacted. Hold on.
At one point, Mike
Howard. Go to church, ma'am. The mama set up in the press conference and talked about how they go to church. They go to church. They go to church, and yes, young black males are used to wearing suits. My son used to wear them because he liked the way he looked in them. I used to like when he used to wear the little vest. He wouldn't always wear a jacket, but he always had a vest on. Hold on, let me listen to that. Hey, man, hold on.
Howard is saying something and he says, Carmelo, cover your ears. And I don't think he meant literally for him to cover his ears. And he went and he covered his ears. And his other attorneys like, no, don't cover your ears. And I thought that was a very interesting moment at that time. And I wondered how that went with the jurors that were there.
If you can, talk to us about the strategy behind it, how you dress your defendant. I know you have these conversations all the time with people you defend.
Right. And so obviously Carmelo is a teenager, and he's, used to not wearing a suit, and obviously they're going to.
How do you know that? How do you know that? You know what, Honey Logs, you right. You're right. They do, and they don't even realize it because it's so natural. It comes natural for them. What's up, man? How you doing?
Good afternoon, Truth. Good afternoon, family in the chat. I'm just dropping in and catching up on this case here. I thought it was over already.
Why you thought it was over? We covered it when it first happened, but
I'm starting to remember that.
Yeah, you thought that was maybe the trial that we was covering before, huh?
No, I thought it was over after that, like it was over.
Oh no,
it was just something I wasn't really paying attention to. I forgot about it.
I ain't surprised.
There's so much other stuff going on. Forgot all about this guy.
I ain't never forgot about him. I was waiting for this to come up, and I'm glad it came up so soon.
Yeah, but I was just saying, man, I mean, from me being a male, being in the shit, I mean, turning the fuck up, causing riots and everything. Still to this day, the people that I was born with, majority of these people are alive. This generation here they need some examples. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that the politicians is the ones who made this racial. Because if you do remember when they was having the press conference, the father actually showed up to the press conference. He didn't come in there with violence. He didn't come in there with nothing. You know what I'm saying? He came in there with open arms. You know what I'm saying? That was our opportunity to embrace that moment. And it might be a lot better on him at this point in time. But we turned that upside down and made that racial. His white ass shouldn't be in here, this and that, this and that.
Now, let me say this. Let me ask you this. So do you don't think that the dad showing, because see, let's talk about it. So you don't think that the dad showing up to their press conference that they scheduled that was meant for them to speak on their son. Now, mind you, him and his ex-wife had been in the press a lot. Just let me finish. Had been in the press a lot. They had done interviews. They had their press time. They did interviews and all that. that press conference for Carmelo's family was the one and only one that they did. That was their only time to deal with the press and spoke. So you don't think that guy, for one, had ulterior motives for showing up, for two, felt entitled or felt like he could show up, because they never showed up when that family was being interviewed, nowhere, no how. So you don't think that he had, one, ulterior motives, two, felt entitled, felt like he should, could, and would be there, even though, like I said, it was for Carmelo's family who had not spoken to the press. Them people did interview after interview. They had their time, man. They had their press time. Why
See,
infringe on
I didn't see too much of this. I was only watching Carmelo.
we covered every press conference that they did, like not per se press conferences every time they spoke, but they were interviewed out the wazoo. They had interviews in their home, outside their home. The dad had more interviews than the woman. They had more interviews with the dad than them together. They had their press time uninterrupted. So when these family speaks, when this family has one time that they spoke, one time where they set this press conference up to speak about their son, why would you show up?
Since you put it that way, you used a lot of good words there. Truth be getting me in the corner. Even though you're correct, but still, once they grabbed him up, I'm pretty sure they felt him down. He didn't have no weapons on him. I mean, they escorted the man. Oh, then what was his intentions? We can't make up intentions for somebody just because they show up. Nothing happened when they showed up. They escorted him out the building. They didn't give it a chance. We had two parents who basically, one lost. He's the loser. He showed up, you know what I'm saying, unarmed. I'm pretty sure he can't fight all the people in there.
Look, I never said that he showed up to inflict violence. Having a weapon wasn't the issue. It was your presence, man. We're not gonna pretend like this case is not extraordinary. This is extraordinary.
But didn't he come from wasn't he coming from a religious point at that point? From what I remember.
That's what he said, man. But listen, there were other ways you could have tried to come. Listen, people do things for a reason. And they do it the way they do it for a reason. Oh, you want to make like you making good with this family at this press conference, but have you tried to reach out to them in private? They had people representing them. Did you reach out to the people that was representing them? Did you do it in private? See, it's just like with this YouTube thing. How people come out and do stuff, private things that should be done in private, they publicize it. And they do it for a reason.
Who was that dude that was representing Carmelo?
Okay, I'm not gonna get into him. That's a distraction. He was a distraction then, and he will be a distraction today. But what I'm saying, Matt, is if you genuinely wanted to reach out to this family from some sort of, you know what I'm saying, you could have did that in private.
True.
I mean, it's common sense. He did it for them people. Listen, and I'm not just gonna say them people. I'm gonna say a lot of people have ulterior motives. They do shit for show. They do shit to you know. It just is what it is. I feel like if he was being, genuine, he would have tried to reach out to them folks in private and not necessarily contacted them directly. They had representatives.
I see where you're coming from. That's
just my opinion, but look. That's one thing about me and you. We can go all day long, but we're gonna respect each other's opinion, and that's just my opinion. He did it for a reason, and to me, honestly, the main reason why, because he felt entitled. He felt like he could walk up in there. Now, man, think about it.
The man lost a son. What I mean, we putting a lot. We putting a lot of extra on this, and not even. Man, do
you not remember that I lost a son? When I lost my son, if the family of the dude that killed my son, if they had a press conference, that would be the last place that I would be. That would be the last place that I would show up. The dude's mama, when this dude unalive my son, had a whole Facebook group going on. A whole Facebook group going on of people that fuck with them, that was stating their opinions, demonizing my son and shit of that nature. I never infringed on that shit. Like, I would hear about it. I would hear about stuff that was being said, but I never infringed on it. Never went over to confront that lady. Never had nothing to say to that lady. And she did all that. How do you represent your son on Facebook in a Facebook group, but when we went to court, where your son is pleading guilty to murder, and you not show up? People do shit for reasons. That Facebook, guess what that Facebook group garnered her? Sympathy and money. People were sending that woman money to help get that boy out of jail, which they knew he wasn't gonna get out.
But that's kind of like the same thing I'm seeing with this guy. He knew he should be responsible for his actions. He's sitting there with a mother and a dad in his house. There's no excuse for you to be at a school event with a knife and actually pull it out and use it for a fight.
So you don't think, so basically you saying you don't believe it was self-defense?
No, it wasn't self-defense. He was already in the wrong team. He was the one out of place, I remember.
Okay, that's your
you can't be in the upper hood and then get mad at the upper hood because you got your boots smooth.
Man, that wasn't a hood. That was a fucking school event. Look, you see, it's that mentality for me. It was a school event, man. It was raining. I'm sure Carmelo wasn't the only student misplaced under a tent. It was raining. Them kids were trying to get out of the rain. It had nothing. Like, come on, man. Come on.
Where was his school's tent at?
I don't know, but listen, even him being up under another school's tent, he wasn't doing nothing. He wasn't bothering nobody. He wasn't doing nothing.
True. Take it from an athlete. That's cause for a beatdown. I'm not even gonna lie to you. You looking for trouble.
I'm gonna let you.
These are athletes on different teams. Sometimes cross-town rivals is exactly what they are. Cross-town rivals. They don't want you in this shit.
I don't know anything about that because I was a football mom from the time my son was 5 years old, and at football events or basketball events or whatever, it was never like that. It wasn't that type of tension. Like even though the teams were opposing teams and this and that and the third, this city has people fucked with each other. Like, it wasn't like that. It wasn't like this school again. Even though in the sports we were competing, but as far as fucking with each other and co-mingling, and so that we did that. That what happened in Texas with that particular situation, it wouldn't have happened here. And the reason being because the students know each other. They come from different neighborhoods, different schools, but everybody knows each other. So that would you got okay, let me name the schools. So here I'm gonna say high schools. You got Lanier High School, which is closed now. You got Carver, you got Jeff Davis, and you got Lee High School. You got 4 high schools. Lanier is now closed, right? All these kids from all these high schools know each other. They grew up together. It's just that some live in this neighborhood, some live in that neighborhood, so they zone for that school. I knew, listen, me, and the same with my kids, I knew people from all high schools because I attended 3. I attended Jefferson Davis. That was my school. I went to Carver High School for my performing arts, and I went to summer school at Lanier. So what I'm saying is, all these kids know each other. It would never be tension up under a tent.
Well, we looking at it from 2 different perspectives because I'm from a place called 7 cities. That's 7 huge cities. We have over 50 to 60 high schools. You know what I'm saying? It's a huge region. You know what I'm saying? From the North Carolina state line all the way down near to Richmond, Virginia. You know what I'm saying? That's a huge turf. So
I can only speak about what I know. Here is very close knit because even though you go to different schools, everybody knew each other. Everybody went to the same elementary schools, junior high schools. You know, people did, and it wasn't that serious with no damn tent. It just would never been that serious. Not in the sports arena, because sports here, like I said, I told y'all before, it's a huge thing. You know what I'm saying? And even though shit, two schools can be competing in the same thing, but no, it would have never been that. But let's we can.
Yeah, well,
It's just going now. It always go there with you, man. Always. My God, today.
I had to spice things up. It's Friday.
You right. We in fight mode anyway. So yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah. Let's listen to these people getting on my nerves, and they never got on my nerves when I've been listening to them before, but they getting on my nerves. But we're gonna listen.
That's what really triggered me when I came in. What the hell are they talking about?
Like that, like he ain't used to wearing suits. Bitch, how do you know that? Hell, that boy can be like my I see, that's petty, but that's how real this shit is. You know what I'm saying? Let's listen.
You can talk to us about the strategy behind how you dress your defendant. I know you have these conversations all the time with people you defend.
Right. And so obviously Carmelo is a teenager, and he's, used to not wearing a suit. And obviously you're gonna make sure you're cleaned up for trial, which you would with any defendant that's facing charges of any kind. So that, haircut, make sure you're clean shaven, have a suit on, have a tie, which Carmelo did. And
see, what's weird about what this little, and I started to say something, Jesus be offense. When Carmelo walked out of that jail, when he posted bond, he had a suit on, ma'am. His hair was cut, ma'am. When Carmelo posted bond and walked up out of that jail, the photos are all over Google. I thought he
had some high school pictures of him dressing kind of casual.
Listen, the young man walked up out of the jail in a suit. So how is he not used to wearing suits, ma'am?
He was dressed appropriately for court, and but he is young, and you can tell the way he's seated there, and I'm sure he's lost weight in anticipation of his trial and the stress of it, because it is a big deal. He's just there sitting.
Yeah, and it's important to note that he is out on bond, and typically when they are in jail, then they bring them whatever they can also wear suits. But I have also seen defendants that come out in their uniforms. But I think there's a state law now. There's a law now that says that you can't do that. They have to be dressed up.
Right. I mean, it's prejudicial. And so every time there's a trial or any kind of case where maybe not a trial before the judge, but if the public's involved or jury, they will be dressed up in street clothes.
That's not unusual. Yeah.
So we've seated a jury. We have 12 active jurors, and we'll have 6 alternates. Have you ever had 6 alternates in any cases that you've tried?
Not myself, but I have seen 6. I have seen alternates in trials.
So can you explain the rationale? They don't know whether they're an alternate or an active juror in this case.
And I think they would know they're an alternate because the first 12 would be the jurors that are seated. And then the state and defense both have 3 additional strikes, because that would just increase the jury panel, because you go through the first 32, and that would be the 12 to sit on the panel. And then you have 10 strikes per side. So that's 32 jurors. And then you have 6 additional jurors that are sitting as alternates. And that would be that the state and defense would each get 3 additional strikes. And so there you go to additional 12. You went 12 more people past the strikes, the official strike zone.
So do the jurors know whether they are alternates or not?
And I would assume that Judge Roach would inform them that tomorrow if they don't know that today. I think they would know that by tomorrow.
So we heard from Dewey Mitchell, who represents the state, who's, would they call that second chair?
Yes, he is. I think Bill Worski would be the first chair, and Dewey would be second in this trial.
And we haven't heard from Bill, which is, we did not hear from Bill. We did hear from the lead defense attorney. We didn't hear from his second chair, Toby Shook, much, other than he was passing notes and sending questions. I think at one point he saw one of the jurors nodding, and he's like, that juror just nodded to that question. It grilled that juror. And so that's what Toby was there to do. But we never heard from the actual lead prosecutor in this case.
I anticipate Bill making opening statements tomorrow, and for the same, it could be, I'm not sure if it's Mike or Toby that would be doing opening tomorrow, but I have a feeling it might be Toby doing that.
And we'll get into opening in just a second here. Defense attorney Mike Howard, right off the bat, had this statement. I am proud to represent Carmelo Anthony, and I want you to talk about this if you can, Rebecca. He says, "I'm proud to represent Carmelo Anthony. I'm going to refer to him as Mello," and I think you can tell us why. And his life is literally going to be in your hands, speaking to the potential jurors.
Yeah, he says his life is in your hands. And then he said, we call him Mello because that's what his coaches call him, that's what his friends call him, and that's what, his family calls him. And that is, you're humanizing the suspect. That is what, defense attorneys are paid to do. They are paid to make sure that you feel some sort of empathy or you feel something towards the defendant, that they're not just this, cold-blooded killer. You might have some opinions on that, but it's the defense's job to make sure that the jury sees him as a human, and Mello is what he is called. That's his nickname.
Correct.
We noticed a difference in strategy between the prosecution and the defense. You're saying the prosecution did a little bit of both, but the prosecution asked questions to all the jurors, whereas Mike Howard with the defense had individual questions for jurors and had them all answer in a row.
And I think there was time to figure out how you wanted to approach this panel this big, but I think this case is important. To the state as well as to the defense, but he needed to hear each person say that. So when he did individual voir dire for each juror, he wanted to hear them say, yes, I can be fair.
Yeah.
And Jeff, but we needed to just quickly address the fact that we just had a technical issue, and that's why we had this quick little break. But we're back in our audio and everything is back and working. Our light went out for just a second. But one of the things that Mike Howard also said is my biggest fear is not getting to ask everyone the questions I need to ask them. They were limited to I think it was an hour and 40 minutes each. And you're trying to get as much information as you can. So I think that's why he focused so much on that strike zone, the potential jurors, because there were one juror I think in the back kind of got offended. He's like, well, why aren't we getting a chance to give our opinions? Because chances are you're not going to make the jury. So he didn't want to spend a whole lot of time with the people in the back.
Right. And Dewey mentioned that initially when he started voir dire, that he was not going to pay that much attention to individuals in the back.
Yes.
So let's talk about a question that popped up that got a reaction from people even inside our courtroom, and that was the immigration question.
Yeah.
Why would that pop up? And I'm trying to find the actual quote inside here, but it had to do with what is your take on immigration policy here in the U.S. And he one by one asked that.
And he asked also about ICE, because somebody said, well, what do you mean? I don't know what the immigration policy is. He goes, well, how do you feel about ICE? But I can't define what the immigration policy is. You guys know, and you have to make up your own opinion.
Benita, why would that come up here in Collin County during this trial?
I think he wanted to see with 1 to 10 where jurors sat, and we talked about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's with 1 being more just pro, I love immigration, it's handled correctly, to 10 it's not, we're not doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And so when he got answers, I think for the defense, it was more I don't want to be political in a sense, but more democratic.
Mm-hmm.
If the higher the number, it was more that you have more empathy, maybe for the defendant in that situation.
Let's talk about tomorrow. Tomorrow's another big day in this trial. There's no good or bad day. There's just a day in the trial. Tomorrow we have opening statements. How are you preparing if you're Mike Howard and Bill Wersky?
You are going back everything in your case. You are also seeing exactly who's on your jury, because sometimes you may want to word certain things and talk about to kind of try to engage those certain jurors that are on your jury. But I think with regards to opening statement, it's going to be the evidence will show, and we anticipate you hearing this. And I think it's going to be just going back over, making sure they know what they're going to say and not overstep and give too much to the jury.
And now we have a better idea of the whole self-defense, because he broke down for the jury when you can claim self-defense. And he went through that very methodically with them and then asked them, are you going to have a problem with this?
Yeah. Do you think that's laying the groundwork a little bit?
Oh, yeah. And he said, look, once you determine that one side is saying self-defense, and it is up to the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense was not a factor. So it is not incumbent upon them to put Carmelo Anthony on the stand, and they brought it up over and over. I think the way that they were asking the questions, I do not believe that they're going to put this teenager on the stand or this defendant on the stand, because they kept saying, are you going to have an issue if he doesn't answer for the other side? But he doesn't have to. He has a Fifth Amendment right not to do that.
Correct.
So talk a little bit about the self-defense strategy and why it was important to break that down for the jury.
Well, I think it was important to break it down for the jury, because that is going to probably be an issue in this trial. And Mr. Howard can get that, or Toby Shook can get that information through another witness. There just has to be a scintilla of evidence. Something.
Yeah, Tanya, I think we're gonna get into that next. Let me see something. Hold on. Yeah, opening statements did happen. Wait a minute. Yeah, the opening statements did happen. That's next.
Has to be other than Carmelo getting on the stand and saying I did it, because that opens him up to so much more. And as long as they can get that through cross-examination, and they can get that evidence in, and through one of the teenagers that witnessed this.
Or there was also in the affidavit that was written by the police, some of the first things that Carmelo Anthony says is he put his hands on me and I reacted. Or he also said is what I did considered self-defense, and it's in a arrest affidavit. Would that be scintilla enough to get that self-defense in?
It could be exactly what judge needs to get in. But you're going to have testimony, because that police report or that affidavit is not going to be in evidence.
And then he talks a little bit about the different levels of how you can the murder in Texas, because we don't have first, second, third degree murders in Texas like you hear in other places.
Right.
It is murder, manslaughter, negligent homicide, assault, that goes down from there. But do you think that there will be a point that maybe they're going to try to get those lesser charges? Because right now he's just charged with murder.
Yeah.
They can add the lesser charges
They
to the
can.
charge.
We heard about manslaughter,
Yes.
right? He posed that question to the jurors.
And so there's going to be a couple of things you have to look at, because with regards to using the self-defense, it's like, I did it, but I have a reason, and you're excused from committing the act that has been done. So that's not reckless. It's intentionally, knowingly. Like, I intentionally, knowingly did it. And so, it might be something at some point it does get thrown in there because they just want to do that. But, and sometimes that happens. It depends on if there's the evidence that it comes forward. But otherwise, it's like, that's just a reason to be not guilty, because if the jury feels beyond a reasonable doubt that self-defense was used.
Yeah, it's enough. And then people asked about, well, what about sudden passion? But sudden passion in Texas, it cannot be used unless it is in the punishment phase. And explain what sudden passion is and why it's only used in punishment.
Well, sudden passion, you have to have, there's no time to reflect or to do anything. And it's something right then and there that happened. Whether it be, you see, like the examples were that you see, your child being assaulted, or your child being something happening to someone in your family right then and there, and there's nothing you can do. You don't have time to cool off. You just do it.
And it brings the sentencing guidelines down from 5 to 99 to 2 to 20.
Yeah. There is so much to talk. We could talk about this for the next 4 hours. We don't have that time, and we're also losing sunlight. Vanita, thank you for joining us. Rebecca, thank you for joining us. We're going to have a legal expert every night as we talk about what's happened. The big news, big takeaway here is a jury is seated. We're going to have opening statements tomorrow. You are watching after the hearing. We'll have another episode of this tomorrow night with another legal expert.
I'm curious to know, they talking about his suit and how he cleans up nicely and things of that nature. Like I said, this is just the same. Yeah, I'm not rewatching all that. They're talking about his suit and the fact that he cleans up nicely, like he go around every day looking like a bum. Why they ain't talking about the fact that the jury is all white? See, I like these people, so I'm not gonna just not like them no more because of this, but we're going to listen to some other perspectives or whatever, because they pissing. Now, this is after the trial, day 3, opening statements began and witness testimony. So let's see what's going on with this one.
Well, you are watching day 3 of After the Hearing, a streaming show with here on WFA Plus. We are doing special coverage of this track meet stabbing trial. Carmelo Anthony's charged with murder and the death of Austin Metcalf. We're right here in front of the Collin County Courthouse. We have 2 people on the panel here talking through. We have a lot to talk about. Let's start with Todd Shapiro. You've been a defense attorney for 26 years?
Yes, sir.
You've been on stateside as well?
Stateside as well, yeah. 3 years in the Dallas DA's office, yes.
And we have Rebecca Lopez, covered every major trial for the last 25, 26 years, senior crime and justice reporter. We are a little tired. We're a little weary. And can you explain why we look the way we look? We've been up since when?
Yeah, so it's like 3 o'clock this morning, because I've never been to a trial that I've covered where there is just so much interest that literally before the crack of dawn, there were probably 100 people lined up to get inside to try to snag 27 seats that were available to the public. And so if you didn't get here early, you were left out. And we kind of knew what was going to happen. So we got here early. We were some of the first 2 in line. So, but it was quite a scene out here this morning.
Just to set the stage, there is a curfew because of the security that's around this building. That curfew lifts at 5:45, which is the reason everybody's trying to get here at 5:30 to get in front of the doors to get one of those 27 public seats. As you're hearing about all of the rigmarole we got to go through to get inside, what are you thinking?
Well, I agree with Rebecca. I've been doing this a long time. This is my home county. I'm here, if not every day of the week, at least multiple days of the week, doing different cases, different business. It's been practiced in front of Judge Roach since the day he got on the bench. Know Toby and Bill both extremely well. So I feel very familiar with what they're going through, but I will tell you, I've never, ever seen something like this that we witnessed today. Having to get to a courthouse, park at 5:30 in the morning, get in line at 5:45, go in at 7, wait another hour and a half until they finally let you in. And the security is strict. Judge Roach pulls no punches. He plays no games. He wants to get this trial tried, get it to the jury, and get on with it. There's not going to be a Judge Ito 6-month worth of OJ case. That's not what happens in Texas.
They literally had people guarding, like they had deputies there to make sure that no one tried to cut in line. It's the craziest thing I'd ever seen.
Well, I will say this, and I said it earlier as well. You will not find a better police force protecting the community in this courthouse in the Collin County Sheriff's Department anywhere in the country. They are professional, they're kind, they're thorough, they're prepared. They do an excellent job, and you could feel their presence in the courthouse today.
Yeah. Rebecca, can you set the scene for us? Because there was a line outside the courthouse.
Right.
And then there's also another line in front of the courtroom. And tell us how many people were just on that second floor.
Yeah, on that second floor. Well, they said first 27 in line.
For some reason, I just don't want to listen to their stuff no more, because they're not talking about what's going on inside the courtroom. I'm getting a little irritated because, hold on. I don't want to know about what's going on outside the courtroom. I don't. I want to know what's going on inside. Let me go to court TV. They done got on my nerves. and I might go to Queen. The content creator that is covering this her name is Queen Sheba Darling. I might skip to her, depending on what Court TV brings me, but I can't do them no more. I can't. Hold on. Now this is Court TV. This is live coverage, Texas versus Carmelo Anthony, day one. Let's go back to Court TV right quick.
Well, yeah, Julia, as
we expect that when the full story is heard, the prosecution will not be able to rule out the reasonable doubt that Carmelo Anthony may have acted in self-defense. Self-defense is a fundamental right guaranteed every American. The law is clear. When self-defense is raised by the facts, the law puts the burden squarely on the prosecution to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the citizen accused did not act in self-defense. The law does not expect or require the citizen accused to prove that they acted in self-defense. It's actually the opposite. The law requires the prosecution to rule out the reasonable doubt that the citizen accused may have acted in self-defense.
And let's go right now to someone who was inside of that courtroom listening to these opening statements. No cameras, but we have our eyes and ears inside of the courtroom. Cody Thomas joins us now live outside of the courthouse in McKinney, Texas. Cody, good to see you. Tell me about those opening statements. First of all, what was it like being inside of the courthouse for those?
Oh, honey, locks, we love Court TV over here, girl. You could have. I wish you had put it in there. I would have moved right along to them, cause WFAA done got on my damn nerves, and I just don't understand. You know, yeah, I love law and crime trials, Court TV. Yeah, I'm fucks with Court TV. So you've been watching them? Let me know, honey, locks. Are they doing very extensive coverage? Like, are they actually talking about what's going on inside the courtroom? Because all that shit about suits and lines outside and shit, that shit irritated the fuck out of me. I don't want to hear that. Shit.
well, yeah, Julia, as we know this judge is really laying down the law inside the
Queen. Okay, you talking about Queen. Okay, gotcha. So I've never listened to like her content or whatever. I came across her in my researching, because I was wanting to know what other content creators were actually going to be there. Oh, okay, Tom. I wanted, to find a content creator that was actually going to be there that I would respect listening to, and not just anybody. Another person I think that's there is Nika at Night. I don't really fool with her. I used to watch Nika at Night, but it's something that went down with her, and she's made some statements that I just didn't fuck with. So I really haven't been into her like that. But the Queen lady, I've never listened to her, but I noticed that she is actually there in the courtroom. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna see what she's about. So yeah, I'm gonna get after this Court TV coverage. I'm going to go over, because she's got coverage from all the days, jury selection and all that. I'm familiar with her. I watch her a few times. Okay.
very strict on how people go to and from the courtroom, and about, us as media using electronics. He even admonished members of the gallery for whispering to each other, saying if he caught somebody whispering again, I didn't see anybody whispering, but he just said if he saw that again, they'd keep them out. He kicked them out permanently. But Julia, to touch on those opening statements, of course, the prosecution is continuing the narrative that we've heard from the beginning since April of 2025, that Carmelo Anthony was under that tent for no good reason. He was just there, and then Austin Metcalf and his friends came up to approach him and say, get off from under the tent, to which Carmelo Anthony, the prosecution says, got aggressive, reached in that bag, pulled out a knife, and stabbed Austin Metcalf. But the defense in their opening statements painted a different picture. They began by humanizing Carmelo Anthony, talking about how he had 2 jobs in high school, how he was, a brother, a son, an oldest brother, how he was a 3.7 GPA A student in school, just really painting him out to be a good human being before diving into their version of the facts of the case. Now, of course, we've heard that statement from eyewitnesses, or a witness on the stand, or I'm not saying in the area, saying that Carmelo reached into the bag saying, touch me if you want to, or see what happens if you touch me. And that's what led, when Austin pushed him, he stabbed him in the chest. But the defense attorney says it was more of a, as long as you don't touch me, we'll be cool, implying that, everything's fine. I understand there's a verbal altercation going on here, but just don't put your hands on me. So that was the narrative the defense painted there. They also said that Carmelo was under the tent because he was seeing somebody he was familiar with, a friend of his still girlfriend now, somebody he'd been acquainted with, somebody he recognized. And then
I remember hearing that. He wasn't just under there because it was raining. He knew other students up under there, or a student. I remember hearing that. Tanya, you remember that? Yeah, he knew some of the people up under that tent. She's able to give commentary. So you think her commentary is good, Honey Locks? Let me know, because I'm gonna go to her content too. I remember hearing that he had that were other students up under the tent that he knew. What's up, man? What's up?
Well, that's slightly tipped the scale back the other way. So I'm gonna just listen a little bit more, because to me, he had no reason to attack another student under a tent that wasn't his in the first place. If they asked you to leave, you have to leave.
They approached him, man. Do you not remember that?
That's their designated territory at that moment.
They didn't own that tent, man. They did not own. Okay, so let me ask you this question, and then you go ahead. Do you think there were other students up under that tent that did not go to that school?
I'm pretty sure it was a lot of different students up under there, but I need to get to the root on why did they end up approaching him? Is something missing? Because I understand they approached him, because I would have did the same thing if it was my school's tent. You know what I'm saying?
If I can vaguely remember back then, it was something about he was talking to a girl, a white girl. It was just so many theories as to why they chose to target him. It had to be a reason, because, like I say, he wasn't the only student up under there that did not attend that school.
And I'm pretty sure it was more than one black student under that tent.
Absolutely. So the question remains, why did Austin and Hunter target him?
Yeah, it got to be some previous beef, or something happened right there at that moment that's not being talked about, or something. Because things can happen in a split second.
Yeah, that's another thing that I remember back then. They were they put out there that they did not know each other. How they didn't know each other could be possible, but they've competed against each other before in football and track, man. They competed against each other in football and track. Carmelo was the captain of the teams.
Well, maybe they just didn't like him.
That's the thing. So you just didn't like him, and you see him up under the tent that belongs to your school, not you or your parents. It wasn't like when we go to tailgating events and stuff here, people have their own personal tents. And even when people have their own personal tents, everybody still commingles. We got high school reunions that go on between different high schools, and there'll be a whole bunch of tents out there. And everybody's called me, like I said, because go back to the point that everybody know each other, right? So you target him. Why?
Yeah, I'm not trying to just pick a side or whatever, but I'm trying to give a perspective from a male who's been in that kind of environment, knowing what time really is, especially when you're talking about other schools and stuff like that. You just might have some people over there that just might not like you. You know what I'm saying? You could be a captain, you could be a straight A student at your school, but that don't mean the other school got to respect that.
No, that's true. In fact,
you know what I'm saying?
They may have an issue with you because you are the captain.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's deeper than what it started somewhere else besides under that tent.
It started with something that they ain't have to do with him being up under that tent and him not being a student at that school. It was deeper than that. I agree with you.
Now, if he know that there is tension there, and he went up under that tent anyway, and you already know that you got to blame what was his intentions. If you already know that it was occurring,
the intention was talking to the young lady.
Oh, we didn't play that either. You ain't talking to our girls at our school, man. See, there's things that go on like that. Just being over. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you
I mean, I went to school. I went to school on one side of town. My girlfriend lived on the other side of town. I had to deal with that, especially going into basketball games, knowing I'm on their turf. You know what I'm saying? And they know where I'm from because I'm a wrestler. You know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying. I get it. All right, let's listen, y'all. I love when man hit the pound of y'all.
I'm just saying, you know.
That video, Julia, showing that Carmelo Anthony was under the tent for about 2 minutes before Metcalf, his twin brother, and their friends got to the tent, and the whole ordeal went down in about 4.5 minutes of both parties being under that tent, Julia. But again, emotional here. I'm looking around it here today during jury selection. So, each side is here. It's a polarizing case, of course, that has got many headlines across this country. But those opening statements were definitely powerful on either side.
Notes, Cody. We're so fortunate that you've been able to share with us what is happening inside of that courtroom. Tell us more about the surveillance video, because your notes on this were very interesting. What were you able to see? And then I also understand there was a reaction from the victim's family when that was being played.
Yeah, Julia. So that's in the opening statement. They were referencing surveillance video, and of course, everyone wants to see video. We haven't seen anything. There's been a gag order on this case since the very beginning last year. So they start playing this video. There are 5 different angles of the video getting walked through from testimony by the forensic video analyst, and they were very wide-angle videos, Julia. And the witness had to talk about how he had to use the software to zoom in and try to make the video as clear as possible. And even then, Julia, I won't lie, it still looked very fuzzy and hazy. It definitely sets the scene. You can see what's going on, but even the prosecution distinctly said that you won't be able to uniquely identify anyone. But they referred to Carmelo on the video as the person of interest, and they referred to Austin Metcalf as the victim. Of course, as the forensic analyst has digested this video and dissected it and pointed out everything that we need to know, going through shoes and the type of clothing they were wearing. So we identified who each person was in the video, even though they kind of just look like humanoid blobs. But you see, one thing that stood out to me, Julie, is that, I'm very familiar with track meets. I was under the impression that, when you go to a championship track meet, you have multiple tents on the same side of the bleachers. But in this video, because it's early in the morning, just before 10 a.m. when all this happened, the high school where all this went down, Memorial High School, it was just an isolated tent in the bleachers by itself. There were no surrounding, schools or anything in the general area. You saw some schools walking in, but I guess, the meet was just starting. But anyway, they identified Carmelo walking up the bleachers, kind of walking towards the tent, and he kind of goes towards someone. And you see him standing there for a couple of minutes. Then you see Austin Metcalf, his twin brother, and his friends walking up and getting under the tent. And then once everything's happening under the tent, it just kind of looks like a blob of people. You can't really make out anything that's really going on for 5 to 6 minutes. And then you see a quick to and from. And they were implying that was like the push, the initial contact. You can't really see anything happening before then. You see people walking by. They're not really, turning heads as if something's loud and, something's catching their attention. But all of a sudden you see that to and from. And then you see Carmelo, or who they identify as person of interest, who we're assuming to be Carmelo Anthony. He runs out from under the tent, and then he's running down the bleachers, sprinting a ways away from the tent and out of the stadium onto the track and everything towards one of his coaches. And eventually after that, we see another angle of the video where Carmelo's been taken into custody by police. But the reaction, Julia, it wasn't a visceral reaction. When you saw the to and from, of course, that's the stabbing action, if you will. All I saw him sitting 2 rows behind Austin Metcalf's father, and his head was just kind of in his hands, kind of like this. Wasn't necessarily crying, but, just implying that he doesn't really want to see, even though he can't see the stabbing, but he knows in his mind this is the moment that his son lost his life. So he was just there, obviously overwhelmed by everything. I'm sitting right behind the Metcalf family. Carmelo Anthony's family is on the opposite side of the courtroom. But again, the video, not as impactful as I thought, but it definitely is a scene setter to help us understand clearer as to what's going on, since we haven't seen anything so far in this case.
Oh, incredible detail, Cody. You're setting the scene for us. Not being able to see what's going on in this case that has so many eyes on it is really helpful. You also broke some news for us earlier when it came to the jury. There have been a lot of questions about who's on this jury, what may be their demographics, how will that impact a case that has had a lot of polarization racially, especially online, even though we know these parties say, even the prosecution today in the opening saying this is not about race. But what have you observed about the racial makeup of this jury?
Yeah, Julia. So, of course, this with the optics of this case, this story here, young black kid, young white kid, violent crime. Of course, people are going to have their opinions. They're going to have their judgments. And, the jury was, that the makeup of the jury was in question. And so, of course, I was in jury selection yesterday, and that jury was seated around just after 5 p.m. yesterday. And I couldn't necessarily see the courtroom today. We saw reports last night that there was no African-American people on the jury, and that held to be true. It's a majority white jury, of course, made up of men and women. There are 3 Asian women on the jury. One looked what looked to be a Middle Eastern woman on the jury, and another person of darker complexion on the jury, but none of them were African American. There's a total of 12 jurors, 6 alternates, so a total.
Hold on a minute. Jury makeup. See, this is what I'm talking about. Let me go back in what he's saying. Jury makeup. All male jurors are white. I don't think that's good. 3 Asian women, 1 Middle Eastern woman, 1 other woman of color. Mm-hmm.
You know, we saw reports last night that there was no African-American people on the jury, and that held to be true. It's a majority white jury, of course, made up of men and women. There are 3 Asian women on the jury. One looks what looked to be a Middle Eastern woman on the jury, and another person of darker complexion on the jury, but none of them were African-American. There's a total of 12 jurors, 6 alternates, so a total of 18, I guess I should say. But yeah, majority white jury. All the men are white as well, so the reports were true. No African-American people on this jury. I remember yesterday during jury selection, the defense raised an objection to the prosecution's strikes. In the strike zone, there were 3 black female jurors that the prosecution wanted to strike, and that would have been all the African-American jurors that were available at the time. And the prosecution says they did not strike them on a racial basis, but on an occupational basis, because they were all educators, and they thought that would hold some sort of bias because all of this went down at a school. But the defense...
I don't believe that. I don't believe that's the reason why they struck those ladies. I don't. But that's just my opinion.
His objection was eventually denied by the judge, and the judge, granted the strikes on behalf of the prosecution. So those are the only 3 available African-American jurors at the time, right before the jury got seated. That objection got denied about 15 minutes before it was seated yesterday. So majority white jury, 3 Asian women, and 2...
Honestly, out of 600 people, and they only had 3 African-American women that was left, that right there, to me, honestly, should have been a reason to change. The change of venue should have been granted. You know, the thing about Carmelo's family is they were very well off. Like, they stayed in a community, you know, they stayed in a community that was majority white. Like, where they live, you know, where this trial is taking place is majority white people. Anywho, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's a very nice community, or whatever, however you want to put it, and the fact that out of 600 people, out of 600 potential jurors, when you got down to it, only 3 African-American women, no African-American men, 3 African-American women was what they had to choose from. Like, to me, honestly, that is a very valid reason for this to be had. It should have been a change of venue. I still say that to this day. Now, to me, honestly, when it comes to if this young man is found guilty and an appeal is filed, I think the 2 right now, the 2 main reasons would be because the change of venue was not granted, and also the jury was not, to me, honestly, a jury of his peers. But we're gonna wait and see what happens. That's just my opinion. Y'all know I done called some shit out before, not just with this here recent case with the principal, in that case being bullshit. I done called out some stuff. Y'all know this before it happened. Go ahead, man.
So y'all don't see this as this nigga don't hung his damn self by his own actions?
No, man.
Come. To me, it's no excuse. Now, I can go on for days and tell you the things that I done been through, but there's no excuse. This was 2 dudes. I done fought 20 and I done fought 30 by my goddamn self. This dude pulled out a knife for 2.
You are
school. But
you was raised different. You was raised in a different atmosphere. You gotta stop.
So why he trying to be something that he ain't?
He was defending himself.
He looked like he was already prepared. With me bringing guns to school, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't to use in school. It was to have on me to protect myself before school and after school, but never to use in school. That's why I had to hide it in a certain way. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, you just made my point. Now I'm gonna move on, because you said you had a gun, taking a gun to school for before school and after school, not necessarily for when you're in school to protect yourself. First of all,
what we're gonna be doing? Where we gonna be riding at?
But this was a track event. So maybe he had that knife on him for the same reasons you had your gun on you.
Man, I don't get that picture off that guy when I see him. But
you went to school with a whole gun to protect yourself. So why is it so far-fetched that this young man had a knife at this track meet to protect himself?
First of all, I got jumped in school by 20 in the lunchroom. Did I go run to the locker and go pull out the gun? Did I go do that? No.
Man. He was not in school, man. He was not in school.
I know he was still on the school event.
He was
I
at a
mean,
school event.
I wasn't stupid back then, knowing cops and all that stuff going to be around, and already I have a reputation. I'm not going to be at the school events with a weapon.
There's nothing you can tell me after you told me you carried a gun to school. Ain't shit else you can say to me.
But see, it would have been it would have took Scooby Doo to find out where that thing was at in the school.
It don't matter. You took a gun to school because you needed to protect yourself. So that right there for me, honestly, man, let it go. Because you took a gun to school. This young man had a knife at a he wasn't in school. He was at an event. That was a school event, but he wasn't at a school. Hey, Merle, exactly true. Should have been a change of venue. Collin County is predominantly white. I know that. Full of rednecks. Facts. Yup. Mm-hmm. Man, you can't tell me nothing else. You can't. Mad now is the time to not hear, see, or say anything.
I didn't hear see anything, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just giving a different perspective of this. Something just don't seem right.
Nanya, he had me giving him the benefit of the doubt until he said, I took a gun to school for protection.
I mean, I can't have stuff on the story. You know what I'm saying?
Had that knife on him for protection. He didn't have a gap.
But knowing that I need protection, I wouldn't go into the lion's den if I know I needed protection. I was smarter than that. I would try to stay away from the situation as long as possible. I keep all 200 of my people away from the situation as long as possible.
Apparently, your school lunchroom was the lion's den because you said you got jumped in your school lunchroom.
I mean, yeah, he called me slipping. My back was turned. But, you know what I'm saying? That don't mean they actually won. But still, the fact is they jumped me, but I still didn't go run to the destination where where I know that I can get off. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't necessary. You know what I'm saying?
I said what I said. Mr. Gunn told her. I said what I said.
Hey, it didn't even feel back then.
Mr. Gunn told her I took a gun to school, but he wrong for having a knife at a track meet. Get the hell out of here, man.
Man, these guys had cars and stuff, man. I'm 15 to 14 years old getting into it with 18 and 19-year-olds in high school driving cars. I had to protect myself.
Have you had your coffee this morning? Have you had your coffee this morning?
Oh, yeah, I'm drinking my second cup right now.
You gonna need a third cup fucking with me, Mr. Gunn told her.
Hey.
Truth, did you see Queen AA confronting that Trumper at the protest the other day? She was in the courtroom today. You mean the Queen lady who I'm gonna react to? Her name is Queen, hold on. Queen Sheba Darling. Is that who you talking about? Because Queen 88 for me, that girl's in the Mo 3 sector. That's a different queen, right? Don't do that now, y'all. I don't know about that. You said no? I don't know. I know who Queen 88 is. Isn't she from the Mo 3 sector? I don't deal over there like that. Queen shakes her ass. Yeah, I don't deal with that. I know who you talking about though. Shit. I know who you talking about, but nah. I don't know nothing about that. Nothing. All right, let's listen, y'all.
2 women of color, but no African Americans at all.
And the judge saying that there were race-neutral reasons for the strikes of the African Americans in that pool. Cody Thomas, thank you for all of those details. I know you got to get back inside that courtroom and grab some lunch before you get back. So we will see you later on. There's no escaping how polarizing this trial is. Both Carmelo's mother and Austin Metcalf's father have spoken about the emotional toll here. And joining me now is someone who knows really better than anyone about a trial being this polarizing. He's an attorney who successfully defended George Zimmerman, who was accused of murdering Trayvon Martin. And that was a case that had issues of race and self-defense. It defined that trial as well. We have with us Mark O'Mara. Mark, it is so good to have you on. Thank you so much for joining me. I think you're an important voice here because whether you see it this way or not, there are many people online, people who are reacting to this case, and it often seems this way whenever we have a case where two different parties are of different races. You have a self-defense allegation and one is unarmed, the victim. There's often a reference to the Trayvon Martin case, the George Zimmerman case. Sure. I want to ask your opinion. Do you see similarities here in this case?
Oh, no, there definitely are. It is undeniable. And we can't and really shouldn't even deny the harsh reality that race interposes itself on most criminal trials.
Thank you, Ms. B. Let me see what you say, sweetheart. That ain't the queen we're talking about. Yeah, we ain't talking about the ass shaker. Ms. B said, having a tough day, but always have to support love. I'm sorry. What's wrong, Ms. B? I'm sorry to hear that. I pray it gets better. But there's a clip of her confronting one of the January 6 rioters. He said he would kill the young man if he walked out not guilty. Wow. That is, see, that's a lot. But why is she confronting him? She putting herself in harm's way. She's a woman, he's a man, and he's making death threats. I wouldn't do that. Listen, I'm not doing any of that. I love y'all. I love my people on YouTube. I love the fact that y'all love my content, but there's certain things I'm not doing for no damn content. I'm just not. She pays wild. She do the most. I can't. That girl got kids or a child, right? Girl. I'm sorry. I don't condone that. I can't go. Even though it calls for good TV or for good YouTube or for good content, I can't condone that. Oh, okay. You did. Yeah, she did tell me that. Miss B, I love you, and we praying for you. Okay? Feel better, girl. We're going to listen. We got you. Nanya crazy. Yeah, we got you, girl. Okay? Nanya, you a mess. Gotta love Nanya.
It imposes itself on the criminal justice system as a whole. And it does so here in this case, only because they are of different races. Now, I'm not saying that Carmelo had any racial intent in his actions, but we as the observers, right, as the viewers of it, look at this and say, oh, obviously there's a racial component. There may have been nothing in either one of their minds the day that this happened, this tragedy occurred. But we look at it as lawyers and as commentators and say we have to be aware of it because we know, and I've argued for decades, that there's an undeniable bias existing in the criminal justice system against young black males. Used to be we could never even talk about it 20 years ago or so. Finally, we can talk about that undeniable bias, but it's there. And I would tell you, I'm very concerned that there is not an African-American on this panel, and more concerned that the state was able to cross out three.
Good point, Honey Locks. You said, well, before there was YouTube content, I was a protester, but I never was about to knuckle up with. No, you know how many people have been unalive at protests, and you know this dude is one of them January 6 people. Them people crazy. I don't give a fuck with them people were crazy. They remind me of the people that was in them planes that flew into the Twin Towers. I mean, they be like death with this shit. And this man, you know, this man talking about he gonna kill the young man if he walk out. See, no, I'm not going toe to toe, head to head with a motherfucker like that. Motherfucker crazy. Go ahead, because I said about the January 6th. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
All I wanted to say is make sure you research a lot more deeper on that topic. We still might be overlooking.
I'm not researching because I don't give a fuck. I don't care. All I know is these people did some stupid, dumbass shit. And it ain't even worth it in the end. That shit, that radical shit, that shit that people do like that shit don't be worth it to me. It don't.
They did it so we can live to fight another day.
Gonna fucking happen. Trump got into office. He doing what he doing now. All that other shit. I don't condone that type of behavior, man. I'm sorry.
I mean, nobody condoned it, but I knew more what the reason was just by being so deep into that.
You know what, man? And the sad part about this with you is, let that have been a bunch of us running up in there like that. You'll have a whole lot to say.
Oh, I mean, I would have looked at them like they stupid because we can't get away with that. But you know what I'm saying? But a lot of us have. So.
Sometimes give me the heebie-jeebies. The way you think, the way your mind works, sometimes give me the heebie-jeebies.
But it's also my opinion that I think a lot of my people have lack of clarity of what that really was. You know what I'm saying? That's why I always speak out like look a little deeper. Don't look at the surface knowledge.
I don't want to go deep. I don't care. I don't want to go deep, man. And I know you have an issue with that. I know you have an issue with people like me that don't want to go deep with that shit. All I'm saying is this. What they did was stupid, dumb, and ignorant, and erratic, and I don't condone that shit. Listen, protest, I get it. Things of that nature. That what they did, I don't condone it. I don't. No matter what the reason it was.
Okay, I was just saying. Why y'all always getting truth hyped up?
Then some people were unalived. Man, why some people unalived?
Oh yeah, Ashley Babbitt.
So you mean to tell me that was worth that?
No, it wasn't worth that. I don't see why. I mean, like I said, I got my opinions, and there's many opinions out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a lot. And I respect your opinion. And you know I get heated and animated and stuff, man. But you give me the heebie-jeebies sometimes. Oh, it was all right for them to go running up in there like they done lost their damn mind. But let it be some of us. Oh, we would have been stupid. Come on, bro.
Well, I'm gonna do my best when I finally get everything up and going to break it down with video and context. You know what I'm saying, or what things that I know we miss.
You keep trying to make me go deep. You keep trying to make me go deep.
I mean, I didn't ask you to tune in. You tune in because you support me.
You go. I listen to it.
But that's just one channel. That's just one avenue. Don't forget, I'm on many avenues. You know what I'm saying?
I know. And man, let me tell you something. Had it been, let me just make this one point, and then we're gonna move on. Had it been a group of us, a lot more.
We would have got fucked up.
Yeah, a lot more would have been dead. Yup, sure would have. It would have been much different. Okay.
We know this. That's why one of the guys one of the Black Lives Matter members got arrested. I think I put it on the Real Mad TV news channel.
A lot more would have been dead, and we wouldn't be released. We would still be the ones that survived.
Depends.
It depends my ass. Depends my ass. Okay. I'm just saying. You know. All right, let's listen, y'all. Man, always doing this to me. Why do I fall for it?
I'm warming you up, man. We need the whipper trick later. I don't know. It's just in the air, whipper trick. You know.
I know that's right. Whipper trick.
American females that were opposed to what we do call a Batson strike because of a concern of a racial striking. And that's a problem for this trial, and we haven't even started yet.
Yeah, that's been concerning to a lot of people who are reacting to this. I'm curious what the breakdown was in that landmark trial that you successfully represented George Zimmerman, if you remember. Was it similar? There are other cases. The Ahmaud Arbery one stands out to me where there was a question of that jury. There was only one African American on that one down in Brunswick, Georgia. What do you think that has, if it has an impact at all on how the outcome may be in this case, and will they have a successful appeal if there's a conviction?
Well, again, my jury was 6 women, only one who was identified as maybe biracial, but no African Americans on my jury. I'm very concerned, as I mentioned a moment ago, about the fact that we now go into this trial with a racial component not only existing as it did before jury selection, but now I think exaggerated or exacerbated, because now 12 non-African Americans are going to decide this kid's fate. And just as we had to deal with in the Zimmerman case, you want to have something that people can place their trust in the verdict, whatever it is. And I was sort of hopeful in the Zimmerman case that since all the evidence came out, all the arguments came out, that it would at least be understood, but it was still difficult to trust. When you go into a case like this with the undeniable racial concern.
That's what I'm talking about. Melissa Honeylocks. Ride or die, fool. Ride or die. Y'all remember that? My dear. Ride or die, fool. Ride or die. She told Bam that.
And do it with a jury that is no African Americans. Not only do you build in a possible appellate issue, but you really build in a social issue that how is the Black community going to look at this if he gets convicted and say this is a just verdict? They're going to look at it the way they've had to for decades, which is it's a bias system. Here's an example of it.
Oh, wow. Really great insight, Mark. We have to get a break, but you're going to stick around a little longer. We have a lot we're going to talk about on this case. Coming up, we're going to look at the facts of the case. Also, what we learned from opening statements, but we're going back to the initial report. What did those witnesses on the scene, including the defendant, say to officers right after this stabbing?
Actually good. Been the judge gonna be a believe it or not, coming from a Black American, I actually think it's going to be a fair trial. I don't think the racial tension is going to affect the case. I believe in the judge. I also believe in the prosecutor, and I heard that Mike Howard, the attorney for the defense side, is actually good.
Those are comments outside of the courthouse where we are in Texas this hour for day one of the Carmelo Anthony trial. He's a defendant charged with first-degree murder for the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a high school track meet. Key pieces of evidence in this trial are going to be the surveillance footage from the stadium and witness statements. That surveillance video has already come out inside of the courtroom, but we're taking a look at what those statements were in the police report from the people who witnessed the incident. So a school resource officer was taking down these statements in the police report. Let's take a look at witness statement number 1. And this is a minor, a witness that was sitting under the Memorial High pop-up tent with his team near the victim, Austin Metcalf. The suspect, Carmelo Anthony, was from Centennial High and was sitting under the Memorial High tent. Austin told Carmelo that he needed to move out from under their team's tent. Carmelo grabbed his bag, opened it, reached inside, and proceeded to tell Austin, quote, "Touch me and see what happens." No one really thought Carmelo really had any weapons in his bag, and Austin proceeded to touch Carmelo. Then Carmelo told Austin to punch him and see what happens. A short time later, Austin grabbed Carmelo to tell him to move, and Carmelo pulled out what this witness recalled as a black knife and stabbed Austin once in the chest and then ran away. Let's talk about what that statement means for this case. Joining us to discuss, we have trial attorney Mark.
You can't tell me the young man said, "Touch me again," grabbed his bag and said, "Punch me." Now, why he would say punch me, maybe the boy had his fist balled up, I don't know, but he said, "Punch me and see what happens." He proceeds to put his hand on him again. Now why? Now you can't tell me that he didn't provoke this young man. Like, why are you putting your hands on this young man? Period. Who are you? And listen, rest in peace. I don't condone his life being taken. I don't. But we gotta talk about the facts here.
It's like boys versus boys being boys. You know what I'm saying?
I don't let nobody put their hands on you, man. So you need to.
Oh no! I just hit him in the mouth. I got a quick ass 3-piece, but it didn't go down that way.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Can't tell somebody how to fight.
You ain't got 20, 40 people behind him. You know.
That boy, that young man was way bigger than Carmelo, and his twin brother was right there. You know what I'm saying? He could have been scared. He could have been scared.
I mean, if I was scared, I would have left. I'm one of those guys. I'll be back. No, I'll be back.
All right.
I don't know. This dude. This is sticky. I gotta hear more. I gotta hear the case going.
Okay.
Mark O'Mara still with us, and former prosecutor Nicole DeBoard with us. Thanks so much for being with us and breaking down this case for our viewers. Nicole, I want to start with you. With that witness statement, if you're just focusing on that, if that was the only witness to take the stand in front of this jury, do you think that this sounds like murder or self-defense?
I'm going to say this is going to be a tall mountain to climb for the defense. It sounds very much like murder. There's a couple of things that really create an issue here because under Texas law, you cannot bring a weapon to a confrontation. And based on that statement alone, essentially what we're hearing is that the person who was provoking the encounter, because he's saying, touch me and see what happens, is actually the person who has appeared at the encounter with a weapon. Certainly that's not going to be what the defense has to say about it, but I will say this does sound like a tall hill to climb in terms of self-defense.
Yeah, the defense did try to clean that up in their opening statements with whether he said, touch me and see what happens, or touch me and don't touch me and we'll be cool. Mark, I want to show you witness statement number 2 in this police report. This witness stated to police that they were all sitting on the bleachers under a Memorial High tent when another male he did not know walked over and sat under the tent. That would be Carmelo Anthony. Austin told this male that since he didn't go to Memorial, he had to leave the tent. Austin and the male went back and forth. Then Austin stood up and pushed the male to get him out of the tent. During the time of the arguing, the male was reaching around in the bag that he had. It was at this time that the male took out the knife and stabbed Austin and then left the scene. They're substantially the same, Mark, in terms of what they're saying. There are a few differences, but what's your take on whether or not from those witness statements at the time that this happened, where
it want to be Becky? That's just a little personal side note. Look at wannabe Becky. Just saying.
where do you think the jury would land on a case like this?
You know, it's going to be a tough call. And I know that's an easy thing to say. You can't lose if you say you're in the middle. It's going to be a tough call for these reasons. When you actually do an analysis of self-defense, there are different components. You know, the argument that Carmelo Anthony was there and he shouldn't have been there. Well, that's okay, but it's not your bleachers. You don't get to throw people out because of a tent.
Thank you, Uncle Ben, a skinny Uncle Ben. Thank you. You don't do that. Like, who are you? God bless me. I don't want to be.
I mean, you don't do that, but it has been done. And I mean, I'm pretty sure fights break out of stuff like this, but nothing to this extent.
Man,
This
drink
is
your
crazy.
coffee. Drink your coffee. Man. Just drink.
I'm sipping and smoking.
I know you are.
That's an argument that you're going to see the defense make. Why did the eventual victim in this case decide that it was his role to kick him out? And then there's a tussling back and forth. And then, unfortunately, Mr. Metcalf did seemingly start the fight, so to speak, right? He was what we might call the aggressor in pushing him out or grabbing him and touching him. So under Florida law and also Texas law, and when you're the aggressor, when you first start a fight, so to speak, you may lose the protection. If it was Carmelo who started, Carmelo Anthony. Now we get to say shifted because if Metcalf was the one who started the fight, now can Anthony respond to defend himself? We know he can. And then, as was mentioned a moment ago, you know, are you supposed to bring a knife to a fist fight? No. You're supposed to bring a gun to a fist fight? Absolutely not. But if you're there and starting to get attacked, which is what the defense is going to say, can you defend yourself? And what they're going to say is, Anthony doesn't need to wait until the first nasty strike, the first injury. He can presuppose what might happen, and he's allowed to defend himself. But again, really a tough case because it really is in the middle, and we're talking about two 17-year-olds and not making fun of it, but neither of which were acting with real good reason. We joke and say that a male brain isn't fully developed until 25. And unfortunately, the tragedy happened probably because of a mix of testosterone and immaturity that brought these two boys together.
Yeah, Nicole, we talk a lot about whether race has a factor here, but I think age has a really big factor here. And not only the age of the defendant, the age of the stabbing victim, but also the ages of these witnesses who are going to be having to take the stand. This has been a traumatic experience for them. Seeing their friend stabbed in front of them. Do you anticipate that they'll be able to shed more light on what happened, or even if at the height of this, they'll be able to say whether there was this initial aggression that Mark is talking about?
Oh, wait, you know what I'm waiting to hear about? They're talking about this tape that they showed, I guess, the first day of testimony where it was blurry, it was far away, you couldn't really see up close what really took place. But from what I remember back when this first happened, there were kids recording. Okay, there were young people, because you know young people, they pull out their phone, they go live, they record everything. And I remember, I think their phones and stuff being confiscated. So I'm wondering if a recording on a phone or something is going to tell the real story, because we know that what they showed so far, you know, that tape where you're not really up close on the fight or whatever. Then I think they said there was no sound. So I'm curious to know if there's any other recording, you know, that's up close and personal as to what was being said and what actually took place, you know, because those two statements, they were similar, but they, you know, the second one left out a lot of what the first one had said about the back and forth. So yeah, we're gonna wait on it. This is just starting, so we'll see.
But at what level would it actually be warranted for self-defense, do you think? There's this push in the police report, there's the shoving, there's the grabbing. I saw that word in the police report as well. What would it have to be in order, in your mind, to be self-defense?
In order for this to be self-defense, the law says that the person using this deadly force has to believe that that deadly force is immediately necessary to prevent serious bodily injury or death. A weapon which can be used as a deadly weapon, say, in response to a minor assault. That's unfortunately.
How the fuck you knew it was gonna be a minor assault? How do you know this was gonna be a minor assault? And motherfucker just supposed to sit around and wait for you to pound, wait for you to pound on me. Because let's just be clear. When that young man pulled that knife out and stabbed him, I don't think he was trying to kill him. I don't think this young man, pulling out that knife and stabbing that other young man, don't let me finish. I know you were coming. Meant to kill him, but it happened, and it happens a lot. But you don't know what's gonna happen when somebody is being aggressive towards you and telling you to leave and this and the third, talking to you like they run the play. Like, go ahead, man. I'm just saying.
I mean, I was with him until I'm over here on Twitter right now. And unless these are AI pictures, this boy's throwing up gang signs. This man is holding up some kind of automatic tech weapon.
It's not
real. I remember those pictures.
Oh my God, you won't hush. The picture of the gun is not real. We talked about this back when it happened. Pictures were floating around. Hey, Teresa. Hey, Truth, I'm on a break watching you. Do you think Carmelo will walk because they overcharged him? I can't say, Teresa, because this case is not cut and dry. That jury is bullshit. The venue is bullshit. So I'm not sure, Miss Teresa. But listen, man, you got to stop. Because, first of all, if I wanted Twitter information, I'd have gone to Twitter. I'm not doing Twitter. But those pictures that they put up of that young man with a gun, when this first happened, it was determined that the gun was fake.
Do it make a difference if the white boys are holding up the same kind of weapon too in the picture?
What makes a difference
so both sides are doing the same thing.
What makes a difference is this. The gun that Carmelo was pictured with was not real. The guns that Hunter and Austin were holding up were real. They were skilled, trained hunters. They hunted with real guns with their papa. They had a history of being bullies, man. Because you don't remember all of this stuff? The children, they had a history. So you can't tell me that what Austin did under that tent was not bully type behavior. He was bullied. That was being a bully. You can't do that.
I agree.
I'm not saying he deserved to die. And I don't think Carmelo meant to kill him. I don't. But you can't do that. Like, stop.
I was just asking a question. Because I remember it coming out, but I didn't hear too much really about it. You know what I'm saying? I just saw it and like, oh, damn. Because I know kids like that age actually have that kind of stuff putting on Facebook and stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I really didn't question it as far as.
Our content on this was very extensive. Now I know you sometimes you might have been on vacation a lot because back then you was taking a lot of vacations.
Yeah, I was on vacation at that time. Yeah, I was in and out a lot. My bad, homies. My bad. You know what I'm saying? I'm catching up.
I'm having your back while still going in on you. I'm having your back. You was vacationing a lot back then. But I'm just saying, man, it's just certain things like that's the first thing they threw up when this shit happens. That fake ass, that picture with that child with that gun was not real. And then they put up the picture with Carmelo with the fake gun, and then it took some of us to find the pictures of the boys with real guns and hunting down shit and all that. It just was a lot. It's still a lot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm looking at it from both ways. I'm trying to be in the middle. I'm looking at all perspectives as I come up with my judgment here, or my opinion on what it's.
You know, no matter how heated or animated I get, I respect your opinion and I want you to state your opinion. And this is just us, what we do. This is how.
I know I'm having fun, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm chilling. I'm just smoking and sipping my coffee.
I know, right? All right, let's listen, y'all.
Injury or death. So this is self-defense. You cannot pull out a gun or a knife, a weapon which can be used as a deadly weapon, say, in response to.
I paused it, y'all. It was buffering. Judy right here getting on my nerves, but I'm gonna listen.
If you think calculus, so that is what the defense is going to have to demonstrate. And really, the Texas law on the defense's side, one thing that might potentially make this a little bit easier for them is once they have made a claim that Carmelo actually believed that he was in imminent danger of serious bodily injury or death. There's evidence of that in front of the jury. Once that happens, essentially what has to happen is that the prosecution has to disprove that. So these witnesses that we're going to hear from, which are just these young kids who are essentially, going to a high school track meet, have to be able to get up on the stand and really explain what was going on. And, on the prosecution side, I think these are going to be really compelling witnesses because of their youth on the one hand. On the other hand, they're going to have to endure adult cross-examination.
Oh, yeah. And speaking of cross-examination and people being on the stand, Mark O'Mara, I know we have to go to break soon, but I want to get your final thoughts. The defendant taking the stand, do you think it's a good idea? Do you think it is necessary here? Will we see that happen?
We always know that our own client is always our worst witness and his own worst enemy. And that's the problem. However, in a self-defense case, you almost have to take the stand to say, here's why I did what I did. Don't forget, self-defense is an affirmative act. I did it, and I intended to do it, and here's why. So you have to say the why. The other problem that the Anthony team is going to have to overcome that's relevant to the Texas law and Florida law is if you're doing an event that you perceive to be self-defense, then once the threat is gone, you have an affirmative action to fix things a little bit. Flight away from the scene actually hurts the defense. Because once you stabbed, once you've done what you had to do because of your self-defense right, okay, threat is gone, help, render aid, call the cops, stick around and give your opinion of.
We're not going to do that, Uncle Ben, KFC man. He ran away from the crowd that probably would have whooped his ass. But he didn't leave he didn't leave the stadium. He left from up under the tent, which I probably would have done too, because those people probably was going to beat his ass. You feel me? But he did not leave the school. He did not leave the field. He actually went towards the officer that was working the event. He did not flee. He fled the scene per se because he fled where it happened at up under the tent. But he didn't try to leave the school grounds. Let's be clear. Don't do that.
Self-defense. And I know we're talking about 17-year-olds, but anyone who leaves the scene and then argues self-defense is sort of inconsistent with their behavior.
Oh, yeah.
Why won't see? This is what I don't like about the media. This is what I don't like about the media and these people. You can't leave out the fact that, yes, he left from where the stabbing happened because he probably still felt threatened, especially after he did what he did. But he did not run to get away from what happened. He was still on. I said what I said. Y'all heard what I said because he ain't gonna put that out there. He not gonna do that. He tried to make it seem like he stabbed the kid and ran and tried to get away altogether. That's not true. Who these people get on my
A lot more about that and exactly what police say he did after he fled. Mark O'Mara, thank you so much for lending us your time and spending time helping us analyze this case. Nicole, you're going to stick around. We have a lot more ahead. We're going to take a closer look at what was said during those opening statements. Cameras on inside of the courtroom, but we have the notes and we're going to break down what was said by the prosecution and the defense as day one of this case in Collin County, Texas begins. This to the jury of 12 dates throughout. Welcome back to
She get on my
Leah
nerves.
Janae, thank you for following along with us as we track day one of the track meet stabbing trial for Carmelo Anthony. It's happening right now. They're on lunch break, and our Cody Thomas is there on the ground. He'll be giving us updates throughout the day. He could come out and give us a new update on what's happening here. But we do want to show you what happened this morning during the opening statements. Both sides only got 20 minutes to deliver this to the jury of 12 plus 6 alternates. Here's a portion of the prosecution's opening statement. They told this jury, we are all here because Carmelo Anthony decided to take a knife to a high school track meet and provoke another young man who he didn't know into touching him, holding an already open knife in his hand and plunging it into his heart. They went on to say that this man decided to commit an unjustified provoked murder and that this case has nothing to do with race. This is not self-defense. Let's talk about the prosecution's beginning of their case in front of this jury. With us, we have our guest, former prosecutor Nicole DeBoard, criminal defense attorney Joanna Nieves, and criminal defense attorney Mario Gallucci. It's so good to have you all on.
I'm sorry, y'all backed it up because I didn't hear that first statement. Because I was distracted. But let me listen to it again. 100 Lots of Lies. Let me listen.
To deliver this to the jury of 12 plus 6 alternates. Here's a portion of the prosecution's opening statement. They told this jury, we are all here because Carmelo Anthony decided to take a knife to a high school track meet and provoke another young man who he didn't know into touching him, holding an already open knife in his hand and plunging it into his heart. They went on to say that this...
Oh my God, the lie. You right, 100 Locks. The prosecutioner said this? The prosecution, I mean. They said that Carmelo provoked him? Wow. Wow. And even the statements from the witnesses say that young man approached him and started with him. But the prosecution stands up and say Carmelo provoked. Wow.
Here's a portion of the prosecution's opening statement. They told this jury, we are all here because Carmelo Anthony decided to take a knife to a high school track meet and provoke another young man who he didn't know into touching him, holding an already open knife.
He provoked him into touching him. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Wow.
In his hand and plunging it into his heart. They went on to say that this man decided to commit an unjustified provoked murder and that this case has nothing to do with race. This is not self.
Carmelo woke up that morning to attend this track meet, put a knife in his bag, intending on provoking somebody to kill them. Is that what? This is basically what he's saying. He went there and took the knife there, intending to provoke someone. Wow.
Defense. Let's talk about the prosecution's beginning of their case in front of this jury. With us, we have our guest, former prosecutor Nicole DeBoard, criminal defense attorney Joanna Nieves, and criminal defense attorney Mario Gallucci. It's so good to have you all on. Mario, let me get your thoughts on this first. I've been hearing you talk about it all day with Ted, but when you hear this fact that the prosecution says they have, that the knife was open inside of the bag, how compelling is that to this case?
So, I mean, the prosecution's trying to make it seem like he went there with an open knife in his bag to cause a problem. I don't see it that way. It's a pocket knife. We're not talking.
Thank you. Thank you. What's your name? I ain't gonna even make up no name for you, even though you look like let me stop. Thank you. He had like the young man woke up that morning and said, let me put this knife in my bag. I'm gonna go to this track meet. I'm gonna provoke somebody into fight with me so I can kill him. Like, you gotta stop. You gotta make it make sense. Oh wow.
How compelling is that to this case?
So, I mean, the prosecution's trying to make it seem like he went there with an open knife in his bag to cause a problem. I don't see it that way. It's a pocket knife. We're not talking about a machete. We're not talking about a dagger. We're not talking about a switchblade. We're talking about, an ordinary pocket knife that's used on a daily basis to do whatever utility you need to be done. So just by, and I believe you're going to hear this from the defense, just by the virtue of there being an open pocket knife in the bag doesn't mean that he went there with the intent to harm someone. And I think that that's what's going to come out on the defense side once we get this trial up and running.
Joanna, what do you think about the theory that the prosecution has that Carmelo Anthony's position all along was to get someone to do something so that he could kill them? Do you think that's effective? And is Carmelo Anthony going to have to take the stand to combat that?
Hi, Julia. I definitely think there's a damage that happens when you kind of over exaggerate and emphasize things that aren't.
Let's call it what it is, Lula. It's a lie. It's a flat out lie. Over exaggerate my ass. He lied. He lied in opening statements. That's how I know they're going to play dirty. This whole thing is dirty. The whole process is dirty. He lied.
Necessarily going to be.
They're going to have to take the stand to combat that.
Hi, Julia. I definitely think there's a damage that happens when you kind of over exaggerate and emphasize things that aren't necessarily going to be consistent with what the defense is going to put forward. Carmelo Anthony was a good student. He worked. He came from a good family. He's got a support system. He participated in athletics. And you want the jury to believe that he really came to school with the intention of, or a track meet with the intention of murdering somebody. I think that's a far stretch of the imagination. And the prosecution is almost like just over promising and likely going to under-deliver in that regard.
We'll talk about the over-promising and undelivered, especially when it comes to that surveillance video that was shown. But Nicole, I want to get your last thought on what we just showed in terms of the opening statements. The prosecution wanting to make sure that they say in that little bit of 20 minutes that they got in front of this jury that this case has nothing to do with race and this is not self-defense. Did they need to state that? Are they trying to get out ahead of something? Are they just saying that to the public that is watching and perhaps just feeling very polarized about this case?
You know, that's a great question because, you know, it's kind of like telling a bunch of people who are going to decide the facts don't think of pink elephants. I mean, that's what they're going to think immediately to me. So I'm not sure it was necessary to say that. It is, however, true that the case is going to be all about self-defense or not self-defense. And so I don't know that they revealed any sort of concern for weakness by saying that. And the reality is it's going to boil down to how jurors on this case think about whether or not it's a problem for a student, for anyone, to bring a knife of any kind to a track meet. And I think that is going to be the defense's biggest hurdle. And, you know, we don't.
And then another thing with this little chick here, she had like, and I said this back then and I stand on it. I can pretty much, not saying that it was right, but I can pretty much guarantee that Carmelo is not the only student that has something in their bag to be considered a weapon. I'm not going to even say gun at this point. I'm going to say anything that may be considered a weapon. She just insists on the fact that, okay, because he showed up at this track meet and had that knife, he's automatically guilty. He had the knife intending on using it. You know, he had the knife intending on stabbing this young man. Like, you got, you sit your, you know what? I'm going to be quiet.
Have premeditation in Texas. That's all we have is intent in the moment. And so
Did she say, I didn't mean to say that. Did she say premeditation? Did you just say premeditation? Oh, I think I'm going to have to drink.
I mean, when you think about it, if it wasn't that situation, was it premeditated for something else? Whatever reason that he.
That is not true.
But that mean they have to come up with a reason on why the knife was in the bag. To me, I mean,
so
I'm
you taking the gun to school, was that premeditation?
Yeah.
That's not true, man. Unless you see, no, I'm not going to even do this with you. Like, that young man carrying that knife for protection is not necessarily premeditation. Y'all got to stop.
Yeah, that's why I was like, whatever reason he had for the knife is different than a gun. You know what I'm saying? But
it's both still weapons. Let's not do that.
Yeah, they're both weapons. But one, you know, one is way different from the other, even though they both can cause the same thing. But to have a knife, that's more concealed. You know what I'm saying? Why did you have? They're gonna ask why did he have a concealed weapon?
If he had a gun, you think that one gonna be concealed? If he had a gun, it would have been in his bag too as well.
I mean, if I would have got caught with it, I would have just got caught with it, but it wouldn't be caught. I wouldn't have got caught using it. You know what I'm saying? They would have just had to find it. A dog walking along the lockers or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not gonna pull it out of school. That was more for activities before school and after school.
He wasn't in school.
True,
He
true.
wasn't at. So you said for activities before and after. He was at activities before.
True.
Right.
I'm saying it your way. I'm just trying to add more. You know what I'm saying? Where this could go. You know what I'm saying? It ain't me just saying it. It's like where could it go? Because he's gonna have to come up with a reason.
I see it going really, really low. This the wordplay for me. It's the word salad for me. It's the he provoked and it's the premeditation. All that fuck shit. Because all of it's fuck shit in the end.
Yeah, Honeylot asked a good question. Who said he was carrying the pocket knife for protection? And I think that's why I was going in. He's going to have an explanation. Eventually, he's going to have to take the stand.
I don't know if they're going to put him on the stand or not. Most boys were given pocket knives as gifts. My son had one. He used it with him and his granddaddy went fishing as gifts to have on hand for opening things, cutting ropes, etc., not to commit a crime. Yeah, my son owned one that he was passed down to him from his granddaddy child. A pocket knife. Now, I guess in man's eyes, it would have been better if he had a gun, because man condones guns. He say gun.
I'm not condoning the gun. No, I'm not. It was a different time frame back then. I mean, this is way worse. This generation is way worse than what we was. I ain't even gonna lie. They more.
As you saying a knife is worse than a gun, I say a knife is.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on how it's used. You know what I'm saying? I'll be right back though.
Okay, all right.
Forethought in terms of how long this planning would have gone on. They get to show whether or not the conduct was intentional in the very moment. And I think that is going to be the defense's biggest hurdle. And we don't have premeditation in Texas. That's all we have is intent in the moment. And so the prosecution doesn't really have to show any kind of forethought in terms of how long this planning would have gone on. They get to show whether or not the conduct was intentional in the very moment that it happened, and that's it. So I think that the defense has got a big climb here.
A really important distinction there when it comes to murder in the state of Texas. I do want to show a few more details that came out during that prosecution opening statement. This includes that Austin Metcalf, the stabbing victim, and team were under their school tent at that track meet, that Carmelo Anthony went under Metcalf's team tent during bad weather. Metcalf asked Anthony to leave the tent, prompting a fight where Anthony stabbed Metcalf. Mario, I'm going to focus on one part of that actually has come up a lot online by our viewers. Early on, there was a question of why Carmelo would have been under the tent. And I know I mentioned on air even that it could have been because it was raining. And we found out today that both sides say it was raining really bad. And the school that Carmelo Anthony went to was not one that had a tent. Is that important? Is the reason that he was under that tent important when we had this issue of the prosecution saying he went there to provoke a murder?
Look, Julia, I can't agree with you more. I mean, it's raining out. There's a tent. You seek shelter. I don't think that the fact that his school did not have a tent has anything to do with it. There was a tent. It was raining. He went there. And we just found out during the opening statements that he actually had a friend in the tent that he met and spoke to. So it's not like, there's no tent and he went there with the forethought to start a fight, provoke a fight, and stab somebody. I just don't see that this tent has anything really to do with anything.
Yeah, that was new information that came out about why he was under the tent. The defense saying he had friends there. The state didn't mention anything about that. Joanna, the state did start with surveillance video that was very grainy. Up until this point, no one in the public has been able to see it outside of reporters who were able to go and look at it, take notes, handwritten notes, and then tell their viewers or their readers about what they saw. And now we're in the same situation because there are no cameras inside of that courtroom. What do you think about the prosecution really hanging their hat on this surveillance video?
My understanding of the video is that it's difficult to make out like clear pictures of what's going on, but I do think that it might highlight if there was chaos at the scene, how many people were around, and kind of shed some light, maybe even for the defense, on what was going through Carmelo's mind at the time when this incident occurred. Because really what it boils down to was, did he perceive a threat in that moment that he might be subjected to some serious bodily injury or death? And if there is it brings to mind this case, Raul Valle, where he was surrounded by a group of people. He ends up using a knife and stabs some of the victims there, and one of them died. rise, and he was acquitted of these charges, the top charges, because of his perceived fear in that moment, or his perceived threats. And I think this video, as grainy as it may be, may actually shed some light on the commotion and the activity that was taking place, and how that impacted Carmelo's thinking.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and great case comparison with the Raul Valley case that still kind of hangs in the balance because the jury was hung on the lower charges, but on murder they did acquit him. We are going to take a break. Our panel is staying with us because we're going to look next at what the defense said this morning during their opening statement and some new details that they revealed about their client.
Even though it's a lot of bullshit in between, I think they're doing a good job covering what was said. So I'm okay with this right here. Hold on. But I am going to go to Queen before we get off of here. And this is all covering day 1, y'all. We'll cover day 2 tomorrow.
Since Texas is a stand your ground state, one of the stand your ground states, I just want to see how the law will be applied to this case when someone is allegedly pushed or touched or assaulted. I just want to see if the law will be applied in the same way it's been applied in other cases.
We are following day 1 out in McKinney, Texas, in the case against Carmelo Anthony in the track meet murder trial. And this morning, both sides were allowed to give their opening statements in front of the jury, 20 minutes each. And the defense, they began their opening statement with details about their client, about him being a 3.7 GPA student, holding down 2 jobs, that he had been elected football captain of his sophomore team before he was diagnosed with epilepsy and had a seizure. Here are some quotes from our notes inside of that courtroom, because we don't have cameras, but we have Cody Thomas. He's there right now and will be giving us notes throughout the day. This is defense attorney Mike Howard saying, self-defense is useless if you wait until it is too late to use it. In that moment, when Austin makes the first physical contact, he reacts in a split, he, meaning Carmelo Anthony, reacts in a split second of fear and chaos. Well, why didn't he just walk away? There's an answer. After Carmelo defended himself, he ran. He didn't stab twice. He dropped the knife right by the tent on the bleachers. Instead of running to the exit, he goes onto the track and walks right up to a coach and stayed with this coach until that officer arrived. Let's bring back in our panel to think about the defense side of things. Still with us, trial attorney Mario Gallucci, former prosecutor Nicole DeBoard, and criminal defense attorney
Why you want to point that out? That good job, Wannabe Becky. Thank you, honey Lax. Thank you, girl. Thank you for the support. I appreciate it.
Anna Nieves. Nicole, I'm going to start with you on this one because now we're getting more details, at least from the defense perspective, about what Carmelo Anthony did immediately after the stabbing. How important is that?
I think it's very important. And I think that the prosecution is going to harp on the idea that, well, if you're fleeing, then that we can use that as evidence that you have a consciousness of guilt. What the defense is going to say is exactly what you heard in the opening arguments. He wasn't fleeing at all. He was running to safety. He was running to the safety of an adult. And so he didn't leave the scene. He ran to someone who he trusted.
Running to the safety. That's why you know the young man was scared and felt threatened. Case closed. Like, honestly, people, let's keep it on the facts. Please. Good job. Good job.
To stand with them for protection until law enforcement could arrive. So these are the 2 different perspectives that I think we're going to continue to hear about, and the different perspectives support the different theories on each side.
Yeah, Joanna, we have the defense starting out their opening statement, really trying to humanize their client, let them know all of his background, and even that diagnosis with epilepsy I found was interesting to bring out in openings. What did you think? What stood out to you?
All of those things, because that's really part of taking away the bluster that was happening with the prosecution's case about, this was his plan all along. He wanted to provoke something and instigate something. And when you start highlighting that this is actually what his background is, he doesn't come across like somebody who's going there with some murderous intent. And even formulating that in the moment, his words, his actions all speak to him protecting himself and seeking out safety. And keep in mind, he's 17 years old. I know he's being tried as an adult, but he is a child still who has impulsive, not fully formed and completely immature brain waves that need to be taken into consideration. So, yes, he ran away, and my colleague was saying, he was looking for a place of safety. And I think all of that is relevant, especially his age.
Yeah, 17 at the time, 19 years old inside of that courtroom, now out on bond. So he's able to go in and out of the courtroom each day. Amaro, your thoughts on the fleeing or the running to get help, however it's being characterized differently by either side. I do want to also point out what the police report said about what he said, what Carmelo said as soon as he interacted with the school resource officer. He told them that Austin put his hands on me. He advised other officers that the officer said, I have the suspect or alleged suspect in custody. And Carmelo Anthony said, I'm not alleged. I did it. And he also asked, is the victim going to be okay? What do you think is going to be the impact of his own words as to whether or not he was fleeing or he was someone who was just getting out of the way of the chaos in order to then turn himself in?
So I agree with Nicole completely on this issue. I mean, we see consciousness of guilt in all of these cases, and we just discussed this in the last hour with Ted. But the consciousness of guilt, he did not flee. He went to a person in authority. He went to a coach. He dropped the knife. He didn't leave the scene. He asked how the victim was. He said he did it. He said why he did it. I think he did a very good job. And the defense did a great job, like Joanna just said, in humanizing him. We now know he's a straight-A student. We now know he has no contact whatsoever previously with the criminal justice system. We know he's an athlete. So you're coming into this with a 17-year-old boy who found himself in this predicament. And after it, he could have fled. He could have gotten scared. There was an exit nearby. He chose not to take it. Instead, he went to a person of authority. So this Mr. Anthony made all of the right moves after the incident.
The size of these two individuals, Nicole, also came out in the defense case, or not in their case, but their opening statements. And I want to see if I can pull it up quickly. The defense said that Carmelo Anthony is 5'8", 135 pounds, and that the twins, including the stabbing victim, Austin Metcalf, and his twin brother was there. They are 6'1" and 215 pounds. I keep asking if these details are going to carry any weight. So my question is the same. Is that going to impact the jury? Do they care about the size when one person has a knife?
Right. I mean, I think that's exactly what the defense should be doing, is highlighting why, from the perspective of Carmelo, would this be reasonable to perceive that you were an imminent threat of serious bodily harm or even death? So not only do you have one potential attacker, but you have two, right? They're both approaching him together. One of them, even though they appear to be acting in unison, puts hands on him or threatens to put hands on him, depending on what you believe.
See, that's another thing that's not emphasized enough for me. The fact that it wasn't just Austin who approached Carmelo. It was not. He was under the other school's tent. So that meant, the majority of the people was from the other school. And he was approached by both of them. Not just one. He was approached by both of them. Big guys. I'm not making this up. It's all in there. They're football players. He was a footballer in basketball, track star too, but you got linebackers against. I don't know what Carmelo's exact position was on the football team, but I could see him as a wide receiver or something like that. And the reason why I say that is because my son was about his size. My son was tall and skinty, and he was a wide receiver, a good one too at that. But yeah. I don't think it's stressed enough that he was approached by both of those brothers. Don't leave that out.
And then he reacts as he does. Now, there's no question that this is an absolute tragedy, probably not the most mature decision. And we have real questions from the prosecution's perspective about whether or not you can instigate this kind of contact when you know you have an available weapon on you from Texas legal analysis standpoint. But the size, to answer your question, is absolutely going to be something these jurors are going to need to consider when they look at Carmelo's perspective, which they must do.
Absolutely. Let's take a listen to the defense attorney, Mike Howard. We didn't get to hear him because there are no cameras inside of that courtroom. But before the gag order in this case, he did make a statement that was released. Let's watch.
We understand that this case has sparked strong reactions. Please remember that there are real human beings, kids, on both sides of this case. We ask that everyone do as the law requires and withhold judgment until all the evidence can be heard in court.
Joanna, I don't know how much you watch the comments online, but they have been very visceral, really ugly things are being said when it comes to this case. How do you think the outcome is going to impact things? And I object to the fact that there's no cameras inside because I think people need to see what happens no matter what the outcome is. But what are your thoughts on that and the jury that was picked in this case?
So the curious thing, I'll start with the jury, is that, towards the end, 3 of the remaining African-American jurors were stricken. And one of the things that I commented on yesterday when I spoke about what I would be looking as a defense attorney is somebody who had a caretaking, nurturing responsibility, maybe somebody even like an educator or teacher. And it turns out that the race-neutral reasoning that they gave for striking these jurors was that they were educators, and that's where this whole entire ordeal took place. However, we're starting with a jury that has no kind of diversity in terms of, and relation or relatability to the person that's accused. And in the culture and understanding of like where fear comes from, especially from a racial perspective, is relevant. Carmelo Anthony is a young Black male, and what he experiences in his life and the way that impacts him and how he perceives threats is very different based on his race. And so I think that the lack of diversity on the panel in that regard is just not a good start. But do I think that that means that they impaneled an unfair or
Tanya, you make it. I don't know how to put it. Like I don't. I'm not gonna sit up here and say. And I was a football mom for years, and a sports fan. But so a linebacker is significantly larger than let's say a wide receiver. Defense is always bigger than offense. You know what I'm saying? So the positions on the positions on the offense, the guys are smaller, some not, some most are, and then the defense is bigger. So the guy who kicks the ball is probably the smallest one. May can step in. I don't know. Maybe he's somewhere smoking somewhere, but I do know that the guy that kicks the ball is usually the smallest motherfucker on the team. But that's just my opinion. Go ahead, Nate.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. The kicker is the smallest person. I'm not sure what position Carmelo played. And if this was a school track meet,
I think
where was his school at?
I don't know, but with those track meets, the meets are held at different schools. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know where his school was.
He should not have been intimidated if you were captain of the whatever team, no matter if it's the track team or not. If you were captain of any team, you mean to tell me you didn't have nobody that jumped behind you to help you play? 5'8" to 6'1" is not a big difference. They almost eye to eye.
The students up under that tent attended Austin and Hunter's school. It was not his school's tent, man. Hey, Malika. Hey, girl. Okay, man. That's not
whether I like the guy or not, when it comes down to stuff like that, you stand for your school. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. This is sticky. It's people.
It's not sticky. Your brain is sticky. It ain't had nothing to do with him standing for his school because it was not his school's tent. Those people were not from here. Well,
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying his people, Carmelo's school. Where is his people at? In order for you to be intimidated, that means was you there by yourself? You know what I'm saying?
He was under that tent by himself, man. He was
about to have a team fight. What the hell?
His team was not there.
Oh, that makes it even worse. Well, so he was just there to spectate.
His team was not under the tent, is what I'm saying. I don't know if the team was actually there as a team to participate. His team was not under the tent. Okay, they were not. You get it?
Weird. Yeah, I get it. But still, not even being just under the tent, being somewhere close by.
Well, man, even if they were close by, the shit happened so fast, and they were not up under the tent when it happened. It's what it was. The children were scattered out anyway because it was raining. People was just taking cover.
Oh man, cool's fight in the rain, man. Come on, man.
You know what?
You might slip a little bit, man, but you know what I'm saying. That shows you how good you are if you don't. You know.
Or biased jury. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will translate to that, but I think it's a critical issue at the outset.
Critical issue that's definitely being talked about. Mario Gallucci, we have about 10 seconds. Who's the most important witness that is going to take the stand in this trial?
I would say the defendant in this type of case. I mean, it's his choice to do it, but in a self-defense case, I believe, especially in this case, he would have to take the stand.
We will see what happens. Mario, Joanna, and Nicole, thank you for lending your expertise this hour, helping us break down this case that so many of you are talking about.
Why do I feel like he may take the stand? Anybody else feel that way? He doesn't have a criminal history. He was a good student. He was the captain of the football and the track team. He had never been in trouble before, although they said he had been in a fight before at school or whatever, but that's kid stuff. But how many people believe he's going to take the stand? I don't know why I feel like he is. Natasha, you say yes. I feel like they're going to put him on the stand. I do. Because it's nothing going to be more impactful than this young man getting on the stand and telling the jury that how he was intimidated. He was scared in the moment. He was scared. And I think he couldn't come. The lawyers can say it. Anybody can say it. But I think coming from him, it would be so impactful. But I don't know why, but I got this feeling that he's going to take the stand. He's not a typical defendant. He's not a typical defendant like Ochoa was, who had a history of shooting at people and shooting people. He don't have that background. I would weigh it heavily too, Honey Locks. I would weigh it heavy too, but if it was me, I would lean more towards putting them up than not. But it would weigh heavily. It really would. Tanya said she thinks he should.
Yeah, he should, because then if the sincerity he might show, you know what I'm saying, might give some mercy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I agree that he need to take a stand and speak for himself from jump.
This helps. This absolutely helps. Take care. Enjoy the rest of your day. We've got to get to a break. But when we come back, we are going to take you back out there to Texas. We're paying attention to the notes. Cody Thomas is there inside. We will be letting you know what witnesses on the stand, what is being said, and what evidence is being shown to this jury. What is happening? The stabbing is happening, the death of Austin Metcalf. Now, something else Cody is saying is that they're talking about inside the courtroom enhancing the original videos that were provided with magnifying and spotlighting pertinent parts of the video. And he said they just rolled in a 4K TV to be compatible with the zoom enhancements, angled so the gallery can't see anything because it's a priority for the jury to see it. But of course, that is the priority inside of the courtroom for the jury to see it. So we may not know from the journalists who are there inside the courtroom how this enhanced video looks, but all very interesting, and it's coming in. We will keep you posted on what new happens inside of that courtroom. We've been talking about this case and why it's gotten so much attention. It is no escaping how polarizing it is, especially on social media. The families of both Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, the defendant, they've spoken out about the emotional toll of this case. Take a listen.
I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab. But then I looked at my brother, and I'm not gonna talk about the rest. So just that's just what I saw. And I tried to help him.
He was the most amazing kid. Oh, so smart. He had college football. Guys looking at him to play in college just because the kid was mad. My son is not here anymore, and I don't understand it.
In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about.
Well, we understand that courthouse is packed with spectators. There was a long line outside of the courthouse, people wanting to know what happens in this case, especially one where we don't have cameras, so people aren't able to live stream it like they often are. To talk about what we are hearing so far, what led up to this case, and what we can anticipate, let's bring in criminal defense attorney and former prosecutor and the host of the Tangent True Crime podcast, Al Wunsch III is with us. Al, it's good to see you. This case is one that is going to be difficult for everyone involved. I don't envy any party in this case. What are your overall thoughts on what is going to be necessary for either side to get their case across to this jury?
Well, first of all, you started from the standpoint that the passion of sports in Texas is high. It's huge. It's unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, my former high school, Don Bosco, played Texas, first New Jersey school to play in Texas, and could not believe the way that the Friday night lights and all that kind of stuff.
Man,
incredible.
The Friday night lights and the Saturday showdowns in the South. Friday night lights was high school. The Saturday showdowns is college. South don't play by that football. Like, it's a big thing. I've been telling y'all that for years. For those that don't know, that don't live in the South, it's a big thing. And I know football is, like that. Even Tanya say where she's at it's a thing. It could be exciting. It could be intense. It could be a lot, but it's a thing. Right? It's a thing. I mean, people are like you. The alumni in the booster club, people of these schools, they give big money. They give big money. They don't play. They give so much money that sometimes they be having influence on the way the schools be moving sometimes when it comes to sports. I'm just saying, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Not even that, they control the community too. If they invested and put up some big modern space age school, boy, the environment is going to fit around it. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Sports and for their athletes is huge. Now, you take a situation where, you know, an individual comes into an area where he's not supposed to be at this track meet, and then an altercation occurs. It seems to me that is certainly possible because everyone's adrenaline is high and everything else. And there's, as I said, a passion for your team, for your teammates, and also, you know, not necessarily for your adversaries. But the part that blows my mind is, like, who brings a knife to a track meet? I mean, I played football in high school. At a very big football high school. I played in college. I don't ever remember bringing a weapon to any one of my athletic.
Well, maybe you didn't, Geezer, but a lot of kids do. And I'm saying, and I'm not, like, again, I'm going to say it again. I'm not saying him bringing that knife to that track meet was right. I'm saying I can guarantee he's not the only teenager there that had something of that sort. It is what it is. We know now teenagers walk around with guns. Talk about it. Be real about it. Talk about it. Be real about it. Sometimes I feel like in talking about this case and them emphasizing so much about that knife, they would have been less critical of him having a gun, because that's normal. Teenagers are walking around now. Man, a 6-year-old shot a teacher with a gun. Sword is going to hell in a handbasket. Just keeping it a buck. I don't understand. And I guess the reason is because in my family and here in the South, it is not unusual. Tony walked around with a pocket knife. My daddy walked around with a pocket knife. My son walked around with a pocket knife. I have a pocket knife on my keychain. My girls, for protection. So if they got their keys and they getting in their car, somebody approach them, they can protect themselves. They got shit inside their car to protect themselves if somebody come up to them in their car. They got shit in their homes to protect them in case somebody comes into their home. Thanks to their daddy, who trained him to shoot. He trained all his kids to shoot motherfuckers in self-defense, and you're not going to take me out without a fight type shit. I disagree with it back then. But today, well, people coming up in your house, fucking with you when you go to the gas station, you don't know when somebody's going to approach you. It's not unusual. Just like it wasn't unusual for Cyrus to have a gun. Should he have had a gun at 14? Absolutely not. But we acting like this young man having a gun at a knife at a track meet is so unusual. I'm not getting it. He didn't have a gun. And I'm going to stress that because there are a lot of students that are walking around with guns. Cyrus was 14. He had a gun. According to them. I still ain't seen no damn gun. But according to them.
Events, and I played in inner city games against Patterson and Passaic and Eastside in New Jersey. Tough inner city schools. I don't remember them bringing any weapons to any of these games.
You don't know that.
It's going to be interesting because this trial will have to put the defendant on the stand. He's going to have to take the stand, and he's going to have to explain why he did where he went, why he felt as uncomfortable as he did. But the question I have is, why do you have a knife?
You're highlighting something that the prosecution absolutely stated in their opening statement. They wanted to get it out. I'll stand by, though. We have another guest that is also joining us remotely from outside of that courthouse. We have civil rights attorney and activist Lee Merritt with us. Lee, thanks so much for joining us. I know you were at that courthouse earlier today. I saw you posting on social media about the picking of the jury and the reaction to that. So tell me what you were able to observe when you were there at the courthouse.
Well, the community is certainly out and interested. This happened not too far from where I live. And since then, the community has been on pins and needles. Everyone who is raising children in the area, as your other speaker pointed out, this is a sports, community, high school, sports, track, football. That's
It's such a thing. It's such, people are so shocked and surprised. This is what I don't get, y'all. And I cannot do this type content or commentary and not state what's on my mind and what comes to my mind. They're making such a big deal about, and once again, I'm on stress. Rest in peace to that young man. He did not deserve to die. He did not. And I'm pointing out the wrongs in what Carmelo did, as well as what I feel like was right. But I gotta say this: they are focusing and placing so much emphasis on the fact that this young man had a pocket knife in his bag, concealed. He was not waving it. He was not threatening nobody with it until he felt threatened. But nobody's talking about the fact that these young men were trained to shoot. They didn't have a gun. That was not the case under that tent. But they can point out that Carmelo is walking around with a pocket knife, but they don't want to talk about the fact that there's pictures out there where these boys got these automatic, they got these big ass guns. You know what I'm saying? That ain't nobody talking about that though.
But do that mean we exclude the school rules? Because I'm pretty sure the school rules permit you from having weapons.
Oh, God damn it! How many times I gotta say it?
It was a school event, so what's the rules of the events on outside of school? Because from what I remember, they extend to the events.
No,
I should know that. I should know that.
What he did against the school rules like that, he would have never received his diploma. Did you not know that he received his diploma, even though he wasn't? He didn't attend the ceremony. He graduated.
Yeah.
So the school felt like what he did was so egregious and this and that, the third, he wouldn't have got that diploma. That's just my opinion. I don't know that.
Do that take away from his grade point average? Could they do that?
I don't know, man. All I'm saying is you keep stressing this. I keep having to remind you that this was a school event. Yes, it was a track meet, but it did not happen inside the school.
Yeah, but it was on school grounds. Even if it wasn't at their school, it's still on somebody's school grounds that has school rules. They get the handbook at the start of the year.
From a dude who took a gun to school, I cannot.
I mean, and they would have to tell me the same thing. I don't heard all kind of things on how I reacted. That's why I'm breaking this down. You know what I'm saying? The way I am. Because some things I did wasn't right, and they was explaining to me why it wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? So it's hard to say, because I think if the school rules say there's no weapons on ground before or after school, you know what I'm saying, then it puts him in a boat with a hole in it.
Okay, man. Okay.
I'm just saying.
Something that
continue on.
I know. I know. Oh God, why did you trigger me so bad? Oh.
It's going to be at the heart of this area. And what I saw this morning was a very diverse community who's invested in the outcome, in a courtroom that doesn't seem to be prepared to deal with that kind of attention.
And Lee, I'm going to follow up with a question about, actually a question I think we talked about 5 years ago when we would have been down in Brunswick, Georgia, the Ahmaud Arbery trial, killing of Ahmaud Arbery trial, where there was a question about the jury and the makeup of the jury. And there was only one African-American on that jury. And it's similar questions that are here, when though there are people of color on this jury that has been picked, there are no African-Americans.
That's right. And
I'm curious as to what box you check out. Want to be Betty? I mean Becky. Damn it.
pointed out, this is a community that I live in. It is a community that is conservative, that's politically leans Republican, but this is a diverse community. The group of jurors who first appeared were black, brown, white, and represented the cross sections in this community. It's unfortunate that every qualified black juror was struck by the prosecution. And in this case, I know the prosecutor, Bill Werski, said race had nothing to do with it, but he did receive back.
That's a lie. And you can't tell me that race ain't got nothing to do with those 3 women being struck. See, they want to say out loud that this case ain't got nothing to do with race, but everything they're doing, to me, honestly, exhibits it's got everything to do with race, and they know it. That's why they struck them 3 women. I stand on it. I stand on it.
That's and challenges to represented the cross sections in this community. It's unfortunate that every qualified black juror was struck by the prosecution. And in this case, I know the prosecutor, Bill Werski, said race had nothing to do with it, but he did receive bats and challenges. Those are challenges from the defense saying you have to explain why these black jurors were taken out. We did see something similar happen in Ahmaud Arbery's case, in the case of the McMichaels for the murder of Ahmaud Arbery. And ultimately,
I'm curious to know. I heard about it, and I saw it in the chat too. I didn't ignore it, and I heard about that. I'm curious to know if they're going to excuse that white woman that was crying. The white juror that was crying. I'm still waiting to hear about them excusing her. I'm just saying. I'm just asking a question for America. You know, the America the Great. My country, tears of shit of that nature.
With these new age white folks, what was she really crying about? Because she might be a code switcher on her own people, you know what I'm saying?
I can't with you and your theories. You're not gonna get me again, man.
No, I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people that put excuses on us as a race. And they try to use that and would think that this is just some witchcraft. She could be one of those people crying, as far as what I'm saying. Which might be a good thing for him, you know. Yeah. I'm just saying.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I do.
Jury in that case came to what I believe to be the right conclusion and convicted those men of that heinous crime. And I do believe even an all-white jury can get it right here as well.
Lee, I want to ask you about something that Al mentioned. Al is staying with us all hours, so I want to get as many questions as I can to you. I know you have to go back to following this case out there in McKinney, Texas. But the question of the knife being at a school, that is something that I would imagine outrages a community. We see it when there are school shootings. Why is there a weapon on the campus? Because we know children don't have the capacity to handle guns. This is a knife, a little bit different in terms of whether or not he would have been in trouble for having it in a different place. How does that play into it? What are the rules there at that school, if you know?
That was something certainly during the opening that the entire community was listening for, was because there was a rumor that it wasn't a knife, that it was a track spike. But the prosecution leaned in to the idea, to the argument that there was a knife that was used in this incident. And it is not a fact that trends in support of the self-defense claim. At events like this, track meets, students bring a great deal of equipment. They bring spikes, they bring ropes, they hang tents. Sometimes the tents can use certain kind of pocket knives. I don't know what kind of knife was used here, but actually at a track meet, having tools for setting up the tent, having tools for preparing yourself for whatever event you're participating in is not out of the ordinary. But a knife is very different than a spike track. So the fact that the evidence is coming in as it was in fact the knife well for the defense.
I don't know if you were able to see the surveillance video before that. I know the general public was not able to see the surveillance video. Did anything about that surveillance video played in court today surprise you? And anything that has come out so far with opening statements and the first witness on the stand? Is it anything, especially in a case like this one where we had a gag order and there seemed to be such a crackdown on any information leaking out prior to trial?
Yeah, no, I didn't have a chance to see that evidence prior to trial, and unfortunately, I actually had to leave court midway today, and so I haven't seen all the evidence come in. I think that the state has done a good job of actually preserving the evidence. It is best when all of the evidence is not on the internet, and the jury will have the opportunity to see it first in the courtroom, so it doesn't become tainted. But as that evidence comes in, then the story becomes even more clear. We've heard a bunch of different stories about what may have happened, but there is video, and that's something that we weren't even sure existed until they showed it in open court today.
Civil rights attorney Lee Merritt, we certainly appreciate you being here. We are going to be getting our break, but thank you for sharing all of those details, and I hope you have a safe rest of the day. When we come back, we're going to keep following this case. That Al Wunsch still with us, and we're going to be going over not only what we've seen so far in this case, but again, we have Cody Thomas there on the ground. He's going to be giving us those notes, letting us know what is happening next. We understand that TV has been rolled into the courtroom so that these jurors can see that surveillance video even better. Against Carmelo Anthony, where emotions have been running high on both sides of the aisle inside of that courtroom. We've been following today Those notes that have been coming out of Collin County, where Carmelo Anthony is on trial. He's out on bond. This is in the murder charge against him for the death of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf. Carmelo Anthony, also 17, has stated that this was self-defense, and that is what his defense attorney is arguing in front of the jury. We heard all that play out today in those opening statements. There are no cameras inside of this courtroom. It is packed. There are spectators there inside. There are journalists inside, and most importantly, our own Cody Thomas is inside, and he's able to give us the information so that we can share that with you. We've let you know throughout the last hour that there was this state forensic witness on the stand who was showing a video, really the only surveillance video of this shooting, or the stabbing rather. The shooting of the video is what they are playing. And we know that they brought in a TV to be more compatible with the zoom enhancements. They angled it really so that the jury could see it more so, because Cody has explained that this video is very grainy, that you really can't make out the faces of any of the students who are underneath this tent from Memorial High. That's where Austin Metcalf went to school. And we also understand, the latest note we've gotten from Cody is that from the minimal angle that he can see where he is seated, which is behind the Metcalf family, he said the video generally looks the same as it did before lunch, where it was very grainy, except now the important parties are highlighted as they move, meaning Carmelo Anthony as he moves and Austin Metcalf as he moves. So important evidence, but how effective is it if it's that grainy? Let's bring back in Al Wunsch, the third criminal defense attorney and podcast host of the Tangent podcast. Al, what do you think about the prosecution starting their case this way? In their opening statements, they told this jury, you will see video of this incident, that it's going to help you, that we're walking you through what happened that day. If it's this grainy, do you think that is problematic for how they are beginning their case?
They lying.
No, because I think that you play the game with the cards you're dealt with. I mean, obviously they would love to have something that was in Technicolor and beautifully screened and everything else, but you don't have that, so you make do with what you have, and you put that out first, because I generally, when I was a prosecutor, wanted the warts out before I started getting into the good parts of the case. So this way here, no one was saying, well, wait a minute, he was hiding that from us. So show the video that's grainy, show the video with regards to the enhancement that they've done, and it goes to the jury's going to put the weight on it that they want to put on it. The bottom line is that it's going to demonstrate how difficult this self-defense aspect of the case is going to be to prove by the defense. That they can throw that out there, but it's a tent. It's a tent that unfortunately Carmelo should not have been in. By going in, it was a provocative act on his part. He knew, based on the fact that these guys were, rivals, athletic rivals and everything else, that when someone...
this old geezer with his California razor looking ass is still saying that this young man provoked the other young man because he was in that tent and he shouldn't have been there. Who says he shouldn't have been there? Them? Who says he shouldn't have been there? He did not provoke. You can't listen. Oh. Okay. I'm going to let this play out because it's almost over. But this dude's getting on my nerves. Right, Tanya. Right.
From a school you're playing goes into your tent. There aspect of the case is going to be to prove by the defense that they can throw that out there, but it's a tent. It's a tent that unfortunately Carmelo should not have been in. By going in, it was a provocative act on his part. He knew, based on the fact that these guys were, rivals, athletic rivals and everything else, that when someone from a school you're playing goes into your tent or goes in and sits there, okay, it's a dare. It's a
How did he know that, though? How did he know that? You're assuming. This is not a regular day, a regular meet where it's sunny outside and these kids are over in that area, those kids are over in that area. This is a rainy day where it started raining out the blue and people were taking cover. Stop it. Just stop it.
provocative situation. As I said before, I mean, I played football in college. I played football in high school. And in high school, it was a lot more passion involved. And, so if somebody from the rival school, Bergen Catholic, stepped into my tent where I was sitting there with the rest of my players, we're going to say something. And you go in there knowing you're provoking a situation. So to claim self-defense.
I can't believe this, y'all. I cannot believe it. I used to be the candy man at some of the events. My bag was full of sneaker blow pop, lifesavers, cream pops. Yeah, you did say the same thing, but that's bullshit. I'm sorry. It is.
We just speaking of the culture as far as coming from males. You know what I'm saying? We already know what time it is. That's why it's like,
That just lets me know you resonate more with them, and it's okay.
No, I'm just, and this before I even heard this dude. If I'm saying it, then what's wrong? Are we lying? Or what we know?
You resonate.
You know what I'm saying?
You resonate more with that bullshit that dude had a right to approach him about being under that tent. He did not fucking buy the tent. He didn't bring the tent. He don't own the school. He don't own shit.
We know this, but still, there's a certain amount of respect that you give when it comes to territory, especially when it comes to team events. I don't been in the stands with the track meets and everybody sitting on one huge thing and stuff, and everybody's separated. Now, if you get someone that's going to mingle with others because they know them from across town, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But if you know that you have a problem with that school, you don't want to be at that event causing problems unless you're ready for the issue. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, man.
But I could be wrong.
It's not going to make any
No, that's your opinion. That's your opinion.
sense. Plus the fact he could have gotten out of the tent in no time. It's not like he's in a cornered in a area in an alleyway where there was nowhere for him to go except straight ahead and after this kid that's in front of him.
Duty to retreat might play a big role here for sure. I want to bring up something that you just mentioned because Coach.
Shut the fuck up, you funny looking bitch. Just shut up.
He just put in the notes that he's sending out to us that the witness on the stand, the forensic examiner, is specifying where the two individuals are. So these are witnesses, eyewitnesses who were there. They're pointing at Carmelo Anthony as he runs away from the tent following the stabbing. So even though the stabbing itself it seems very unclear and it's hard to see in that video, what seems to be the most clear is him leaving. His defense team says that he left and went to a coach because he wanted to essentially turn himself in or said, I'm the one who did it. It's not alleged, is what he told the officer afterward. But that running away is going to be big here.
Well, the running away is also,
you admit that the boy ran away for safety. He ran away to a coach. He didn't run away from but yet you gonna say, you know what? She is considered to be other, Melissa. Other. Or wanna be other. Yeah, she look like a cartoon character. I don't like her. And I guess that shouldn't play a role in my commentary, but it does. This is my shit. I don't like her. Yeah, I don't like her.
because it means he could have gotten
what's wrong with
He
her?
didn't have to stay there.
Is she one of those sellouts? I mean, I hear it, but it goes in one ear out the other. I mean, so she must be full of shit.
I think so. That's my opinion. I could be absolutely wrong, but there's a reason why her name is Wannabe Becky.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because I'm looking at two different screens. One is private.
With all that technology over there. Sick of you.
Actually, I'm broke down over here, man. I got duct tape and all kind of stuff. I'm just waiting on a few parts. But
man, not duct
I mean, my big monitor and stuff is a TV that is actually playing TV for the first time in 5 years. I mean, ain't nothing hooked up over here but a laptop and a tablet.
My God, today, man. Oh my God. I know you under construction over there. I know you're under construction.
Yeah, it's gonna be a light show when I'm finished, though.
I know, I believe it. Mm-hmm.
I showed Moneyball a few pictures.
Because there was all these guys there, and they were going to.
Say Moneyball what?
I said I sent Moneyball a few pictures of it halfway on. So
he's a hater. He's a hater.
Oh, he next. We're gonna force him to build one. It's easy.
Do something to me. He's able to get out, and he's able to run from the scene. So why couldn't he have run 5 minutes earlier if he was that scared? Why was he in there in the first?
Why could he not have been approached? My theory.
First place. That's another question. So I mean, everything here is stemming from the fact that, look, I hate this case because I hate seeing two young people's lives destroyed the way this has happened. Okay, but for them to be yelling self-defense, I find that to be a real problem. And, I guess if you keep saying something many, many times, then maybe you think someone's going to believe it. But it's not self-defense in this case. This case has no self-defense aspect. He walks in with a knife in an area where he knew he was going to provoke a response, okay? And then it happens. He doesn't get up and leave. He doesn't run out before the situation goes any further, and he takes the life of a 17-year-old young man with a promising future.
I'm going to read for you something that we heard in the opening statement for the prosecution, and it goes along with what you said, that this is how the prosecution ended in front of the jury. They said, you simply cannot provoke someone, and when they touch you, you see a man guilty of first-degree murder. That question of what Carmelo Anthony said, where he said, touch me and see what happens, according to a witness who was at the scene and what they told the officers immediately after. Or even what the defense says, where they said that he only said, if you don't touch me, we'll be cool. How much do these words matter, Al? If you tell someone, don't go there, and they do, and the response is that, does that get us anywhere close to self-defense?
Well, let's be realistic, okay? He's walking in there for a reason. He's walking in there for a reason. The reason is to provoke a response.
Now, today, the defense said, just to let our viewers know, because they didn't get to watch it, so I want to make sure they know, he says he was there to be around friends. He was there because he saw some people who were friends with his girlfriend, and he was sitting there chatting and talking. That was surprising to me, Al. I had not heard that. I didn't see it in the police report. It seemed like from the police report, he just sat down and all of this happened. But the defense shared that he actually was there for some time, talking to his friends, when he was then approached by the Metcalf twins. Does that change anything for you?
That is somewhat significant, but I don't know where that came from, because I also was studying this, and I have not seen anything that said that before. I mean, that makes sort of a nice little fitting aspect of it, but then you're saying to yourself, okay, so he went in there to have a chat in enemy territory, but he brought a knife. If he's in there for the purposes of being social and hanging out with the friends of his girlfriend, why does he get a knife? And the whole aspect of it doesn't make any sense to me, that would be the reason why he would walk in there. And you understand that there are, lines of demarcation when you're in an athletic event. You don't trespass into the other side's lines, okay? You let that go. At the end of the game, you shake hands and you move on. That's fine. But when you're in the middle of a competition, there is the home and then there's the away team. And they stay in their camps. They don't go, they don't intermingle, they don't hang out, because that's not the way it's done, especially in a state like Texas that takes this so strongly, that loves their athletes, that loves their sports, that loves their competition. There is an adrenaline going on for these guys in any type of competition. When the game is done, you leave it on the field.
Al, I had not thought about this as a sports rivalry being at the heart of this case, but you are highlighting something that could be on the minds of these jurors. I do want to let our viewers know the latest we've gotten from Cody inside of that courtroom is that the jurors are now seeing spotlighted portions of that video of police now escorting Carmelo out of the stadium, which would certainly be a moment for them to see. Al, stand by. We've got to get to our break. This has been a great conversation. We are trying to help our viewers understand what's happening inside of this cameraless trial, and we will continue to do that. When we come back, though, we are going to shift our attention to a live trial we've been watching. We'll keep monitoring what's happening in Texas, but we'll let you know what's happening in Wisconsin in the Tooth and the Ashes trial that we've been following this week. We'll get you caught up next.
I think she might have stepped away for a second. But check this out, right? This was a track meet event that I'm remembering and stuff, right? It was a guy that used to go to our school, all right? He transferred over. I guess he moved in the middle of the year and ended up going to the rival school across town. All right. But before he left, I had a problem with the guy. You know what I'm saying? And we didn't know where he disappeared to until the track meet. So at the track meet, I let him know that I had a problem with him just by, eye contact. He already knew what time it was. You know what I'm saying? But when everything started to escalate, these school wars go on so bad it had me out there fussing with my own cousin from the other school that I didn't recognize at the moment until I got home and got cussed out and stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? That's how deep this stuff can get when, you know what I'm saying, at a lot of these events. They can have cousins going against cousins just to hold down their own team. You know what I'm saying? But I believe this is a very sticky situation here. There's a lot of variables to it.
Am I breaking up or is man breaking up?
Say that again?
I guess I was breaking up. Could y'all hear me? I think Meg was breaking. I mean, I was breaking up. Meg
Yeah, you still
said I was hearing
you,
you, but I
you
think I
still
was
kind of
breaking
breaking up.
up for a minute. I'll be
No, you
right
in and
back.
out.
Okay, how I sound now, Matt?
Clear.
Okay, good. All right, let me bring this back up. Yeah, I think that was the this is day 2. That's today. We're gonna cover that tomorrow. So let's go. That's all that we're gonna go to day 1 with Queen Sheba. Where is her day 1? Let's see. And I've never reacted to her. Let me get a mod, right? Hold on.
An appeal, if you don't want a hung jury, you have to make sure it is equal across the field, the playing field, if we are talking a fair trial.
Let me she's on 24 minutes long, which is good on this first day. It's not that long. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you. Get her a link for me. I think I was listening to her a little bit, and I think she's gonna be good to react to as far as getting a good synopsis of what's going on in the courtroom instead of all this extra fluff with those court channels or whatever. So I'm gonna follow her too as well. So like I said, y'all, day 1 actually started yesterday. Today is day 2 as far as actual testimony. So we're covering day 1 today as far as jury selection and the first day of testimony. And tomorrow we're gonna come back and react to day 2, which is going on right now in real time. So yeah, so we're gonna listen to her day 1 reaction, which is 24 minutes long, and then we're gonna end it. And tomorrow we'll come back with day 2, which is going on right now. So when Tanya gets Queen Sheba's link, y'all go over there and support. If not anything, go up and like this live stream. If you like her content, subscribe to her channel. Let me see. Let's listen.
County, McKinney, Texas. All right.
Those that don't know,
All right.
She's actually there. Ooh, thank you, boo. Y'all go over there and support her. She's actually there in Texas. She's in the courtroom and she's coming out, giving her real-time live reactions on what's going on in the courtroom. So let's listen. This was yesterday, y'all. This happened yesterday.
Y'all, welcome. We are live from the Carmelo Anthony trial here in Collin County, McKinney, Texas. As you can see, the courthouse is right behind me. Hold on, let me make sure I give you all a big shot. Right back there, that is the front door, the front steps of the courthouse, and we are here. And baby, let me tell you something. Beautiful courthouse, wonderful aesthetics. It is hot out here, so I got to do what I got to do with the glasses and everything. But let me say this: we're already almost 2 hours delayed, and the court was not prepared, I do believe, for this level of logistics behind the scenes. We were supposed to start at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time with the selection of the jurors, but right now there's a huge delay with no updates from the
Miss Lynn. How you doing, boo?
Court. The bailiffs, the sheriffs, law enforcement, no one seems to know what's going on. When I tell you it is complete chaos there in that courthouse, it's chaotic. But the good thing about it is everybody seems to have a relaxed attitude about it, and I'm going to keep you updated in real time. So what I would like to do is welcome you all to the page. If you're new here, welcome. I'm Queen Sheba. We're here in McKinney, Texas, and honey, we are going to be covering this thing from start to finish. I do not believe, based on everything that's happening today, that they will be able to start the first day of the trial, just based on my experience, right? Let me, hold on. Let's get it. Let's make sure we're set up for success here. Give me 1 second. Let's turn this bad boy. Hold on. Based on my experience covering trials, I don't believe that they're going to be able to start the trial as anticipated on Thursday. I'm going to guess. Yeah, I'm going to take a wild guess because we're already delayed, right? And I think they're having to learn in real time. So I'm going to say they're probably going to start Friday or Monday. Now, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on. It's windy out here. I'm going to do my best to give you up-to-date coverage and just make sure I give you the facts of everything that's happening in real time. Now, it's a lot going on with this trial.
Thank you, Ms.
They
Lee.
have
Love you
the
too.
presence of law enforcement. I'm talking about heavy duty. We're talking rifles, everything, right? Because I don't know what you guys are expecting in Collin County. I'm reading Facebook posts. I saw one lady said, well, hopefully they don't burn down the town if the verdict isn't what people want or if the verdict isn't what the consensus of the people think it should be. I think we're going to be okay, folks. I just need everybody to sit back, relax, and chill out. They're saying that the jurors or some of the jurors have safety concerns. They're wanting to know that they're going to be okay, if their families are going to be okay. People are not wanting to serve on this trial because they're scared. Unfortunately, this is a very, very unfortunate case. But if everybody takes a deep breath and allow the court system and law enforcement to do their job, I think you're going to be okay. Now, it's hot as hell out here. So I'm going to breeze through this really, really quickly. Today is day 1 of the Carmelo Anthony trial, and we were supposed to do jury selections. We were told by bailiff that he doesn't believe that anything is going to happen today. But let me just kind of tell you what I've witnessed from 5 a.m., actually 5:50 a.m. to up until now. So initially, when I entered the courthouse, there was no problem. I was able to get in and out, right? No problem. It seemed streamlined. It seemed like they had it all together. They were directing the potential jurors to go one way, and then those of us that were coming in with the public would go a different way. Now, typically I sit in with the media, but I guess because of the status of this trial and because of the classification of the trial, Collin County or the judge made a decision that only 9 media individuals or media outlets would receive media credentials, and those were specified or allocated to legacy media outlets that were local to Collin County. And the reason of them saying they wanted to do so is because they wanted to ensure that Carmelo Anthony receives a fair trial. I follow that. I get it. However, I mean, can we talk real? The beauty of having independent journalists in the courthouse as media, pardon me, that's a cop behind us. Let's see, he's making sure they're doing rounds out here. When I tell you they are not playing out here. So the beauty of having independent journalists is because I can tell you what's really happening, right? I'm not censored. And we're thankful for the big media outlets, I am. But honey, I can get down on it and I can tell you exactly what's happening, the way it's happening in full time. So when you dedicate 9 allocated seats to legacy media in the interest of a fair trial, and the 9 seats and the 9 media outlets are all white, I kind of feel like it's contradictory to what you say you want to happen here. It's the optics of it. It's the principality of it, no matter what side of the fence you sit on. Because if you don't want an appeal, if you don't want a hung jury, you have to make sure it is equal across the field. The playing field, if we are talking a fair trial. You get what I'm saying? Because when we think about the world we live in today in 2026, everybody doesn't know to tune into the news stations here. There are people watching from all over the world. So that's one challenge I believe they're going to have. Or unless they're trying to contain the trial and they don't want you guys to hear about it. But we are here. So I was not selected to be a part of the media, but congratulations to those of you that were. So I had to come and get in line. And it was an easy process to get in the line. However, when I got in there, it was pretty chaotic. Okay, Collin County, you're going to have to do better. Beautiful courthouse. You're listening to it. Your tax dollars are not being wasted, but you got to get the logistics together. We were told that it's first come, first serve. But when it was time to enter into the courtroom, it was mayhem. When I tell you people were just kind of jumping up and not really adhering to what was happening or what should have happened in real time, I want the deputies to step up, right? What good is having the presence of law enforcement if you don't have the logistics in order? So this is the part that I feel like you need a woman. Get you a woman on law enforcement that can help work those courtrooms and say, hey, wait a minute. We can't do this like this. We got to get people in line. The guys are just kind of like, hey, y'all got to duke it out. Well, I can't duke it out. I don't want to duke it out and push and shove. You know what I mean? With people, if you say first come, first serve, then I would like for you guys to logistically be able to handle that and come up with a system in real time by Wednesday. 48 hours, I need you to wrap it up and have a system in place when I come back here on Wednesday. All right. So here's what we got on site. Let me talk a little bit about the demographics of the public, people that showed up today to witness jury selections. About 58%, give or take, is African-American. And this is just a guess, right? I'm just estimating. 58% are Black, right? People that showed up to get in the public line, maybe 62%, give or take. There was a small group of people that did show up in the color purple. And from what I'm being told, the color purple is Carmelo Anthony's. Those are Carmelo Anthony's supporters, and that's his favorite color. So you did have a group of people that are sporting the color purple. Now, if we talk about the graphics of the jurors, the juror is, by the way, it's hundreds of people in there that's in line to become a potential juror or to be kind of excused from having to serve on the jury. We're looking at about 77 to 80% white. You can take what you need and discard the rest. These things that the conservative media can't say because it just doesn't come across right, even though it's a fact. So take what you need from it and discard the rest. So that's what's happening as it relates to what the public appearances. And to be honest with you, isn't this what y'all really want to know? For those of you that are not here on site, who's in there? What's going on? Was his family there? Do you think the jury is this and that? 58% of the public is African American. I mean, you have sprinkles, different races and everything, different backgrounds there. About 77 to 80% of the jurors, potential jurors that showed up, I'm going to say are white Americans. Now, the demographics of Collin County, you're looking at 62% white. That's why it's important for those of you, because a lot of you have made this a very racial trial. If you're into the race thing, then you need to answer your jury summons. When you decline to participate in jury summons, then you find yourself at home screaming at the television,
All right, y'all, I paused it because it was buffering. It's like every time it's like every time I get to the damn near the end of the stream, it start buffering, but that's okay. We're going to work through it.
as a civilian, okay? So what else do we have today? Remember, there's not a lot going on. So I want to talk about what I think is going to happen in this case. This is going to be a jury trial, period, point blank. This trial, even though it's a murder trial, this is going to be a jury trial. And I have a couple of questions for you that I would like for you to consider. Number one, will this be a fair trial, in your opinion? Yes or no? Number two, what do you deem fair? For those of you that are tuning in, keeping up with the case, wanting to be updated, what do you deem as fair when it comes to trials, in particular, Carmelo Anthony trial? And number three, do you think the court, and when I say the court, I'm talking about the defense team, I'm talking about the prosecution, do you think they're going to be able to select unbiased jurors, meaning everyone? Do you think in this county they're going to be able to find people whose thoughts about what they feel, whether it's racially, whether it's lawfully, whether it's spiritually, whether it's criminally, do you think they're going to be able to select and pluck out some people that are going to be unbiased, that's willing to sit there and hear both sides from the prosecution and the defense and take into consideration the evidence and not the story, right? Because when you think about trials, we got to go with the evidence. What does the evidence state? What can be proved? What can be supported in the courtroom? That's a yes or a no. And then the final question, what are the odds? Hold on. What are the odds? Self-defense versus cold-blooded murder. That's what the jury has to decide, okay? Carmelo is going to be tried as an adult, whether you like it or not. He's on trial as an adult, and that's been established in this case. So here's the thing about being tried as an adult. The defense won't be able to lean on his cognitive reasoning or lack thereof as a child because they're trying him as an adult. Man, this is going to be tough, right? When you think about everything that's being said. Like I said, it's a very sad situation on both ends. So far, not a lot of activity happening right now. No formal, no official updates. People are just kind of sitting around waiting to be told what to do, waiting to say, hey, you know what, for the judge or somebody to say, don't waste your time today. Go ahead, go have lunch. And we'll see you Wednesday. What else? They're very strict. I really think there's some opportunity here for you, Collin County, as a courthouse. No personal electronic devices are allowed in the courtroom. That's pretty standard practice, right? But y'all, they have no place for us to stow them. So everybody's not local. Everybody didn't drive. Everybody doesn't drive. We do have ride shares now. That's in 2026. So if a woman who's traveling alone to the court, maybe somebody came out of town or even somebody local, and you're saying you're not allowed to have a phone and you're not using tax dollars, nobody thought about the ingenuity of the courthouse to say, hey, shouldn't we have cubby holes, cubicles, lockers? If you let your trunk up, I'll put it in there. If you leave it up, I can watch it. Oh, okay, got you. Tell them give me like 5 minutes, okay? So when you think about, man, that's why it's so important to have the right people at the table to say, wait a minute, beautiful courthouse behind you, right? But nobody thought, hey, we should build in cubby holes. We should have a token system because maybe we shouldn't be so antiquated. You know, everybody doesn't live like we do. Everybody doesn't just drive to the local courthouse. We have to anticipate with some court cases, people may come in, people may take an Uber. And if we say no cell phones are allowed, how will those women and those children get home if their phones are not allowed? That's it. That's all I got for you today. Let me move around just a little bit. Let me get into this. Listen, man, oh man. Let me get a little bit into the shade I'm not going to be able to take many questions as I'm going to go back into the courthouse, but I wanted to give you this live update. I got a lot of crap right here because they're so strict with what we can take in. I had to leave my selfie stick out, y'all. I had to leave the selfie stick out. So these are the Carmelo Anthony supporters. Let me go ahead and see if I can capture them. Give me 1 second. As you're looking right here in the purple that I was talking about, and it says they're wearing purple, and it says free Carmelo. So I think they're probably speaking to the organizer. And let's see if we can get one of the ladies that would be willing to give us a little bit of information about what's happening in real time. Probably not. Look, I waved my hand and asked her to come over. She was like, no, ma'am, I do not want to be on your camera. But that's what's happening right now. We do have protesters that were located out on the perimeter of the courthouse with American flags, Republican signs. I wasn't able to get them this morning because it was so early in the morning. You know, here's the thing. Everybody has a freedom of speech, right? When we think about the First Amendment. And that's what you get this. I just need to. And do it. Act like you got some damn sense, okay? All of you that are tuned in. So that's what I have. Let's go to the shade and see if I can take any questions. Or you know what? I'll just come back a little bit later. Thank you everybody for tuning in. I'm Queen Sheba, live from the Collin County Courthouse. That's it. That's all for now.
All right, so that's her. Let me see something right quick, y'all. Let me see something to be fair. That was day one. Law and Crime Network. They also have a video from day one. Actually, they got two. I'm not sure if both of these are for day one, but they only 20 minutes long. And being as though I'm not really stopping to talk, I just want y'all to hear. Let me see what Law and Crime is saying. Yeah, we in too deep at this point. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, I think I may want to watch this. Let's see. Keyshawn, what's that noise?
You know, last year, not last year, last year, 2025, when I was still in second grade. Do you remember my ring stick?
Your who stick?
My ring stick.
Uh-huh.
The macaroni had 3 noses.
Oh, you getting it up? Okay, good job. All right, y'all, let's listen to the Law and Crime right quick. Let's see.
It may be the biggest trial this year in Texas. A story of 2 high school athletes on a collision course at a track meet that ended with one of them dead. The other set to go on trial for murder. Carmelo Anthony is accused of first-degree murder in the killing of Austin Metcalf, and we're on the ground in Texas, where tension has grown in the community ahead of this trial. Was this self-defense, or was this murder? Will this former high school football star go to prison as an alleged killer? We're about to find out. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Hey guys, real quick, before we get into this episode of On the Case, I want to tell you about the app Upside. It gets you cash back on everyday purchases like gas, groceries, and takeout. All you do is download Upside for free, claim an offer at one of their 100,000 plus locations, then pay like you normally would with your card. After that, you verify the purchase and you get money back. I use it for gas.
I told you about the app.
On every gallon of Dallas. What would Austin Metcalf be doing today? What would Carmelo Anthony be doing? Of course, we'll never know the answer to that. But what we do know is that security is tight at the courthouse in McKinney, Texas, because of all the attention that this story is getting. Here's video of demonstrators outside the courthouse in McKinney, Texas today in support of Carmelo Anthony. There's actually a Give, Send, Go for Carmelo. That's raised more than $600,000. And we've been seeing an influx of donations this morning with new attention on this case ahead of trial. Jury selection's underway right now. And I'm going to bring in Cody Thomas from Court TV in a moment, who's outside the courthouse. We'll talk through what we can expect this week. We have been told they've been going through roughly 600 potential jurors in this case ahead of opening statements. Let's go back to when this story first started, April 2nd, 2025. It was a rainy day in Frisco, Texas, and local high schools had gathered for a track meet. Austin Metcalf's and Carmelo Anthony's schools were competing in this track meet. Now, if you've ever run track, you know that teams typically have spots around the track where athletes can hang out with their teammates between events. In Austin Metcalf's case, he was with his twin brother and teammates under a tent, according to police. So this rainstorm comes in and it delays the track meet. Witnesses say another athlete who wasn't on Metcalf's team stood under Metcalf's tent. The name of that athlete was Carmelo Anthony.
Carmelo Anthony, class of 2025, Centennial High School, Frisco, Texas.
This is video of Carmelo Anthony mic'd up for a football tournament for Carolina Sports District on YouTube. Now, Anthony and Metcalf, they were both football stars at their high schools. Metcalf was actually taking some pretty big recruiting visits, and he planned to play at the next level. Anthony also posted on social media that he was receiving scholarship offers, and he planned to play college football. So you know a little bit more about them now. And you have this rainy day at a track meet, and people were looking for cover from the rain. So Anthony goes under Metcalf's tent, according to police. And at some point, the two of them get into a confrontation. According to witnesses, Metcalf told Anthony to leave his team's tent. And at that point, Anthony allegedly reached into his bag and said something along the lines of, "Make me." Now, here is what Austin's twin brother told WFAA television.
This kid, before I knew his name now, this kid was sitting under our tent at track. We asked him to move. He started getting aggressive and talking reckless. And my brother stepped in and said, "You need to move." He's like, "Make me move." Also grabbed his backpack. This kid, I tried to whip around as fast as I could, but I didn't see the stab.
Police say Metcalf then went to move Anthony from under the tent. And at that point, Carmelo Anthony allegedly pulls out a knife and stabs Metcalf in the chest. Metcalf died in his twin brother's arms. Now, what Anthony allegedly did next could be very critical in this trial. So Anthony allegedly ran to another part of the track after stabbing Metcalf. And when police arrived, the first officer to make contact with Anthony wrote in the arrest report that he asked Anthony to put his hands in the air. Then Anthony allegedly said, quote, "I was protecting myself." The officer also said that Anthony told him, quote, "He put his hands on me." And when the officer said he had Anthony in custody, the teen allegedly said, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." Police say Carmelo Anthony ditched the knife and ran before he was arrested by officers who noted in their reports that Anthony was hysterically crying. He was arrested. And he asked if Metcalf would be okay.
He did not ditch the knife, y'all. Oh my God, I cannot. Why are these people doing this? He did not ditch the knife. He dropped the knife right there. That's not ditching it, unless you're saying he got, he. The way that sounds is like he took the knife and tried to hide it, or he took the knife and threw it somewhere. He dropped the knife right there on scene. He dropped the knife.
Now, a critical piece of evidence in this case also is going to be surveillance footage. It exists. The Frisco Independent School District has video from a camera that was mounted on the stadium where this track meet was happening, and it allegedly captures the moment that Austin Metcalf was killed. Now, the school district did not release a copy of this video to the public, but it allowed a group of reporters in Dallas to see it. And WFAA television was one of the stations that got their eyes on this video. And they say the video is a wide-angle shot of the stadium, and you can somewhat see the incident in the small left corner of the screen. The television station writes, quote, "It's difficult to determine how many people are present or what exactly is happening at the tent." Now, Anthony is expected to argue that he had to stab Austin Metcalf in self-defense. Now, I spoke with Texas attorney Bridget Williams about self-defense cases in Texas and what you have to prove. And she says that Anthony may have an uphill battle making that argument.
But what I would say is that he doesn't necessarily have a very strong argument there for self-defense. Hopefully his defense counsel has something that they're going to be talking about in trial that we haven't heard yet. But based off of just what the law is right now, you have, as self-defense, you have to bring equal force to whatever it is that is assaulting you or that you are presented with. So if someone is pushing
my ass, you funny looking bitch. Equal force, no, because some people in self-defense use a gun. Some people, like one person may have a knife, the other person may have a gun. That's not equal. Where are they getting this shit from? Like, are these people just making this shit up because of this case? Like, I'm sick of it. I'm actually sick of it. I'm trying to be fair. I'm trying to listen to different point of views, and everybody is pissing me the fuck out. They do, Miss Lynn. It's that wordplay. It's that word salad. It's that thing that media and other people do to get a rise, and they be tainting. This is why the jury can't listen to media, because the media will taint some shit with their words. Go ahead, man.
Do you believe what the brother said?
What about what the brother said? Because we talked about that.
What he just said just then. As far as if they both approached him one of them had to be more in the front for the other one not to see the stab until he looked around him.
Okay.
Now I'm listening. I'm listening very close. And it's like, oh, we sure we both of them did walk up, but was it only one really being aggressive?
I would say that Austin was the one being aggressive, but they both were there. They both were
Yeah,
there. Could have been intimidated.
yeah. I'm pretty sure. I'll give you that. Yeah, that is intimidating.
Yeah. And did you
But
hear
it's
him
like how
say?
they spilling it out. It's like
Did you
it's
hear
too many
him say
angles.
that? Did you hear? I know it is, and everybody that I've reacted to got different, shit. But did you hear Austin say? And I remember when it happened back then. I'm thinking he just fucked. Well, I ain't gonna say he fucked up. It's just it's a reason why they stopped him from talking. He said that his brother took that young man's bag out of his hand.
Yeah, like he reached for it. Cause I'm trying to play it out in my head, bits and pieces as I gather. You know what I'm saying? It sounded like it was a whole lot more fussing going on than they saying.
Absolutely. And you got to remember the witness statements are from people that were friends with and knew the Metcalfs, not Carmelo.
Yeah, the witnesses is the deciding factor. The people who was whatever students decide to, you know what I'm saying, testify here.
And Hunter Lost makes a great point. That's a lie, because that definitely wasn't the case with Trayvon Martin. Come on, girl. Like, I cannot with these people.
You don't necessarily have the liberty to go back and shoot them with a gun or stab them with a knife, right?
What you mean go back? What you mean go back? You insinuating that he left and came back. Wait, let me listen.
You have, as self-defense, you have to bring equal force to whatever it is that is assaulting you or that you are presented with. So if someone is pushing you, you don't necessarily have the liberty to go back and shoot them with a gun or stab.
What you mean go back? You making it seem like he was pushed, he left and came back. That's not the case. See, this is what I'm talking about, y'all. Why not
I
keep it
think
on the fact?
I think she's speaking more in like he didn't have equal pushback, because equal pushback to me was if it was two of them, you grab a hold of one of them and don't let go, and you beat his face in until he died. Then that's self defense. You know what I'm saying? But with the weapon, with them not having the weapon, is not equal as far as what I think she's saying.
Just because that dude did not have a weapon don't mean that young man didn't fear for his life. People die from fights. People die from having their head banged into bleachers. People die from different shit other than weapons. That's all I'm gonna say. And I just cannot. I gotta be calm.
Yeah. You said it right. If that was the case, if that would have happened, if they got into a fight and that would have happened, yeah, that's self defense. He was defending himself with equal force. He was fighting back, but bringing the weapon in. But
Sit and wait for a motherfucker to get it. I mean, it's just what. Listen. I get what you're saying. I get what others are saying.
I'm just trying to break down what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Still adding the weapon. You know what I'm saying? That changes the battlefield. If they didn't have a weapon on them.
What about these people that are dying that don't have weapons, but they're being killed, gunned down by police, other people, and things of that nature? What about the 14-year-old that's running away from a weapon and gets killed? I mean, just I cannot. And the fact that he didn't have a weapon, I get it. He didn't have a weapon.
So say like this, True. If they would have stepped to him and lifted his shirt up and showed that he had a weapon, and this dude fired back with stabbed him in the chest, that's equal force. You know what I'm saying? Him just coming up pushing and grabbing a bag, he should have just hit him in the mouth. With all those damn teachers and all the coaches and all that stuff out there, the fight wasn't gonna go but so long.
Where the hell were they when the other shit was going on? Apparently they wasn't around.
True.
It wasn't teachers and shit and coaches and shit around. It was students. That's it. The coaches the coaches was down there where Carmelo ended up running to. So that's that. But let's Let's continue this because I'm gonna end this soon.
Stab them with a knife, right? Equal force for pushing would be back with your hands, right? That is equal force. And so it rises above equal force for what we would consider for self-defense on paper.
Now, at the same time, you have Carmelo Anthony allegedly telling police that he felt threatened. And the prosecution is going for first-degree murder in this case, meaning they believe this was premeditated.
Yes, I think that's a great point. And those are the issues and the matters that the defense counsel will be raising, because those
premeditated how, if they're saying that this boy didn't even know the dude. He couldn't have predicted that it was going to rain and he was going to end up under that tent. How the fuck would it be premeditated? That's why I say they're trying to make it seem like this young man woke up that morning, put a knife in his bag and said, I'm going to kill somebody. You just can't. You can't do that.
Things are up to interpretation, right? And that's what's best for a trial setting. So again, on paper, it's supposed to be equal force. But
it's not a coincidence that this Batman looking ass bitch is black on this panel right here. They're gonna make sure they get somebody black that speak that same language. Because they use us all the time and we're dumb enough to fall for it.
Move forward to a trial. The defense counsel
what
is
if
going
that's
to be
the Texas law?
how he felt that was in fact equal.
What's the Texas law? What are you talking about?
Isn't that what she's talking about? The Texas law of what's called self-defense?
I ain't got that. Texas law ain't got nothing to do with what I just stated. What I just stated is there's no coincidence that she is the person they picked to do this motherfucking commentary.
Oh, okay.
Period.
She do got some Rosa Parks glasses on.
This was the reason why he felt that he needed to do this in order to save his life, or why he felt it was necessary in order for him to walk away alive. So he had to do this, otherwise he didn't feel like he would have been able to walk away.
Anthony was initially held on $1 million bond, but then the judge in this case, less than 2 weeks after Carmelo Anthony was arrested, lowered his bond to $250,000, and Carmelo Anthony was able to make that. So he has been out of jail as this case has moved forward to a trial. This is video per WFAA of Anthony walking free. He has been required to wear a GPS monitor and be on house arrest, and he's also had to check in with the court weekly since he posted that bond. But when that bond was lowered, it took the attention surrounding this case, frankly, the tension surrounding this case to a new level. The judge in this case received threats online. You have had people, both supporters of Carmelo Anthony, but also supporters of Austin Metcalf, going at each other online. We are expecting to see demonstrations outside the courthouse for this trial. And in the wake of his release from jail last year, Carmelo Anthony's family held a news conference talking about how they had been the victim of threats. This is Carmelo's mom per KDFW.
In wake of this tragic incident, our family has been under attack. Whatever you think what happened between Carmelo and the Metcalf boys, my 3 younger children, my husband, and I didn't do anything to deserve to be threatened, harassed, and lied about.
Now, one thing I remember from that news conference is not just the tension of people who are looking at this case and they have an opinion about what happened, but also there has been a lot of tension between the families of Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, which certainly, when you think of the stakes of this case, when you think of the life that was lost, you understand that. But at that same news conference, Jeff Metcalf, who is Austin's dad, showed up and stood in front of cameras in sunglasses until he had to be escorted out. This is per KTVT. Now, all of this took place last year. The death of Austin Metcalf, this news conference, the posting of the bond. But now here in 2026, we are on the verge of a divisive and potentially explosive trial getting underway. Join us now outside the courthouse in Collin County, Texas, where this trial is slated to take place. Cody from court, always good to see you, Cody. Thanks for being with us. There's been a lot of talk about a lot of the tension in the community surrounding this case going back to last year. And I know there's some tight restrictions as far as what we can do as media when it comes to covering this case and what type of access there's going to be. You're outside the courthouse. I know jury selection's going on. Just set the mood for us. Like, what does it look like out there right now?
Yeah, Chris, always great to be with you, my friend. It's a lot slower than I expected here today. Of course, it is a jury selection day and it is a little early in the morning, but we haven't seen many demonstrators. In fact, as I'm looking now, I only see maybe 5 to 7 of them starting to congregate away from the courthouse, maybe about 100 yards or so away from the courthouse, because again, they've set a bunch of rules because of how emotionally charged this case is and how impactful it is to this community down here for both sides, each party, Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony. Of course, you know, the blatant optics of the case here. We have a young black kid stabbing a young white kid. So that automatically across this country causes, you know, some polarization among the people who have taken this case in. And of course, that has brought about this tension here. But the judges laid down some ground rules inside this courtroom. I mean, you can't bring in any electronics. We can't live stream it. You can't record anything. Even us as media can be in the courtroom, but we can only have electronics for note-taking purposes. You can't wear any clothing that suggests any sentiment toward either side. The judge really laying down the law here, and there's barricades around some of the courthouse steps. But again, Chris, out here, it's pretty slow today. There's no sign of Carmelo or Austin Metcalf's family right now, but I'm sure we'll get some more of that as this week picks up, as opening statements are expected to get underway tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and I mean, I just remember.
I remember this is day one. This is actually the day of jury selection, so it wasn't a lot of activity on day one. So just remember that.
Remember back to when Carmelo Anthony's bond was brought down to $250,000. He was able to post that. He's been on house arrest, and he's been on a GPS monitor ever since. But the judge had received threats as well. I mean, there's just so much of this case that has played out kind of in the internet world, along political lines. There's a lot of dynamics, and it's going to be interesting to see if any of that actually makes its way into the courtroom. I know you talked about the jury selection process, which is going on right now, opening statements potentially slated for tomorrow, but there's like a lot of potential jurors that they're going to be going through in this trial.
Absolutely, Chris. I actually just found out about a half hour ago. I mean, they said they started with a pool of about 600 potential jurors, and I can imagine how much of a tall task that it could be to try to find an impartial jury. I mean, as many headlines as this case has garnered, and how politically charged it's become, how racially charged it's become, people have their opinions on things like this. I mean, we see it every day when we turn the TV on. And now I've learned that they've whittled down from 600 down to about 250. That's what the media liaison told me inside the courtroom. I was in there for about an hour earlier before coming back out here. He was giving me kind of a rundown of where we are. Of course, jury selection started 2 days ago on Monday, and now we're here on Wednesday. And he says if things go as expected, if they're able to get that impartial jury and seat one today, opening statements expected tomorrow. But who knows? It could bleed into tomorrow with jury selection. It could bleed into the rest of this week. I mean, we've seen jury selections last for multiple days, weeks at a time in certain cases that we've covered here, Court TV and Law and Crime. So, but they are trying to stay on schedule and get those opening statements done or started by tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you just think about how many people they are going through, and just the process to get down to that small amount, who will eventually determine how this trial goes. Just from the people right now, I know you talked about just about 5 to 7 people outside the courthouse, and potentially, especially when you think of opening statements, I mean, there could be a lot. Just with all the tension that we've been talking about related to this case. But what are you seeing out there right now, just as far as like these protesters, potentially, supporters, whoever they may be, of what they're doing?
Yeah, so I'm looking over, as I look to my right over here now, it seems like the crowd's grown to maybe 10, 12, maybe going on 15 people. It looks like I see some signage that may say Black Lives Matter, so I assume they're in support of Carmelo's side of what's going on. I haven't seen any other protest groups, but I did learn from one of the media outlets that was here earlier this week that there was a demonstration for people in support of Carmelo, and then there was a demonstration for people in support of Austin Metcalf's family and that side of the situation. And he was saying that, earlier this week, a couple days ago, that the tension seemed a little high and that he thought something might happen out here. I don't know if they were yelling back at each other, but he said one side had a megaphone. He said he went to talk to some of them. They talked briefly, and then somebody came up and cut them off and said, yeah, we're not talking to anybody. So, of course, the emotions, just polarization, Chris. But right now, what I'm seeing, not much going on outside of those 10 or 15 people as I look around. Again, it's a slow day, but it is also early in the day as well. That's not to say that later this afternoon, it could ramp up and pick up once people start getting off work or on their lunch hour or what have you. But right now, it's still a little slow here outside the Collin County Courthouse.
Yeah, and you just wonder, too, what the security is going to look like as well as those crowds grow there in Collin County. Going to the facts of the case as we know them at this point, the allegations to this point. And again, Carmelo Anthony is facing a charge of first-degree murder in this case, and there could be, if found guilty, a very serious sentence. And it's always, I kind of just go back and think, both of them were on track to graduate. Both of them had plans, going beyond high school. And then you have this track meet. And I keep thinking, imagine if there just wasn't that rainstorm that day, just that brief storm that then kind of put this track meet to a stop. Where would we be today? And I know that that's a question we'll never know the answer to, and it is what it is. But as far as the narrative that's been laid out of what happened at this track meet and how we got to this point, what stands out to you? Yeah, Chris, just walking people back through it that may not know, just painting the scene in a brief nutshell here. You had, if you've ever been to a track meet, you have multiple teams that are kind of on the same side of the bleachers. And honestly, whether rain or shine, people set up tents anyway because the sun is beating down so hard. But you have multiple schools. And for some reason, unbeknownst to anyone, Carmelo Anthony was under the tent for Austin Metcalf's school. Carmelo and Austin did not go to the same school, to which, young guys, they're 17 years old, seniors in high school, the testosterone gets flowing. Austin says, hey, Carmelo, get out from under our tent. Not knowing exactly how he said that. We don't know how exactly that phrasing went, but pretty much trying to get Carmelo out from under the tent. We don't know why Carmelo was there. Apparently, a verbal scuffle started, and eyewitnesses, some students there who saw things went down, say at some point they saw Carmelo reach into his book bag and hold his hand into his book bag and say something to the effect of, touch me and see what happens. To which Austin Metcalf was like, all right, and he goes to shove the kid, and then Carmelo pulls out a knife and stabs him in the chest, and then Austin Metcalf dies in his brother's arms there in the bleachers. Carmelo runs off, and police say Carmelo actually admitted to stabbing the kid, but he, of course, is claiming self-defense. So it's just a sad situation all around. But one of the questions that stands out to me, Chris, my mom was an educator, so I'm very familiar with, how rules at schools work. One question is, at 17 years old, why'd you have a knife, let alone on school grounds, which is also illegal within itself? So I'm pretty sure that's going to be a really damaging fact. I don't know how his defense is going to be able to explain that part of it once this trial gets underway, but that's what stood out to me about this entire narrative here. But again, like you were saying, 2 young men on track to graduate. If that rainstorm hadn't happened, if Carmelo wasn't under that tent, if this verbal altercation didn't happen, these men were going to go off and likely do great things with their lives. But now we're both stuck here. One kid is gone, of course, and one kid's liberty is at stake here as far as being behind bars for the rest of his life. So just sad all around for these 2 young men and their families, of course. Yeah, it's just an incredibly tragic case. And I know just from when it happened that there is some surveillance video from the stadium itself, but according to the local media that looked at it, you don't really see a lot. And it's going to be interesting especially for his defense of like, how do you paint this narrative? You know, if it's a self-defense argument, can you get a jury to believe that his life was in danger? But to your point, I think the big question that so many people are going to have, and I think about the jurors who will eventually be in that box, it's like, why did you have a knife at a track meet? And I just feel like, how do you get to the point where you answer that question?
Absolutely. And I mean, that I feel like that's going to be the crux of the whole case, because, young men for decades, as dawn of time, have gotten in fights. I mean,
yes.
You and I went to school. We've probably seen a couple of fights ourselves, of course, but I've never seen a fight among teenagers where knives were involved or, deadly weapons were involved, and especially on school grounds. I'm sure it probably happens somewhere, but typically I'd imagine that'd be off school grounds somewhere where it's not the school's responsibility or anything like that. Not that I'm condoning it or anything, but it's just how are they going to explain it? I feel like that's going to be what tilts the jury, no matter what other facts come out, and especially to your point as well, Chris, if there's video. Of course, we haven't seen the video. There's been a gag order on this case since pretty much, it started going into litigation about a year ago. If there's surveillance that really shows Carmelo as kind of the aggressor here, I don't know how that narrative is going to get painted.
Yeah, no, 100%. And you think, too, the witnesses in the area where all of this took place, this was Austin Metcalf's team that was under this tent. And you wonder how many witnesses are going to come up who will testify at this trial. We'll see what happens. They still have a long way to go, to your point. I mean, if they have 250 jurors, now, and we're going to whittle things down to 12, maybe get some alternates as well. And then we'll see if opening statements happen tomorrow. Stay safe out there, Cody. With these cases, I know you get in there and make sure that you get the story from all sides and always do a great job. But certainly interested to see just kind of how that tension is going to play out outside the courtroom and then inside the courtroom once this trial starts.
I got to point out, and I'm going to keep pointing it out, because I've been watching Law and Crime on the case for a minute now, and I'm still going to point out the fact that it's no coincidence. My opinion, not facts. It's no coincidence that these people that they getting to speak are black. I'm just saying.
It's Cody Thomas, Court TV. Always great to have you here on Law and Crime as well. Thanks for taking the time, man.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Great to see you, my friend.
Opening statements are expected to begin tomorrow in Collin County, Texas. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify, and we're also going to stream.
All right, I got one more. Shout out to y'all for sticking it out for 5 hours. I didn't even realize we were on here for 5 hours. I don't know why I lose track of time and track of reality when I get on these live streams. I don't know.
It ain't my fault.
Oh no, definitely not your fault. It's not your fault. You actually been the reason why it's probably going by so fast for me. I think I'm gonna do this one more because I'm not going live till about 5 on my other channel. So, Law and Crime, bombshell evidence explodes in track meet murder trial. Let's listen.
A deadly confrontation. One teenager dead, another fighting for his future. Today, prosecutors and defense attorneys delivered starkly different versions of what happened under a crowded track meet tent during a rain delay. A confrontation that ended with Austin Metcalf stabbed to death and Carmelo Anthony facing a possible life sentence. Why did this teenager bring a knife to a track meet? What really happened under that tent during a rain delay? We learned a shocking new piece of information about the knife allegedly used to kill Austin Metcalf. We are inside the courtroom as the mystery at the heart of this case begins to unfold. We're On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart.
That's what I'm here for, honey. Like I tend to like to make people's day, go about fast and keep them entertained. Ones that be sneaking at work. Be having them earbuds in and shit of that nature. Yeah, I do that. There's a lot of people that watch my Crime and Justice channel that be at work. That's why it's not a whole lot of typing. They just be listening. They don't necessarily type, but yeah.
Before we get into this episode of On the Case, I got to talk about our partner and sponsor, Kalshi. If you have ever wondered if you could make money off real-life events with Kalshi, the largest trading working against winners with the credit to all across the country, paid $10. The state of Texas began to lay out its case against Carmelo Anthony. And not only did they argue the teenager murdered Austin Metcalf, they say it was premeditated. Now, there is video of the alleged incident that was shown in court today. And Court TV's
according to these people, the prosecution or the prosecutors are saying this was premeditated. How, Sway? How? Wow. Okay.
Thomas is in the courtroom for us for this trial. He saw that video for himself. He's going to join me here in a moment to break down what he saw. Now, as a reminder, there are a lot of restrictions when it comes to how we are covering this trial because the judge has not allowed any cameras or audio or live streaming of this trial. So really the only way you're going to be able to get insight on this case is if you follow along with us here on the case, as well as with Court TV's Cody Thomas. So let's start with how this day started. And I want you to look at this drone video. We shot this outside the courthouse. This was before opening statements, and there was a line of people here in Collin County. It's outside Dallas. We think there was roughly 200 people outside the courthouse trying to get in to see this trial take place. And there's just 27 spots in the courtroom. Now, before we get to what prosecutors and defense attorneys argued in their opening statements, we need to talk about this jury. Look, there is no question that race is one of the elements that has made this story the center of a lot of attention, on top of the fact that you have a young man who lost his life at a track meet. And the racial makeup of this jury is definitely something getting attention here. Now, this jury, it's 12 people. We're told it is made up of 3 Asian women, 1 Middle Eastern woman, and a woman of color. But reportedly, no African Americans are on this jury. And the rest of the jury is made up of white men. Now, according to local reports, 3 African American women were stricken from the jury, claiming they had bias in the case. Claiming they didn't want to convict Carmelo Anthony. Now, the court went through more than...
I'm starting to lose respect for these people. Like, I'm starting to lose respect for people that I've been watching for a long time. Where did he get that from? Where did he get that those women were stricken out? We've listened to 3 or 4 different platforms that said they were stricken because of their educational background. Now we got him saying they were stricken because they were biased and that they stated that they couldn't convict him. Where did that come from?
What the hell the education got to do with it?
Huh?
What the hell the education got to do with it?
Well, I'm just saying what was said in other on these other platforms. They said the women were stricken because they were teachers. They had educational background. They,
okay.
They were
I get
teachers.
that.
So they felt like that was a conflict of interest. But this dude is saying that it was said, and I'm gonna listen to it again, that they were stricken because of bias, and they said they couldn't convict. Like I haven't heard that. But let's listen.
Of a lot of attention, on top of the fact that you have a young man who lost his life at a track meet. And the racial makeup of this jury is definitely something getting attention here. Now, this jury, it's 12 people. We're told it is made up of 3 Asian women, 1 Middle Eastern woman, and a woman of color. But reportedly, no African Americans are on this jury. And the rest of the jury is made up of white men. Now, according to local reports, 3 African American...
And he said local reports. What local reports? Queen Shula, you know, been here for the last hour or so, wanted to scream a long time ago and tell you not to be affected by the words of paid correspondents. Their soul is media puppies. Absolutely. The bias and lies are purpose. You're right. And I'm glad you came to remind me of that. I'm so glad you came to, because you're right. You're absolutely right. But it's the wordplay for me. It's the word salad. You know, a lot of times when people do that, I think about rage baiting, you know, saying certain things or putting certain things out there for people, you know. And so, yeah, you're right, Queen. You're right.
Women were stricken from the jury, claiming they had bias in the case, claiming they didn't want to convict Carmelo Anthony. Now, the court went through more than 600 potential jurors in the selection process. And one question we are told hung up a lot of people was whether they could convict a teenager and put him away for life. Now, Carmelo Anthony is that teenager, and he is charged with first-degree murder in the death of another teen named Austin Metcalf. And we have not seen Anthony on the outside of the courthouse as we did when he posted bond last year. The road surrounding the courthouse has been blocked off, and it does appear that Carmelo is being brought into court away from cameras. Again, very strict rules when it comes to this trial by the judge. We can't film inside the courthouse. We can't film the trial. We can't live stream it. So we just have the words of the people who are witnessing it for themselves, like Cody. Now, prosecutors dropped some new information today, and it's information we didn't know until the opening statements began. And before we get to that, I want to lay out for you the timeline. And I'm going to lay out this timeline using the perspectives of the prosecution and the defense. So all of this took place last year on April 2nd. And it was at a track meet for local high schools in Frisco, Texas. And you have Austin Metcalf's high school and Carmelo Anthony's high school. Those were 2 of the schools competing in this track meet. Everything changes when a rainstorm moves into the area, and it delayed this track meet. So everybody's going to maybe back to their bus, maybe they're going to a tent underneath. And Carmelo's high school did not have a tent, but Austin Metcalf's high school did. And Carmelo ducks under the tent of Austin Metcalf's high school. Now, this is where the versions of events are very different between the prosecution and the defense. So you have the prosecution who says that Metcalf's team told Carmelo Anthony to leave from being under the tent and Carmelo wouldn't move. And the defense says that the reason that Carmelo went to the tent is because he had recognized a close family friend of his girlfriend. Now, the defense says that once Austin Metcalf and his twin brother noticed Carmelo, they told him to leave And Carmelo was just confused as to why it was a big deal that he was under the tent. Now, the prosecution says that when Carmelo was asked to leave the tent, he said something along the lines of "make me." When Austin Metcalf stepped up to Carmelo to tell him to leave, they end up having some words, and that's when Carmelo Anthony allegedly stabs Austin Metcalf in the chest. And a big piece of information that is new information to us related to the alleged murder weapon, prosecutors say it was a folding knife, and that knife was already open. And they allege that the knife was ready, and they say that Carmelo Anthony was looking for a reason to use it. They characterize what happened as Carmelo baiting Austin Metcalf into a confrontation. Now, the defense side is, again, very different from what the prosecution
I guess Carmelo made him walk up to him. I guess Carmelo made Austin walk up to him and confront him about being up under the tent.
What sounds stupid, the thing is the knife already open. That would have cut a hole in his damn bag. Who in the hell gonna believe his knife was already open?
I'm gonna play this so I can end this live. I think I've had about enough.
In self-defense, they say that Austin Metcalf was the aggressor. They say that Austin made the first physical contact with Carmelo, and Carmelo had to react in a moment of chaos, and he used that knife to protect himself. So after the stabbing, Carmelo ran. The prosecution argues that the fact that he drops the knife and he takes off, it proves guilt. They also say that he tried to allegedly blend in with the crowd when people went looking for him. The defense, they say that Carmelo ran because he was defending himself, that he was trying to get out of the situation. And they say that he went to one of his coaches until police arrived. Now, once police arrived, Carmelo is quoted as saying, quote, "I'm not alleged, I did it." And prosecutors say that proves that Carmelo knew what he did. They also say that Carmelo said, quote, "I told him not to," when speaking about Austin Metcalf. And they say that also shows that Carmelo wasn't afraid for his life, that Carmelo, they argue, murdered Austin Metcalf. Now, the defense, they look at the sequence of the defense a little different. They say that the fact that Carmelo said, "I'm not alleged, I did it," that doesn't prove anything. They say, if anything, it shows that he wasn't hiding the fact that he was involved in this altercation and that he had to do it because it was self-defense. Now, of course, a big question that was raised by prosecutors right out of the gate this morning is, I think, a question that hangs over this trial. And it's, why does a 17-year-old kid competing at a high school track meet, middle of the week, why does he need to bring a knife with him? Well, the defense made a moment for their offense today, Anthony, not as a killer, but tell Jerry that a kid. This is a guy who was voted captain of his football team. He's someone who has never been in trouble with the law. He works multiple jobs. He enjoys playing chess. He enjoys going camping. They say that he is not the monster that prosecutors are alleging that he is. Now, witness testimony is going to be a driving force behind this trial, but also today, prosecutors showed surveillance video of the incident. Cody Thomas of Court TV was in the courtroom today for all of the testimony. Cody, I know that there's a 911 call that was played that we'll talk about, some very emotional testimony there at the end of the day, but I want to begin right after opening statements. Surveillance video of this incident was shown. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Chris, it was 5 different angles, surveillance video. It looked like the cameras were on like the light post inside the high school football stadium because they were very wide shots. So the first witness was a forensic video analyst who obviously went through and tried to enhance the videos. We watched the original videos first, and quite frankly, you really couldn't see much of anything. And then after a few minutes, we zoomed in. He showed all the enhancements, and he had spot shadowing and highlighting who we're supposed to be looking at. You can't really make out any distinct features, and the prosecution admitted that before they even played the video. They had to look at clothing and identify the person of interest, who of course is Carmelo Anthony, and the victim, who is Austin Metcalf. So they outlined all of that based on the photos that came out later once Carmelo was taken into custody. But again, the videos, it establishes what happened. You can definitely make out what happened, but it wasn't, to me personally, as compelling as I thought it would be, because it looks like gas station video. It's really grainy. It's zoomed in. When it's zoomed out, it looks high quality, but when it zooms in, as you know, with any picture, it loses some of the quality. But you can see the tent where everything goes down. You see Carmelo Anthony walk under the tent 2 minutes before Austin Metcalf and his friends get to the tent. And then everything starts going down within 4.5 minutes. You see, just kind of some humanoid blobs under the yellow Memorial High School tent. And then you see one figure kind of jolt, really fast jolts to and from, which they were saying, the prosecution was saying that was the initial push. They're not denying that Austin Metcalf, made physical contact. They admitted that there was a physical altercation, but that was the moment you saw the push. And then, of course, you see the 25, 30 kids start scattering throughout the bleachers. And then you see the person of interest, again, Carmelo Anthony, running down the bleachers, running a ways away from where the tent was, out onto the track and into the arms of another coach, Chris. But again, the video, of course, establishing, giving us, painting a picture of what it looked like that morning. This all happened around 10:02 in the morning, right when the track meet was supposed to start. Just really giving us a scene setter, just to allow us to understand what was really going down that day.
And we don't have cameras in the courtroom, as we've said. I mean, and I know things got emotional near the end of the day. And we'll talk about some of these witnesses here in the moment, some of these coaches that witnessed what happened. They witnessed the aftermath. But what's the layout of the courtroom? Like, what was Carmelo Anthony's, what did he seem like as all of this was going on today?
So I'm positioned right behind the Metcalf family. So it's a very small courtroom, Chris. Only seats about 60, 65 people each side. Each family gets 15 people each. So that's 30. You have 9 of us media people. That's 39. And then plus court staff. So it's about 45 seats already taken up before members of the public can get inside, which they only allow for 25. I think the exact number this morning was 27 members of the public who are allowed to come in. But of course, you have the Metcalf family on one side, the Carmelo Anthony camp on another side. And I'm watching Carmelo during all of these videos, all of the emotional testimony from the different coaches and witnesses, because, I mean, at the end of the day, he stabbed the kid to death. Whether, it's proven to be self-defense, whether it's proven to be murder, whether it's manslaughter, you still took a human life. And I'm looking at him, and he was kind of stoic. He wasn't really emotional. He was watching the videos. He didn't turn away from the videos. But I'm looking at Austin Metcalf's family, and his father, is fully engaged in everything. But every so often, every 10 to 15 minutes, his father would just kind of put his head in his hands like this, and I'd see him nod his head no. Just, of course, overwhelming emotion there. But I'm looking back and forth trying to gauge the dynamics between both of them, between the alleged aggressor and the victim here. And there was stoicism on this side and clear emotion on the Metcalf side, as expected.
Yeah, I mean, you just think of the weight of everything we're talking about, and even the possibility for Carmelo Anthony that he could be sent to prison for the rest of his life. That's, and it's something where we cover these trials. And you just think of the weight of everything that's going on, and of course for these families and what's going through their minds as all of this is going on. The testimony of some of the coaches who were there, who were witnesses, it seems like this is where things got really emotional today. What, as you kind of reflect back, and I know you just stepped out of court and you're probably still processing everything you heard over several hours, but I mean, when you think of the moment today of where things got emotional, what would be that moment for you?
The moment for me, Chris, was we had several as to what happened, how they participated in aiding Austin, where they were when they heard the commotion go down. But for me, Chris, it was this last witness before I came out of the courtroom now, a coach named Joshua Redmond, who was a defensive coordinator. He was there at the track meet when thing went down, and it was established at the beginning of his testimony that he was a 14-year combat Iraq vet, that he did 3 tours in Iraq, and he's seen death. He's a 100% disabled veteran. He told the court that he's been blown up 3 times, twice in a Humvee, once in a house. So he's seen, carnage before. Yeah. So he talks about he was standing there talking to another coach, and he wasn't hearing anything. And all of a sudden, it was just kids scattering, just a bunch of yelling and screaming. He goes over there. He realizes what's happened. He has no relationship with the Metcalf family at all. He only knows the Metcalf twins through the schools playing football. He says he gets over there. He sees Austin kind of sunken back into the fence on the bleachers, and he's looking at him. And he said, someone's told him I've been stabbed, and he's holding his abdomen. Coach says he looks down. He sees the blood coming through his hands, and he immediately takes his jacket off and starts, applying pressure to the wound. And he says he sees, the color draining from Austin's face, and eventually starts seeing his eyes roll back. So while that all sounds emotional, Chris, this is the part that got me. Because he's seen death before, this coach who was a more than a decade combat vet, the kid, Austin, he stops breathing at some point in time. They lose a pulse. So he's back there doing the CPR, doing the chest compressions. Another coach is doing the mouth-to-mouth. And so he's clearly not breathing. And one coach is on 911, on the phone with 911. And then he starts talking about the type of breathing that many of us refer to as your last breaths. And he's looking up at the coach that's on the phone with 911. He's looking down at the kid, passing away here. And those breaths start to come. Those last breaths start to happen. And the coach on the phone with 911 is like, oh, he's breathing again. He's breathing again. But the coach Redmond, who was on the stand, says he knew that was it because he's heard the last breaths before. He knew those weren't the normal breaths of someone who's kind of struggling or straining to breathe. He knew those were the last moments. And he said he didn't say anything because he didn't want to kill, the morale and the hope. Everyone's hoping, you can hear on the 911 call him saying, stay with me, Austin, stay with me. Come on, you're here. Everything's fine. But he said even when he was doing those compressions, he heard those last breaths. He just knew it was over. And when you hear that coupled with the 911 call, Chris, that was the most emotional moment for me right before walking out of this courtroom just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just like reading the notes of the day of like what happened. Like I got chills just reading it, and you just think of the chaos of the moment and the fact that this was a high school track meet. And, suddenly you have a combat war veteran trying to save the life of a young man who had just been stabbed. What did the jury look like, in all of this? Because I just think of the idea of this 911 call playing and just the description of Austin, stay with me. And to hear that chaos, like when things got emotional, what did the jury look like?
So, of course, you had throughout the day, some of this testimony is going on, the jury's mixed, kind of evenly split between men and women. And of course, you have the people who are just kind of shaking their heads, closing their eyes, maybe looking away. But when I saw real emotion where, tissue had to be handed out to some of the men on the jury, no less as well, Chris, was during that 911 call. It went on for maybe 10 or 12 minutes. You heard the other coach, Coach Thayer, who wasn't a witness, but his name was established. He's on the phone. Hey, we got a kid that's just been stabbed. They're saying it was another student from another school. They don't know him. But it wasn't really what was being said by the coach who was on the phone with the operators, what you could hear in the background, all the shouting, again, all the come on, Austin, stay with me. And there was a point in time, Chris, where you can literally hear the rhythmic chest compression. You can just, the voice of whoever was talking, you can just hear it against the bleachers. And I looked over at the jury and you see 2 or 3 men wiping their eyes. Of course, a couple of the women had their face in their hands, tears were falling, not visceral crying where it's audible, but you could see the emotion was definitely running throughout that jury as they were watching.
Yeah, and I just think of the defense, part of this as well, because there is no question about the fact that Carmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf. The question is, was this murder? For a lot of these cross-examinations today, where you would have the emotional testimony of what people witnessed, like how would you characterize how the defense is going about kind of trying to weather the storm of so much emotion coming from what Carmelo Anthony allegedly did to Austin Metcalf?
Yeah, Chris, the defense didn't really attack as aggressively as I thought they would during this emotional testimony, which can be looked at in a positive or negative way, depending on how you look at it, on which side of the fence you're on. But one of the questions that the defense attorney asked every single witness, we're talking about the tents. And a lot of these coaches, being coaches in competitive sports and being in the culture of track and field, they were talking about track and field culture, how each tent is kind of like your locker room. For example, if you're in the NBA or the NFL, you have 2 locker rooms, and players don't go back and forth between each other's locker rooms. And they were trying to explain that the tents were kind of the same thing. You might walk by and see a friend that you say, hey, what's up? But you're not hanging out under the tents. But what the defense kept harping on with each witness, there was the whole idea of the rain delay and that the rain was coming down. Centennial High School, where Carmelo Anthony went, was the only school here that did not have a tent posted up that day. And he kept saying that to each witness. Did you know the Centennial High School did not have a tent? And they were, no, I was unaware, what have you. And then he would follow up saying, well, it wouldn't make sense for a student to want to get out of the rain. And they were, that's a fair assessment. No one wants to get drenched. He asked that question pertinently with every single witness. I understand but other than that, Chris, he didn't really harp on anything in an aggressive manner with any of this emotional testimony going on here today.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because it was constantly noted, like track and field culture about these tents, and maybe talking about like why Carmelo Anthony was there, and then what led to a confrontation as to why Austin Metcalf really wanted Carmelo Anthony out from under that tent. One witness that stood out to me, I think his name is Vincent Hooper, and he was another coach. He's the head football coach, and a lot of these coaches coach track, of course, at Heritage High School, and he was someone who was with Carmelo Anthony right after all of this happened. There's no question, after Anthony allegedly stabs Austin Metcalf, he runs. And the question is, was he running because he knew what he did and that it was murder and he was trying to flee, or was it a situation where he was defending himself and he was just trying to get away from the situation? What stood out to you about what Vincent Hooper had to say as far as what Carmelo Anthony was doing just in the moments after he had stabbed Austin Metcalf?
So before we talk Hooper, Chris, we got to establish the moments before Carmelo got to Hooper. Yeah. And that was the coach that was testifying before Hooper took the stand. All these coaches, by the way, are from different schools. But she was an athletic trainer, one of the girls coaches with another opposing school's track and field team. She was saying, where she wasn't sure of the commotion, she had, CPR training. So she ran to Austin to try to render some aid. When she got over there, she heard all the kids saying, oh, that kid right there, he stabbed Austin. That one right there, they're pointing at him. So she turns around, she looks at him and, calls him out. Hey, says whatever she says to him. And Carmelo stops. And as soon as she stops, Coach Hooper's right there, and she looks to Coach Hooper saying, they said he stabbed this kid, Austin Metcalf. Don't let Carmelo Anthony leave. So, Hooper's like, what do you mean stabbed? He's flustered. He said he didn't even register what was really going on. He heard the commotion. He saw his students running, and they're saying the stabbing thing, but he said it just wasn't really computing in his head. So he looked to Carmelo Anthony, who was standing right next to him. He said he just put his arm around him, and they just went walking around the track. And Hooper said that he looked at him and said, you stabbed someone, son? And then Carmelo responds to him, he put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. Yeah, I stabbed him. And Hooper says he looked at him and told him, well, if that kid dies, your whole life changes today. And then he said, Carmelo looked back at him and said, well, he's not going to die. And then Hooper said, okay, but if he does, and Hooper said before he could even finish, Carmelo started crying and he just continued to walk. And Coach Hooper said that he felt that Carmelo's emotions were genuine. He said he didn't feel that they were some kind of fabrication. I mean, he was literally crying moments after what happened. So it was kind of this intimate moment he was describing. And, you're looking at a 17-year-old kid who just made the biggest mistake of his life here. So that really stood out to me, Chris, just the intimacy of what he was talking about. He's just walking with this kid whose life clearly has changed in the last year since April 2025.
Yeah, and to think, again, like what his reality may be if this is a guilty verdict. Of course, it's only day one of this trial of Carmelo Anthony facing a charge of first-degree murder. Cody Thomas from Court TV, just an amazing job today. I know those are long hours in there following every single detail, but it's great for us because, of course, we can't have cameras in the courtroom to see it for ourselves. So your eyes, our ears in there. Thanks, as always, for taking the time. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Chris. Happy to be here.
That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify.
All right, y'all. I didn't think I was going to get through all of that, but we did. Yeah, it is sad. Oh, $100. All right, y'all. We'll be back tomorrow early. Tomorrow is Saturday, but and from what I understand from earlier content, they said court is going to actually be happening on Saturday. So even though we're going to be covering day 2 tomorrow, which is happening right now, apparently day 3 will be going on tomorrow, is what they say is true. So we're going to try to get caught up this weekend. So on Monday, when they start back Monday, we'll be caught up. So tomorrow we'll come and we'll do day 2 and see what's going on day 2. Yeah. Yep. Amen, Miss Lynn. Amen. 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 Thank you so much, man, for hitting the link. I appreciate you so much.
All right, I might try to hit it tomorrow, but I might go out this weekend, so I'm not sure.
All right, well, if you go out, have fun. Have fun. I'll send you the link just in case. I'll send you the link in the morning when I set it up. Just in
Oh,
case.
yeah, if it's in the morning, yeah, I could probably make it.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it in the morning. I'm gonna do it in the morning.
Cool.
All right. Thank y'all so much for supporting this live stream. We have been here almost 5.5 hours and y'all have not wavered. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. All right. I want y'all to have a blessed, beautiful rest of your day. I'll see you over in about an hour or so in Simpleville. But until then, y'all look, be safe, be blessed, never stress, pray, pray, pray. And I'll see y'all on the other side. All right. Until next time, truth seekers, stand up and we are out. Thank y'all so much for supporting. I do appreciate it.